In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world. Because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Ofamiloli, and here's to UPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice. Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest to the issues. Your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The issues. On Voice of the People Television. Don't just react. Understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. The show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards. The Razzmatazz. Music. Fashion.
Well, hello and welcome to another exciting edition of the Morning Buzz right here on Voice of the People Television. It's a beautiful Saturday morning and we bid you welcome. I am David, Edwin, and of course, I'm not alone this beautiful morning. I have my colleague here with me. A very good morning to you, Nene.
Very good morning to you. Very good morning to you, our viewers. I am Nena Ndomdioto.
Well, it's a beautiful morning, and top of our radar this amazing morning is 2027 elections. Senate faces backlash over rejection of mandatory real-time results. And most importantly, also, we'll be having State of the Nation, where U.S. condemns attack on Nigerian troops are being deployed to Kwara State. Well, these are our major talking point this morning. However, we would only urge you to be a part of this conversation. And how best do you do that? Just go straight to our YouTube portal, the message platform on YouTube, and let your voice be heard there. But on YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. You can also take us with you anywhere in the world just by going to www.vop.ng. And I tell you for a fact, any kind of fresh news that you really, really would want on a beautiful Saturday like today. I say it's beautiful because that's what it's going to be anyways. You definitely be getting those stories on that particular platform. And of course, like I said, you'll be taking us with you anywhere in the world. Because as Voice of the People TV, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we would encourage you to call in and, of course, share your thoughts via our WhatsApp portal as well, 0904 473 2605. I take that again, 0904 473 2605. Well, with us at Voice of the People TV, you have more than a voice. I needed to put that in because your voice truly matters to us. All right, let's jump right into some of the trending conversations that made the round just yesterday. After 84 days of crippling Nigeria's health sector, Johesu has finally suspended its nationwide strike. Some cheery news, I must say, but not without, not without suspending a sharp warning to the federal government. Now, the industrial action triggered by the government's repeated failure to implement the adjusted contest salary structure and resolve long-standing welfare issues, it's now on hold to allow the terms of settlement to take effect. Key victories for the union includes immediate salary with withdrawal of the no work, no pay directive, and of course protection of for striking members against victimization. Now, while the strike suspension brings relief to millions of Nigerians, Johesu's statement also exposes a glaring trust deficit between health workers and the government. Well, of course, raising concerns about genuine resolution. On just a temporary truce. I mean, multiple unions involved with medical doctors to allied health professionals to the big question that, leaves Nigerians agog about how much of an interest does the Nigerian government have on her people to allow that level of down tooling in the health sector. I mean, the moment you experience this, what comes to mind quickly is the fact that lives would be at risk. People who are scheduled for sessions and procedures might have to possibly put it on hold, maybe with an exception of some of these private hospitals, which again, some Nigerians cannot afford. So when we look at these level of communication between the health workers and the government, one would only say the Nigerian government, both past and present, should consistently do better with our workers so that we do not have this level of down tooling that would make not just the citizens bear the brunt of the outcome of this industrial action, but also that we have a healthy industry that grows over time. I mean, you go to some of the health institutions in Nigeria, for instance, the healthcare facilities in some of the local government areas, it's appalling with what you see there. But then again, this administration has said that they have found a way to close the gap a bit by, dispensing some funds to some of these health facilities. But the question would remain, how much of fund is going to be more than enough to helping some of these facilities be up to speed with their international counterpart? I know it takes a bit of time, but the most important part of the conversation would be, when would it be done? How much should the government prioritize these industries ahead of some other things that you find them doing? This is 2026. In less than 1 or 2 months from now, you start uncovering political elites go ahead with campaigns, because 2027 is around the corner. I mean, I can't even say 2027 is around the corner, because the timetable of INEC as we speak might just bring back the election to maybe November or December. So we're yet to understudy all of this election time. And then there is governance. Now, if governance is not fully taken to high priority, then the people suffer, because these people are the people who trust you enough to elect you into these offices, and you can do better by, of course, doing what is right to getting these industries working. Not just the health sector, every other sector that is clamoring for some level of improvement. And this, again, is a clarion call to the government of the day. Nina, your position.
Well, there's an adage that says, when two elephants fight, it's the ants that suffer.
Right.
So this is just the case of this, because every time Johesu goes on strike, every time we have issues, we have strikes like this in our health sector, people who get to suffer the most are the citizens. And 84 days, yeah, that is what it's been. Has almost 6 days to it becoming 3 months. So that's like 2 months and 3 weeks.
Yes.
And we've seen our health sector being grounded as a result of this strike. Like you said, there's a need for the government to do more, because we can't keep going back and forth over the same issues. And it's not like all their demands have been met. It's just according to them, said they are temporarily stopping the strike so that to allow terms of settlement take effect. That's actually the word they said, or the phrase that was used. So that means some things are still haven't been met.
Of course.
Yeah, so we hope that there won't be another strike. There won't be another strike in the coming days.
One part that really gets to me is the fact that that's why I said both previous governments and this present administration. In 2010, 2015, during the Jonathan era, Johesu also went on strike over salary harmonization in 2014 precisely. Government's response at the time was, of course, partial implementation of these same conhests, and most importantly, promises of phased adjustment, which again did not see the light of the day. Going backwards as well, during the Olusegun Obasanjo era, 1999 to 2007, frequent industrial actions across that same sector. So you see, it's more like a pattern. The government is always reactive and never proactive. That again is my concern. And I honestly would feel that we can do better with these conversations, because the lives of Nigeria, just like you said, the ants suffer when two elephants fight. The lives of Nigerians are very, very, very important for any government of the day to protect. And this, again, is our position this morning.
Yeah, let's move on to the next that we have on ground. The next issue that came up just yesterday. President Bola Tinubu steered the political pot on Friday by personally attending the wedding fatia of all 9 children of the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, at the National Mosque in Abuja. The event, already under public scrutiny since the viral invitations in January, saw the president leading a high-powered delegation of Nigeria's political elites, including the Deputy Senate President, several state governors, and the Minister of Defense, in what critics are calling a display of elite solidarity and influence. The sheer scale of the ceremony, celebrating 9 weddings in a single day, has raised eyebrows, with many questioning the timing, expenditure, and political optics of such an extravagant gathering. Sparked heated debate across political lines, with opposition voices suggesting that the president's presence signals political favoritism and consolidation of alliances within the ruling class, while supporters argue that it demonstrates national unity and respect for public servant families. The mass wedding of Matawali's children has become a flashpoint for discussions on power, privilege, and intertwining of politics with personal celebrations, leaving Nigerians divided over whether this is a heartfelt gesture or a strategic display of influence designed to send a message across the political spectrum. So this is actually a very interesting one. I don't want to say it's a funny story because really, in different angles where you come take it from, 9 children at the same time. I don't know why it has to be. Is it that are they all of the same age? I'm wondering, like, why are the 9 children getting married at the same time? And is it, I don't want to say it's trying to cut cost, because this is somebody who we know might have enough to do different things at different times for children. But 9 weddings on the same day, and I'm sure been shut down yesterday. Another go to look at where he was of a guy. Is it that he doesn't want to go to a state, like he's scared or what? Nobody will bump him. That's one angle. Another angle is our president. Just some days before Friday, we had a mass killing of people, and the numbers have still not been. As we are still unsure of these numbers. We have some persons who say 70, some media saying 160. There's been a back and forth on the exact number. Even the police is yet to ascertain the exact number of deaths that we have. And our president, aside from deploying soldiers, he has not even seen it fit to go and facilitate, or no, I don't want to say facilitate, rather, to go and condole, or send his condolences to those people physically. But he was able to attend a wedding when people are dying in your country, when people, in the midst of this insecurity that we have, somebody celebrating 9 weddings of his children.
And you know the irony?
Is that what we need now?
You know the irony? We're talking about the minister
of state for.
So that again is the question that comes to the minds of Nigerians, and to some of us who are on one hand are saying, how very insensitive can some of these conversations truly be in the ears and the minds of the political elite? Now, nobody is saying the man should not celebrate his children when it comes to, marriage is a beautiful thing. So 9 of them at the same time, okay, that's cool. Marry your entire children
in Abuja. Is that where your town is? Is that where his town is?
Sometimes when you look at this this kind of move, question, how much value for life? Because sorry. detail was given 10 minutes before.
Maybe the PDP even said that there's, sorry, I'm cutting intelligence, like there are deaths before.
Talking about when it started happening. After, but again,
award interview and more tonight on the People Television. Juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you glitz glamour. Today pod. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, breaks and politics, economy, state, nation, we break down the truth, not voice of people.
We're glad to have you back. It is still Saturday, boys and voice of people vision. Jump right in. Come heating up. That would make a real time portal mandatory in the Amendment Electoral Act. Civil society groups, opposition parties, and youth movements have slammed the decision as a calculated attempt by the political elites to weaken transparency ahead of the 2027 election. The Workers and Youth Solidarity Network, as WIS, described the move as split, self-centered, and a great threat to democracy, warning of a clear manipulate, read, and social similar concern accused the tenant of acting against the popular will of Nigerians who overwhelmingly demanded credible elections during public hearings, insisting technology, levers, and other are safe opportunities. Controversy has spilled under the streets with protests led by APC, that's the African Democratic Party's wing, beating movement hashtag like hashtag Occupy Now and hashtag by Now 26. Then the Senate a deliberate rollback of democratic gains. Tomorrow, Senator Dino Baye of Kogi as well, and Atiku Abubakar open described the election as an endorsement of election prioritizing political interests over electoral integrity. Also denying strongly and illustrated demand reversal of course public trust in Nigeria's framework, raising last Ezeluche Esquire, attorney at law and public and political affairs analyst and commentator. In the studios, Comrade Royal Riabo, political and public also human rights activist. Barrister Ezeluche. Once again, a very good morning to you, Barrister, and thank you for staying by for this conversation. I know we spoke a bit about this, well, not with me, guys, the break yesterday. I want to find you.
Well, thank you very much. My main worry is with the what happens in most other matters. And voting process is not the whole idea of A and nay, they make so much noise. That's the issue of transmission or the core issue is, will people be allowed to vote and will the vote count? Now, if the votes count, the issue of transfer or transmission is neither here nor there, because you can transmission of votes. There have always been areas where there is network problems. There will always be. The issue is, when votes are cast, will they be counted? And will what is counted and given to the various other political party agents be realized at the collation centers? When we are neck deep in this issue of semantics, whether it will be transmission on real time, whatever happens in real time in this country? Nothing. And whether it's going to be transferred. Nigerians, please let us keep our eyes on the ball. There are several distractions. One other distraction which was brought into the public domain was this noise by the group called MURIC, the Muslim Research Council, which has been orchestrated also by the Sharia Council of Nigeria, by the current INEC chairman, relating to genocide. And they are raising all those issues to try to distract Nigerians from the game, from the ball. We should remain focused, keep our eyes on the ball. The focus now should actually be to reorient the law enforcement agencies, the police, the civil defense, and the military on their role during the elections, and to tell them that it is very valid for them to reject unlawful orders, but from their superiors on election day, because at the end of the day, it is all Nigerians that will suffer it. This should be the focus, not this transmission, transmission of votes. Because let people be allowed to vote, let the vote be counted, and let each of the political parties have access to the votes that are counted at the polling units. Then let whatever will happen thereafter happen. And let just be encouraged to also defend their vote.
Now I'm still going to stay with you.
I mean, when you hear the senator saying, yes. Okay.
Sorry to butt in here, really. You did say that Nigerians should not be so concerned about whether or not the results will be transmitted real time or transferred, whatever the English that would want to be used. But you also would recall in 2023, before that general election, the then INEC chair had gone round to say, look, this would be the game changer. Beavers and IREV would definitely be the game changer. And most importantly, taxpayers' money was allocated for this to take its effect. Now, Nigerians believed that at the time, real-time results would be transferred or transmitted to the INEC portal. With the fact that that did not happen, it also took the discretion of INEC, which again is in the 2022 electoral law. Do you think that voters' confidence going into 2027 would not still be affected by this law not being expunged or reformed and worked on well? Because you would recall, the last off-cycle election in Anambra State, we have 2.6 million registered voters in Anambra State, and less than 600,000 came out to vote. Don't you think that also was a concern on the part of INEC, particularly that level of low voters turnout because of voters' confidence being dampened as a result of this situation that we're talking about?
It's based on what the people perceive about the electoral system. The issue, I have always said, let people be allowed to vote, let the vote be counted at the polling centers. Now, how it gets transmitted or transmission or transfer, every party's agent at the time of voting at the polling units has a copy of the record. And I believe that these party agents will be able to escalate it to their headquarters, and within 1 or 2 hours after elections, the results are known. So INEC will always have its glitches, INEC will always have its problems, but let the parties have their results provable on hand at the end of elections. Then we will tackle these issues. Because when we begin to file neck deep into transmission or transfer, look at the problem we're having with this network. We're already having difficulties hearing from each other because I can hear the glitches on this network as we're talking now. So Nigerians should remain focused. Let us come out and vote. Let our vote be counted at the polling units. Let the political agents of the political parties be able to now transmute it to their headquarters to escalate the results at the headquarters, and let whatever magic happen at the INEC. The Nigerians should be willing and able to say no, enough is enough. Because if we flow with this transmission or transfer, my dear, under the last elections, Mahmoud Yakubu swore by his life, by all he holds sacred, that there will be beavers, that there will be IREV, that there will be whatever. Then at the end of the day, he told us there were glitches. So let them pass through their processes.
All right.
Let us wait for them at the right time.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Barrister Zeluche, for your submission there. Let's take this conversation to Benin City, where we have Comrade Roy still joining the conversation. Well, Comrade, what's your position with this whole situation with the Senate and the House? Well, again, like I said, there is now a committee to harmonize both decision, and of course, they definitely, hopefully, should be coming out with something for Nigerians. Barrister said something earlier, network. Do you think, Comrade, that Nigeria is also ready for such electronic transmission of results?
Well, once again, thank you for having me. I listened to the barrister, all the points he raised are quite very germane. But my point of departure is that I'm surprised that Nigeria were taking. I'm hoping that the present system, the present National Assembly will effect changes that will make Nigeria to be a great nation. Because my father once told me that those who are benefiting from a system will not allow the system to change as long as they are benefiting from it. To fix Nigeria is not a rocket science. We have been telling people it's not a rocket science, just for we to strengthen our institutions. Deliberately, those who are benefiting from the weak institution, we don't want to fix it. But I saw many Nigerians out there for the past 3 days arguing, shouting on top of their voice, and I asked myself, what were you expecting from the National Assembly? Well, what were you thinking that they would do different? The 10th National Assembly, they have been regarded as a rubber stamp, and they have not denied that. They have demonstrated that capacity that they cannot just take a firm decision on national issues. The Senate, under the leadership of Akpabio, have not been there. They are not seen the Assembly Legislative House that you are proud of, all Nigerians are proud of. Therefore, the decision they reach at this level was also their own decision. But I don't think the senators or the Senate, as the case may be, were acting in the interest of the president and presidency. As I told people yesterday that the president, he won an election before with about 8 million votes, if I'm not mistaken. And now he have consolidated. He have more governors now. Therefore, I see no reason why we should be behaving and thinking that these are coming from president and presidency. This is just an action from the Senate and the senators. The National Assembly, we must hold them responsible. This is not time for we to be looking at the direction of president and presidency. The president believes by his own capacity that he have done well for Nigeria. Therefore, he will not want to do anything that will undermine the process. That is my own belief and thinking. The National Assembly, they acted on travelers. They jettisoned their primary call. They abandoned their responsibility to be the voice of Nigeria. They are the representative of the people. All the decisions reached by the people have commanded them, have given the instruction that we need electronic transmission of results. And that's the reason why when Barrister was talking, he said that we have network issue and all. If you listen to the former NN chairman, he told us that with beavers, even when the network have issue, if you transmit it from any location, by the time you get to where there is network, it will automatically position itself, and the result will get to where it's heading to. That was what we were told by the last NN chairman. Therefore, we cannot now all of a sudden be talking about the transmission of results electronically. It's not a rocket science that we should be, but it's just when you are sending the text message. If you don't have a network, when you get to where there is network, it will move. I'm from a community now in my village. So part of my village, for the past 15 years, we don't have lights. Even my local government, there's no electricity. Therefore, even some of the remote villages across, we don't even have network. Therefore, there is a place you will put your phone, your network will come. There's a place you will be, there will not be network. But if you send message, once it moves. Therefore, society is evolving. Nigeria must not also be waiting behind. Let us not give the excuse. I'm just telling you, for you to know further that the National Assembly is not acting in the interest of president and presidency and APC. Very just, you say APC as a political party, they are doing their e-registration. They are taking registration to the next level. They have since embraced technology. Their registration is going on now. If you agree with me, that they are not using the manual method.
All right then.
They are embracing that scientific method.
All right. Let me come in here. Okay, so you were saying that the Senate, like we have it, don't have the interest of Nigerians at heart. But we've seen civil organizations come out to talk about this and to talk about this particular incident of the Senate not wanting to pass the electronic transmission of results. And we've seen opposition figures as well come out to say, but beyond just coming to say, what can these people do to ensure that the Senate actually does what almost every Nigerian actually wants?
What can they do? It's just for we to go back to where we are coming from. Reach out to the Senate that is representing you, and that is what I expect for the opposition. They are supposed to mount pressure on the people who are in their villages to start calling out their senator and saying, come and give account. What was your position in regards to the electronic transmission of results? And I also expect Nigeria and opposition parties to also expect the services of lobbyists. Because this democracy, I expect by now the opposition is supposed to expect the services of lobbyists who will help them to fast track this development. It is no longer about shouting on the street. It's not about making noise. It's about to be very strategic. The oppositions are not being strategic in this part of the world. That's my concern. They did not employ the service of lobbyists who should help them. They did not go to the grassroots to go and mobilize the people and tell them, demand this from your senator, demand this from your House of Reps. Let those who are representing you. Because the National Assembly, they represent people from the villages, the interiors. These are the grounds, and they are the people who give them that packet to go to the National Assembly to represent them. I see no reason why the opposition will jettison these people and decided to go and combine in Abuja and be demanding that the National Assembly should be do the needful. The National Assembly will never do the needful until the people who gave them that job, until the people who elected them to be there make a statement. If you are telling those who from Edo State, now we have 3 senators who are representing us here. We have seen the civil society here, those who we are still taking the stance, and so we want to know how you vote, what was your submission when this matter was discussed. Edo State Civil Society Organization and concerned Edo Citizens for Us have still set up a committee to look critically and know the position of the senators. If we discover that there is a senator from Edo State who decided to say that he does not need electronic transmission of results, we will continuously mobilize against that senator so that he will not go back. Before we get to this electronic transmission of results, we did election in this country. In the
comrade.
Abi Adas, one of the credible elections in Nigeria. It was manual. Therefore, the people at the grassroots can mobilize. We can do this.
Okay. Comrade, thank you. Let's get to hear Dr. Anosike's view about all of this. Dr. Anosike, we've seen this back and forth as a result of this particular clause in the electoral amendment. You know, we've seen semantics. Some persons say electronic transmission, persons are saying electronic transfer, persons are adding the real time, and we've heard the barrister say that is not what is actually important. What is important is our votes being counted. But you know, one of the things that was said by the Senate is that they want to leave it to the discretion of the INEC. And that was the problem during our last election. And we saw how at some point the court said, okay, these were just guidelines. The INEC can just do what it deems fit at the moment. That's what Nigerians are trying to avoid. You know, in this kind of situation, what do you make of all of this? Let me hear your view about it.
I want to start by saying that I disagree with the comrade in Benin. The senators are acting based on the body movement of the president. Understand? Everybody models him or herself to the person at the top. Understand? If we check most of these pastors, those under them try to preach like them. Understand me? So if the president is straight, the National Assembly will be straight. So they are doing what the president wants them to do. Already we have about 85 senators in the National Assembly out of 109. So if Tinubu is not in support of what they are doing, they will not have done it. But in every election, the most important document is the Form EC8.
Right.
The most important document in every election is from EC8. Form EC8 is where the votes are registered after it has been counted. And there are provisions for the party agents that to sign. And if the party agents sign, then they will be given 1-1 to take to the next, which is the connection center. So if you don't get it right at that, and even in the court, it is that Form EC8 that will be tendered as evidence. Our constitution does not cover electronic transfer. And this is the discretion that Mahmoud Yakub used. and our corrupt lawyers also use that is not in the constitution. The most credible election in Nigeria remains 1993. That's the option A4, used there by Humphrey Nwosu, queue behind the person that you are voting for, which I know has its own shortcomings. Understand? Because it brings enmity. Understand? Because everybody will know who you have voted for. It is because of that shortcoming we now advance that to this secret voting. You go in there, do whatever you want, you close it, and you come out. Not what Buhari did in 2023, voted and show it to everybody in the world. That was cowardice on his part. Understand? So the issue, these senators, what they did is not surprising to me, because they know that they cannot win an election under free, fair, if the election is free and fair. So the only way they can win is to model the process. Already, people are already having doubts about voting. Understand? This electronic this or that happened yesterday. Those who were anxious before, their morale has gone down. The election is no more going to be free and fair.
Now, there is an election that would go on in Abuja, the municipal election.
FCT, that's
February
16th.
21st or so?
No, 16th.
16th, sorry.
Yeah.
Now, looking at the fact that that election would be taking place in Abuja, how much of voter confidence is INEC going to be getting going into that election? Owing to what you just said now, because you also saw the off-cycle election in Anambra State with over 2.6 million registered voters. Just about 600,000 came out to vote.
No, that's voter apathy is when you look at that at the process. I don't want to go there and waste my time. Or even if I vote, my vote will not count. Understand me? So, and state election is different from national election. Just like when you have a local government election, most people are not interested. It's only on the party faithfuls, because it's being conducted by the state electoral body, understand? Appointed by the state governor, which means if you are in the opposition, don't waste your money. Understand me? So that's the mindset. But national election is different from from state election. Understand? Abuja election, we cannot use it as a text of what they want to do, because it's a different election.
Okay, now, okay, before we move to the next topic, what's the way forward now with all of what we are saying? What is the way forward as a result, based on this issue of...
way forward, Nigerians should compel INEC, Senate, to approve that electronic transfer. But even though we don't even have the infrastructure for it.
I was going to ask you that.
Understand me? So just like when they're talking of CBT test, we are not matured enough for it.
Comrade even said that over a year, some parts of Edo State does not have power supply. So how can we manage that election electronically around those axes?
So let us get it right with the Form ECH. Let people have that freedom to go and exercise their mandate, and for the result to be properly entered in the form, and agents given their own. So, and again, for what the guy in Benin said about Tinubu consolidated, I don't believe that. Governors are not in control of the people unless they want to write the result.
Okay.
It happened in the southeast. We have governors who were opposed to P2B. What happened? P2B was getting 90-something% in the southeast. So governors don't have control unless they want to write the result.
All right.
Okay. Well, still to come, deadly attack in Kwara villages exposes gaps in Nigeria's security. We'll bring you that story after this break. Just stay with us. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. It's still the Morning Buzz and Voice of the People television. A wave of outrage and grief has followed the deadly attack in Nuku and Wara villages in Kayama local government area of Kwara State, where gunmen identified as Boko Haram terrorists killed at least 75 persons, with some reports suggesting a much higher death toll. The United States mission in Nigeria condemned the attack as horrific, expressing condolences while welcoming President Bola Tinubu's directive to deploy an army battalion under Operation Savannah-Shield to restore security. Tinubu described the assault as cowardly and beastly, while Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak called it a pure massacre, confirming that dozens of victims had already been buried. Political groups, including factions of the PDP and the Northern States Governors Forum, also condemned the killings as neighboring Osun State heightened security along its borders to prevent a spillover of violence. However, the tragedy has sparked serious political and security questions, pulling admissions by the Kwara Police Command that officers on the ground were overwhelmed and that reinforcements arrived hours after the attack began, partly due to the community's remote location. Despite confirmation that a police force existed in Wara village, residents and security forces arrived nearly 10 hours late, raising concerns about preparedness, intelligence failures, and the effectiveness of ongoing clearance operations. While the Inspector General of Police has ordered tactical reinforcement and a manhunt for the attackers, and the Kwara State government has set up a 7-member humanitarian committee to support survivors, critics are asking the hard questions. Why did such a large-scale attack occur despite prior security operations? Are reactive deployments enough, or does this massacre expose deeper governance and security lapses? As Nigeria battles worsening insecurity, the Kwara killings have reignited debate over state capacity, accountability, and whether political assurances are translating into real protection for vulnerable communities. We still have in the studio to analyze these stories. We have Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Also, joining us virtually, we have Barrister Eze Luchie. He is an attorney at law and public political affairs analyst. Also from our Benin studio, we have Comrade Roy Oriabaho, who is a political and public affairs analyst and human rights activist. Let me come to you first, Barrister. This Kwara incident is very, very worrisome. You know, over this large number of persons being killed in a day, and we have differing numbers to it. The persons are saying 70, others are saying 160, and we see the governor come out to say he has set up a committee, and our president has actually said he has deployed soldiers. Is that enough? Is that what we need? Also, just a few days after this incident, our president is seen felicitating with a member of his cabinet, with the State Minister of State for Defense, who got married to 9 children. Our president has not gone to Kwara State, but he's felicitating with somebody who is getting married, who is marrying off his children. You know, what do you make of this? Does it mean that security is not a priority in this nation? Barrister, are you with us? Okay, let's have Comrade. I'm sure you heard my question. Can you react to this?
Well, thank you once again for having me. The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is no longer news. It's no longer news. And I'm very bothered in the sense that the Nigerian government keep on employing this, what I call a reactionary mechanism. When it happens, the president will declare, will direct the military, the police to quickly go there. Any society that keep on reacting is not a society that you will be proud of. I'm thinking by now that we're supposed to be more preventive than reacting. And you agree with me that there are many, and I also look at the report, there are many of government space within that environment. And these are issues that Nigeria need to review immediately. I watched a news when I was told that it took governor from the state headquarters to the community, took him between 6 and 8 hours drive. What does that show to you? That the people are just on the mercy of God. And if you take a governor who you know the way and manner they move, if you take between 6 to 8 hours to get there, just imagine what the terrorists will be able to do in that kind of community. And if you take a deeper layer, you find out that there was no even security around that quarter. And we were told that after the incident, that it took them another 4 hours before the military and all the security agencies arrived that place.
Well, sorry to butt in here, comrade. We understand as well that there is a police post in that same community, like a police station in that same community. Is that not something that should be counted for security?
What is the potency of the security posts? These are you are a practicing journalist. I expect you to even interrogate this. Not just they tell you, in Nigeria, we are too good at coming up with figures without facts. By now, I expect some journalists to be in that community and be giving us reports of what happened. Because look at the figures they are turning out. The community, when I listened to the chairman of that local government, when he was doing a presentation before the governor, that what happened there, the numbers of casualties they have was over 170. I listened to the traditional rulers. Therefore, when the Nigerian government, when you look at the pages of newspaper, I saw over 170. Later, I saw 75. I saw 60. How do you reconcile this position? That we are not good in giving facts, we are not good in giving figures. Because everything we are doing in this country is about looking at face and see what can you get. We have not, because we have no value for life again, no value for life. Why will you deliberately want to reduce the figure and the numbers of persons that were killed? One life, is it not important? Why? Why will people deliberately want to do that? That is a no for you to know. That is a no for you to know that we have no value for human life. The Nigerian government, as I said, I will continue to say that we cannot continue to be lamenting. The book of lamentation was not written because of Nigeria. Because of Nigerians. Let us not be coming up with solutions. I expect the Nigerian government to also be listening. Now, there must be an intelligence gathering that society, because if you listen to what happened, that these terrorists, they want to indoctrinate them with another practice. And that was not something that happened within 24 hours or something. The process have always been on. If there were serious intelligence around this, those who manage our security supposed.
Okay, we seem to be having network issues with Comrade Barrister. I heard. Okay, Dr. Nosike, let's come to you. Dr. Nosike, like he mentioned, intelligence sharing seems to be lacking in our country. And the police said, we saw the admission of the Para Police State Command that officers were overwhelmed. For a police officer to come out to say such a thing, and that they even arrived late, like the security post, and then the security post in the village, but still officers did not come until 10 hours after. What does this say about the effectiveness of our security measures?
One, there's a difference between a police post and a police station. Right. A police post may not have up to 10 policemen, and they cannot fight terrorists. And mind you, when that news came that a terrorist has landed in Kwara State, it was denied. Government said that it's not true. So these guys are operating between Niger and Kwara, and they have a boundary. And I know that very soon they will enter Kogi State. Understand? Because this has run. So the issue, what is happening there is what we call a snake killing committee. That is what is happening there. Understand? And snake killing committee is that now you are in a house or in an office, a snake entered there. Instead of killing it, you begin to set up a committee to discuss how that snake will be killed. And the man, before you do that, it has escaped. So this happens when people are not being proactive. So what happened there, this is a story of indoctrination, has been on for some time, but the intelligence failed to act on it. The intelligence, the security failed to act on it, or maybe they did not know that it would result into this. Yesterday morning, I watched CNN when others were sharing a mass burial going on in Nigeria. CNN, not their. I know that NTA wouldn't even want to show it. So the government has failed because their number one priority, what they swore, is protection of life and property that's of the citizens, which is not going on. I think in the 2 years of Tinubu administration, more people have been killed than in 8 years of Buhari's administration. Understand me? In his 2 years, understand? So if you check all the mass burials that are going on in North Central, it is overwhelming. It is overwhelming, and as we speak, they don't even have any answer to it.
Now, Doctor, concerns again are being raised about the fact that according to the account reeling of the village head in that Kaima local government area, he did say that these attackers came back again on Wednesday. To continue their onslaught. Of course, they met the soldiers there at the time. Now, looking at these...
And mind you, those soldiers' presence is going to be temporal. Understand me? It's going to be temporal.
But the presidents are sent in a battalion to that area. We don't know how long that is going to take because that is what the presidency did made as an order. But my concern now is the president sending battalion to that particular sport. Are we going to be sending battalions to every other sport that we experience?
Then what is the number of the soldiers? That everywhere people are killed, you send this battalion. So what they should be thinking about, how to nip these things that's understand me, before it happens. We don't have to be reacting every time. It's wrong.
All right, then let's take this conversation to Barrister Ezeluche, who I understand has joined the conversation again. Barrister, thank you so very much for joining the conversation again. Now, the situation around Kwara State is not one that is, I don't want to use the word new, but the part where figures are either increasing or decreasing is very concerning. How much of a value for life does this administration and even the previous one have for Nigerians, basically? Because again, we see just in the news this morning, the Minister for State of Defense, I'm talking about Matawale, who again have been allegedly fingered by one of his men as one who is sponsoring some of these bandits in his state, is seen marrying off his children, 9 of them, in Abuja and not in Zamfara. How much of a body language of negligence are we seeing within the political elites, according to what the oppositions are saying right now?
Is it really body language or even their policy? I mean, because they exhibit it at all times. They have zero value for Nigerian lives, zero value for Nigeria. I mean, apart from the marriage of the defense minister, his marriage of his children, which Mr. President attended with all the security paraphernalia, you also have the National Security Advisor. In the time when these killings are going on, what his comments are is about prosecuting those who are engaged in electoral violence and who are engaged in ballot snatching. That is what Nuhu Ribadu was talking about in the course of the past 1 week. These chaps apparently invest deeply in insecurity. Otherwise, they would have been doing better things with their time than going around talking about nonsensities or doing very, very things that should not even be pardoned. But you see, apart from the lack of interest in this government to address the security issues, the fact is that the Nigerian structure makes it even impossible to address these issues. One Nigerian police force situated in Abuja. That village should have had its own police force. Its neighboring villages should have had its own armed police force. Armed with even drones and everything. They should have it in that village. But we have a country, a contraption, supposedly called a federation, where all the policing authorities are placed in Abuja. Who directs who becomes a DPO or a commissioner in a place where the IG of police has never visited. How can that work? Now, while we're talking of Kwara, we should be thinking about where will the next mass casualty event take place within the next 1 week. And you'll be shocked to know that betting agencies, that are those who are involved in betting, are already betting on Nigeria's next mass casualty. Because it will happen. It's not a question of when, of if, it is when and where. But as for happening, it will happen. And this regime, and even the one before it, which invested heavily in insecurity, does not give a damn what happens. We're talking of Niger and Kwara today. Who said it cannot be Bayelsa tomorrow, or even Ogun State? When it was in Ogun State, what did they do? When it was in Ondo, what did they do? You just have a very casual message from Mr. President by Ononuga that he condoles with the bereaved and blah, blah, blah. The next killing is already been planned, and there is no attempt to address it. Rather, what the government is celebrating is some accolades poured on the First Lady on a private visit to America. It's quite sad. We should be worried about ourselves. That's why I enjoin all Nigerians. Do not joke with the next elections. Make sure you're able to make sure that the next people that come in are those you voted for. And when you vote for them, make sure you stay there and your votes counted. Any attempt to steal votes, those involved, no matter how highly placed, should be treated the way we treat pickpockets in marketplaces. Should be treated because that they have ruined our lives. Just in the course of the past few weeks, it emerged that Nigeria is now the country with the lowest life expectancy rate in the world. The lowest. We are lower than Somalia. We have at 44.9 years. We are lower. We have a lower life expectancy than Somalia, than Chad, than South Sudan, than even Yemen. For goodness' sake, these are areas where they are neck deep in crisis. But because of the kleptomaniacs who are running over us in Nigeria, we have gone down below sea level with regards to human lives. And when you ask what value do these characters who are running over us have over human lives? At a time when these kind of killings are happening and when other ones have been planned, guess what Mr. President is doing? Like you said earlier, hobnobbing in a marriage feast, like the emperor Nero, who was busy dancing while the empire was burning, and they don't give a damn because around where he lives, in the mosque area where the wedding party had took place, there is abundant security. So they don't give a damn what happens to Nigerians on the road or in the villages. They only care about themselves. If we allow this rot to continue, Nigerians will have your destinies in your hands.
Well,
take care of it and take care of it.
Barrister, before I let you go, really, from what you said, in other words, are you saying that aside the fact that a lot of opposition have said that with these consistent massacres, are they proofs that the security architecture of Nigeria has truly collapsed? Or are we seeing a lack of political will to wanting to get insecurity nipped in the bud? Because a particular headline struck me this morning, and that's on the Saturday Tribune, where well, I want to call him a header that was captured. He did say that the reason why they killed 3 forest rangers in Oyo State was because they arrested 3 Fulani headers. That's the only reason why they killed 3 rangers in Oyo State. And of course, his share of the ransom was just meager 10,000 naira. Is this political will that we're seeing in play, or is our security architecture truly collapsed to the point of no repair with this level of consistency of mass killing?
What has collapsed in Nigeria is not just the security architecture, but governance generally. Governance has collapsed in this country. Is it in the area of education? Is it in the health sector? For information, JOHES, which is the umbrella organization of all most supporting health staff in the health sector, has been on strike for about 3 months. So the health sector has collapsed. Public health sector. Is it education? Is it sports? Where in Nigeria can you say governance is working? So in Nigeria, apart from the securities architecture collapsing, entire governance has collapsed. And there is, like you said earlier, zero value for human lives. And the criminals are being appeased. The criminals who are there killing Nigerians are being appeased. And they are made to feel that they are untouchable. Why, if the government has realized that it is not, it has collapsed, or the security has failed in security-wise, why can't you empower the villagers, give them guns, track the guns to give the villagers to defend and protect themselves? No, it will not do that. Meanwhile, all criminal elements, all terror groups, all bandits know how to get guns easily. The people who do not have the guns are the innocent Nigerians. So the country has collapsed. It's just waiting for the death knell to roll or for the burial ceremony. But we cannot allow these characters to bury us with this country. Nigeria is a beautiful country, a very rich country. Now, if we all come together and say this country will make the top 10 in the world, in any field, Nigeria will do it. All we need to do is to get these rascals out of office and get the right people in government, and Nigeria will see the light of day. Thank you very much.
All right, and thank you so very much, Barrister Ezeluche, for your submission. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, we'll be talking about trends that made it to our table this beautiful morning. I will urge all three gentlemen to please stay by. Maybe we'll just touch on it 30 seconds or 1 minute before we wrap up the conversation. But let's take this very short break. When we return, we'll be jumping straight to trends. Please stay with us. All right, I'm glad to have you back. It's still the Saturday morning balls right here in Voice of the People television. Now let's jump straight to trends. A high-stakes confrontation has erupted between engineer Stella Ifeoma Okengu, the CEO of Win Homes Global Services, and prominent diaspora investor and Nigeria's Minister of Works, engineer David Umahi, amid allegations of sexual harassment, abuse of ministerial power, and contempt of court. In a widely circulated video on February the 6th, 2026, Okengu accused Umahi of a decade-long pattern of sexual misconduct, intimidation, and retaliation, claiming she has receipts documenting the abuse. The CEO also tied the allegation to a broader dispute over the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, accusing Umahi of illegally diverting the highway through Win Homes, Okwaja Estate, a $250 million diaspora-backed project, despite a pending court injunction. Okengu condemned the minister's actions as a threat to women's safety, investor confidence, and Nigeria's international image, demanding a Senate ethics investigation and his removal from office. The conflict has intensified amid Umahi's public denial and counterclaims, including challenges to Okengu's statements about the land and investment, while questioning the authenticity of our diaspora funding. Legal proceedings continue in the Federal High Court, with Okengu insisting the minister operates above the law, ignoring court orders to maintain the status quo. The standoff has sparked, of course, widespread debate online, drawing scrutiny over ministerial impunity, judicial enforcement, and the protection of women and investors in Nigeria, with fresh sexual misconduct allegations intertwined with massive financial and infrastructural stakes. The controversy has become a lightning rod for discussion on power, accountability, and the rule of law, raising uncomfortable questions about how far high-ranking officials can go before facing consequences. Well, we still have the gentleman in the conversation. Let me go to Benin City. Comrade, this accusation by Madam Stella Okengu is something that's quite disturbing, but some have said that even with the fact that she said she has receipts documenting all of the things she claimed as against the minister, still the Senate Ethics Committee has not questioned anything from the part of the minister. What do you make of this, really? Because this question of, I want to call, yes, sexual intercourse and all of those accusations of sexual abuse and all, do you think that Minister Umahi might go in for this, even though, according to her, she has documents?
Oh, in Nigeria? Nigeria is an unusual society. It is better we understand the scope of Nigeria, because most of us don't even understand. Nigeria is an unusual society, and one issue of sexual harassment is at this level. This society, we just finished the sexual harassment of the Senate president versus a senator. I think the matter is still pending.
Yeah.
And Madam Stella is still going back to the same Senate to go and discuss issue of sexual harassment. I wish she was close to me. I could have advised her not to approach the Senate, because she's not going to, there's nothing good that will come out from that matter. Because in this part of the world, sexual harassment is not issue that we have been taking very seriously, especially from those who are in government, the bourgeois, and those who are in the corridor of power. Once it happens, they have a way of trivializing it. They have a way, because if you take it holistically, how many of them have not been how many of them have not been accused of sexual harassment? They believe that once they are in position, that any beautiful woman around is what they can just toy with, is what they can pay. They see it as an entitlement, that since you are a senator, you are a minister, you are a governor, you know, any beautiful woman around is supposed to be for you. And that is how Nigeria have been run over the years. You know, when you are expecting the senators or the Nigeria Senate to now come and tell Madam Stella, well, we will look into this, your matter. It will not happen. Even when it happens, there are way and measures they will even use that you will even make it to know. And they will even tell the Stella to go, Madam Stella to go and apologize. Therefore, she going to this, it's not justice. They will not want to even listen to her. You know, that is the mentality. That is how we have been programmed in this country. That a governor is a minister. How many accusations have we not heard? What have happened at the end of the day?
Okay, comrade, thank you. Comrade, thank you. Because of time, sorry, I have to cut it that way. But let's quickly have Barrister chime into this particular discussion. Barrister, please, in 1 minute, so that we can also have Dr. Anosike's take on this before we close. Draw the curtains for
Yes,
the program.
Thank you very much. You see, that is why next time when we are voting, we should look at the moral fiber of the person who becomes the president. Because once the president is seen as somebody who is upright, every other thing falls in line. But when you have a president who has antecedents in certificate forgery, in identity theft, and so many other, even in paying fines or making forfeitures for drug trafficking related offenses, how else can you expect his ministers? The same Umahi was a man who was seen slapping another minister on the backside, a female minister. He was patting a female minister, Bianca, on the back in public. So these are shameless characters, and you don't blame them, because how were they appointed? So if we are really serious to address Nigerians' issues, morally, financially, politically, or whatsoever, at the next election, we should examine who is coming out for president, look at his antecedents, then be sure that when we elect a person who is morally, nobody's a saint, who is morally speaking, who is morally clean, then we can insist on his appointees being up to date. But these characters, come on. I mean, Madam, I really pity her, because it affects several factors. Even FDIs, foreign direct investment, will be worried. If foreigners if Nigerians who are in diaspora can lose over $15 billion due to government rascality, why will any serious-minded investor who is not a Nigerian think of coming to this country?
Okay,
so that is more reason let us throw these guys out at the next time we have opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Barrister. Dr. Anosike, just, I don't know, in one sentence.
Have you seen Umahi dancing at the adoration ground? Have you seen him?
I've not.
It was as if he wants to speak in tongue. Understand me? So these are people who we know very well. So for me, taking the matter to the Senate is a waste. it's a no-go area. If he has documents, let him go to the conventional court, even though there's no justice in the courts, in our judicial system.
Doctor, I was going to ask the investor confidence part, but Barrister also made mention of it a couple of seconds ago.
No, with this now, if I'm an investor and this is happening, I will not invest that in the country.
Anyways, so much to talk about. But our take, like we always would say right here, is that as citizens first, let's do right to ourselves, because doing right is making sure that you have your PVCs, and in the next election, voting your conscience, not on tribal sentiments, not on religious sentiments, but voting your conscience, because trust me, this is just one of the major reasons why we have some of the kind of people that we've experienced over time in government. And I'm really hoping that we'll get it right. Well, this is where we have to call it a close on a beautiful Saturday morning edition like today. Big thank you to every one of the gentlemen that did chime in the conversation today, from Dr. Peter Anosike, who of course is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, an erudite scholar, a philosopher, development economist, best-selling author, also an erudite commentator on economics, finance, politics, and power. Once again, thank you so very much, Doctor, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Also, I want to say a big thank you to Eze Eluche Esquire, attorney at law and public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much, Barrister, for being here as well. And also in our Billy Studios, Comrade Roy Oriabo, political and public affairs analyst and commentator, and of course, human rights activist. Thank you so very much, sir, for also chiming in on the conversation this morning. All right, then, we have to go. Thank you so very much to the guys that made the production possible, the amiable producer, and of course, our director and the sound people, the Angels person, the boss person. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who made it possible. But to you out there that have taken your time to see us today, we only would urge you to stay with us, because there are still awesome broadcasting right here on Voice of the People Television. You don't want to miss any of those programs that we have lined up for you on a beautiful weekend like this. As we go, I will always say this: don't allow the weekend weaken you. It's an amazing country that we have as Nigerians, but pray for it and also do right. David Edwin saying to have a beautiful weekend ahead.
I am Nena Ndomdioto, of course, to have a beautiful weekend as well.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsoon. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. My name is Vivian Uguche, and it's a pleasure to have you join us. So this is where we get to tell you all things trending and all things topical. And today we have lots of stories on the front burner. Chief among them is the charter online about electoral reforms. Now, a number of opposition lawmakers, including Senator Tambuwal, Senator Abaribe, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Aduaghan, and of course, Senator Ireti Kingibe, have come out to say that they are not party to what was passed by the Senate, that they actually vehemently reject what the Senate has passed, especially rejecting the transmission of results, electronic transmission of results. Now, that is gaining traction like mad online. Also, something that just dropped, it is fresh, but it is really, it has got tongues wagging online, is the fact that investigative journalist David Hundeyin has said that NADECO is a CIA project and that Nigerians were lied to about the late military dictator Sani Abacha. But first, let's take a look at how it's panning out regarding the first hashtag, electoral reforms. Let's go online, shall we? Yeah. So Omotayo Williams, by the way, is a pro-democracy campaigner. He's also a human rights activist. He says, breaking, Nigerian senators have stated at a press conference that the electoral reform bill passed by the Senate president was not the version approved by the Senate. They say they are shocked, just as Nigerians are, by what was eventually passed. Recall the fraudulent tax reform bill that was earlier passed into law. I warned about the consequences of allowing such manipulations to stand. I think we have Nigerian Stories also seconding this post by Omotayo Williams. Nigeria Stories says, breaking news, Senators Abaribe, Aminu Tambuwal, Natasha Akpoti-Aduaghan, and other opposition lawmakers say the electoral reform bill that was signed was not the version approved by the Senate, insisting that the electronic transmission of results must be retained. Now, Nigeria Stories picked this story, the video from Chooks. So let's head over to Chooks' page now and see what he's got for us. Let's go to Chooks' page. So Chooks says Senators Abaribe, Tambuwal, Natasha Akpoti, and other opposition lawmakers insist on retaining electronic transmission of results in the electoral bill. Now, he put up this video. Credit goes to News Century for this video. Take a listen, guys.
We felt, those of us who are still around, that it would be necessary to make a clarification of what happened yesterday, to put the records straight. Yesterday, the Senate did not, I repeat, did not pass transfer of results, which was in the 2022 Act. What we passed, and which the Senate President himself when he was doing a clarification sitting on his chair is transmission of results. And I need to make this very clear. Every one of us who is a senator, who has the privilege to represent a senatorial district, came here under the trust of their senatorial zone. And the reason for us to go into a closed session was so that we can tidy up all the niggling things inside there. And when we now come back to plenary to pass it, that we will pass it without any rancor. I can assure you, on my honor and the honor of all of us who are standing here, that both the Electoral Committee of the Senate, then the Ad hoc Committee of the Senate, and also in the executive session that we had, that we all agreed on section 63, which is electronic transmission of votes. Electronic transmission of results. Transmit, not transfer. What is in 2022 is transfer. And we don't want a law that is vague. We don't want a law that will be misinterpreted by anybody. We want a law that is clear, concise, and can be interpreted by all, and that is unambiguous. So it is electronic transmission of results. Yes, thank you. I think we can end it here because we've done what.
All right, there you go. I wanted it to sink in a little bit. Do you catch every single thing Senator Abaribe said? Contrary to what the Senate President has said, that it wasn't as if they totally rejected electronic transmission of results, but that they just retained what was in the 2022 bill and all of that. But Senator Abaribe is saying, no, that is not what's happening here, and that they are shocked as Nigerians. So netizens, Nigerians are responding to this particular hashtag. Let's take a look at what they're saying. It is hashtag electoral reform. Reactions now. So this is Benedict of 4 PhD says, why is it hard for the Senate leadership to put electronic transmission into law? We need to move forward in this country. Many countries have left us behind. Everything shouldn't be cheating. Let's do a free and fair election. For once, this will make our leaders to perform well, knowing that the chance of winning depends on performance, not robbery or rigging. Naughty Obedience says, where were they when the bill was being passed? Why can't they oppose immediately? And then Everything Politics says 31 voices versus 78 votes. This is why insisting in the Senate often means nothing. You can argue, shout, quote the law, but when the numbers are fixed, the outcome is already decided. What we have is not legislative debate, but legislative dominance. More reactions? So this is Ron Cole, who says, why will the Senate even oppose the live transmission of election results via BVAS? And then this is Ashiwaju Mourinho Fidelix, says, the Senate gives them a live transmission of the results. It is not like it will change anything. They know they are just looking for excuses ahead. Then Buchi says, Nigerians, it is time to stand up and protest. Even if the remaining opposition stays quiet, we the citizens can take action. All we need is our voices. If they mess with us, they will face the consequences. So it looks like this particular story is gaining momentum online and emotions are being aroused as we speak. But as this one unfolds, we will keep you posted. But what this means in a nutshell is that 2027 is gearing up to be a most interesting election year. I mean, it's not so far away from here. This is already February 2026. So We are keeping our fingers crossed to see how that one pans out. So, our next hashtag, Abacha. I gave you a little sneak peek at the beginning, but here is the full gist. Our investigative journalist, award-winning journalist, David Hunde, has done it again. Like I said, he said, NADECO, and in a short while, I'm going to be showing you what NADECO is all about. It's a pro-democracy group. And President Tinubu actually is one of the founding members. Now, David Hunde has come out to say that NADECO is a CIA project. He also said that most of the things Nigerians were told about the late Sani Abacha, military dictator, are all lies. So I'd like for us to have some basis, like foundation, before we take a look at the particular hashtag. So let's take a look at Sani Abacha. After that, we'll take a look at NADECO, and then we'll go to the hashtag proper. So Sani Abacha, GCFR, was a Nigerian military dictator and statesman who ruled Nigeria as military head of state from 1993, following a palace coup d'etat until his death in 1998. Guys, Abacha's, just keep this on the screen. Abacha's coup d'etat was the last successful coup in Nigeria till date. Now, the one that almost happened in 2025 was botched. So this was the last successful one. I just wanted to let you guys know. Now, let's take a look at the next page. Who did he take power from? It was the interim government of Chief Ernest Shonekan. So General Sani Abacha took over the government from Chief Ernest Shonekan for forcing his resignation in a bloodless coup on November 17, 1993, and establishing himself as Nigeria's head of state amidst political instability following annulled elections. Key details. Who was overthrown? Chief Ernest Shonekan, who led the interim national government established by the previous military leader, General Babangida, a.k.a. Maradona. Well, how it happened? Abacha, then defense minister, orchestrated a military coup, portraying it as a move to stabilize the country amid the crisis from the June 12, 1993 presidential election. Guys, you remember the June 12, 1993 election? It was the one that was named the freest and fairest ever in Nigeria's electoral history, and it was won by the late Abiola, who died in prison. Now, let's take a look at what NADECO is all about. It's the next post you're going to see now. So what is NADECO? The National Democratic Coalition, NADECO, was a prominent Nigerian pro-democracy group formed on the 15th of May 1994 to oppose military rule under Sani Abacha. Composed of politicians, activists, and retired officers, its primary aim was to demand the validation of the June 12, 1993 presidential election, widely believed to have been won by Chief MKO Abiola. Key aspects of NADECO include formation and goals established to end military dictatorship. Let me take that again. Formation and goals of NADECO was established to end military dictatorship, restore democracy, and advocate for federalism. Key figures, founded by figures such as Chief Anthony Enahoro, Chief Michael Adekunle Ajasin, Chief Abraham Adesonya, Chief Ayo Adebanjo. You remember Chief Ayo, who passed away in 2095, and Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Nigeria's sitting president. The resistance, it acted as a major force of civil resistance, often facing persecution, detention, and exile by the Abacha regime. Then activist Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now president, actually was on exile, at the height of it all. Went on exile at the height of it all. Now, legacy, it played a pivotal role in the transition to civilian rule in 1999, effectively achieving its main goal of ending military governance. But like we said earlier on, David Hunde is claiming otherwise regarding the legacy of NADECO, saying it was just a CIA tool. Now, let's do the hashtag proper. This is just laying foundation for what you're about to see. So let's go to the first post on X, hashtag Abacha. This is Business Elites Africa. And it says, I've had to admit to myself that almost everything I thought I knew about Sani Abacha came from poisoned sources. NADECO itself was a CIA project. David Hunde. Nigeria Stories has it as well. Let's take a look at the next one. So Nigeria Stories, again, is sort of echoing what Business Elite said. I've had to admit to myself that almost everything I thought I knew about Sani Abacha came from poison sources. Nadeko itself was a CIA project. This is David Hundeyi. And then Nigeria Stories picked this up from One Jobless Boy. So we'll take a look at One Jobless Boy's page now and how netizens are reacting to this particular story. Let's take a look at it. So this is One Jobless Boy, basically saying what the other posts are saying. But it's an interview, and if you take a listen to it, David Hundeyi is saying that Abacha actually was one of the best presidents, wasn't one of the worst presidents Nigeria had, that he actually saved monies for Nigeria. What is popularly known as the Abacha loot now, David is saying, was saved for the purpose of the country's welfare, Nigeria's welfare, because of global limitations then that weren't allowing monies to be kept for Nigeria. That's according to him. And then he named some other presidents as the worst, and that they were worse off from Abacha, worse off than Abacha. He also said Nadeko itself was a CIA project. So netizens are responding now. Let's take a look at the thread. It is hashtag Abacha. Like I said, this is just dropping. Dr. A. Churumbe says, those who did not live history tend to minimize history. This narrative of Nigerian history is false. I was a university student under Abacha. I had friends disappeared from OAU and never heard from again by Abacha's strike force. There were sanctions, but targeted. Fuel scarcity and kerosene scarcity was a regular thing. We were reduced to using Abacha stoves. We protested and were shot at and killed. We came out the next day to protest. Anyway, continue to whitewash history. One day, Tinubu's family would say Nigerians didn't know accounting. That's why he was collecting taxes with his personal company. Well, I'm trying to wrap my head around that one, but this is coming from Dr. A. Churumbe. Let's take a look at the next page. So, Ashana Wale says, where did Generals Babangida and Ernest Shonekan save Nigeria's money then? Am I missing something? Well, these are questions that are coming up after this particular post. Victor says, if David Hundeyi believes that money was kept in private accounts because Nigeria was locked out of the global financial system, then Chaguri has no case to answer, since the money he allegedly helped Abacha steal was kept in trust and returned to Nigeria under OBJ. The plot is getting deeper. This is Unyama who says, I found out they lied against Abacha about 4 years ago. More reactions. So this is Dr. Royal Laurel who says, few years from now, someone will tell Venezuelans that Maduro was a good man when they know what they went through during his reign. Please, you guys should leave us alone and focus on electoral reforms. 170 people were just killed. All these distractions are to what end? And then Enim says, I won't leave till you tell me the full story. Was he a good guy? Aha, $1 million question. More reactions? So this is Food Psych 24 who says, convincing Nigerians that bread is a type of stone would be easier than convincing them that Nigeria in itself is a CIA project. That settles it, right? So it is for and against, but it looks like most netizens are not buying this gist. But David Hundeyi is not letting up. He's continuing to push this narrative. Is it a conspiracy theory, or is this the work of a true investigative journalist? We'll keep our fingers crossed to see how this one pans out. Next hashtag now is hashtag Kwankwaso. Rabiu Kwankwaso, heavyweight politician, came forth in the last national election cycle, talking about the presidential election. It was President Tinubu, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now President Tinubu, and then it was Atiku Abubakar, Peter Obi, and then Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso also used to be an NNPP chieftain. He's no, I said used to be because the party has come out to say that he's been expelled. So it looks like he's partyless at the moment. Now, he was once upon a time a governor of Kano State, very popular, and then moved massively through a movement called the Kwankwasiya movement. Looks like that is still holding sway. So today, actually, he put up a post. He visited a market yesterday in Kano State. This market had been destroyed millions, properties worth millions destroyed. The market was razed by fire on the 2nd of February. Kwankwaso decided to visit, and it was a huge crowd that decided to come out to welcome him. So netizens are saying it looks like this man is still holding some serious sway when it comes to politics in the North and maybe Nigeria at large. Some are also saying, why don't you, join this momentum with that of Peter Obi to see if you can unseat the incumbent government, is what netizens are saying. I'm just paraphrasing or giving you a summary of what they said. So we'll take a look at the first post, and then we'll take a look at what netizens are saying. Hashtag Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso draws massive crowds in Kano amid political rift. On the 5th of February 2025, Kwankwaso visited Singa Market in Kano, devastated by a February 2 fire that destroyed 25 shops and 19 stores, worth hundreds of millions of naira. Supporters thronged his convoy, disrupting traffic before large gatherings at his residence reaffirmed loyalty to him and the Kwankwasiya movement. The events followed Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf's defection to the APC on January 26, sparking resignations and highlighting divided loyalties ahead of 2027 elections, with some reviewing the crowds as proof of Kwankwaso grassroots strength. Now, let's take a look at the post that Kwankwaso himself put up. So this is Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, and he said, "Thank you, people of Singa Market, Kano. May Allah reward and replace your loss with something much better. Amen. RMK." He put up this video. Take a look, guys. All right, it's a mammoth crowd, if you ask me. I can tell you that. Now, he actually visited the market today, not yesterday. So, hey, forgive me. It was this happened today. I think at about 1, if you take a look at the time of the post, I think it's about 1 p.m. today now. It's huge, I can tell you. It's a rousing welcome. And according to Kwankwaso, this just didn't stop at the market. The crowd actually welcomed him at his home as well. So what's up with Kwankwaso? What's happening? Is he going to join a coalition? Is it going to be a one-man riot? Is he going to be an independent candidate? Is he going to go back to the PDP? Is he going to join the ADC? Or is he going to join the APC? Netizens are asking lots of questions. Let's take a look at the reactions now. People are responding to this post Kwankwaso put up. This is a Jebo Hustler who says, "Oga, do it with Peter Obi. If you lose, you keep the momentum for 2031. If you win, hold him to the balls with his 4 years promise. There, his integrity will be tested." Let me take that again. If you win, hold him regarding his 4 years promise. There, his integrity will be tested, which I believe he will set a new path for Nigeria. Okay, I think what Ajabo Hustler is talking about is Peter Obi's promise to do just 4 years, 1 term, and leave if given the privilege of becoming Nigeria's president. And then Ajabo Hustler goes on to say, obviously, you know APC won't give you the VP ticket. And then Everything Politics says, guess what many of the people caught in these political games are? The same out-of-school children we keep talking about now. The same out-of-school children we keep talking about. Now they are grown, voiceless, and easily used. Wow. So Everything Politics is saying those are out-of-school children. I think I saw a number of adults in that, don't you think? Well, he said they are grown now. Adamawa Lastborn says, APC winning Kano, even with the governor's defection, will be very difficult. I don't know what Kwankwaso used to hold these guys. More reactions? So this is Jibril. Jibril says, if this man merges with Jonathan, the election will be over by 12 noon. 30BG girls, or 30BG's girl says, this man is really loved by his people. This is pure love and not paid crowd. There must be something spectacular this man did while in office that earned him such followership and genuine love from the masses. RMK's style of leadership while in office should be studied by others. For the Nature says, them still they hear this guy Gbedu. That guy go become one-term governor. And then Ayomide says, Oga joined coalition, nothing for you again in APC and divided PDP and NNPP. Well, that's it. That's the summation of it. Netizens are speaking regarding that one. You remember why he said that nothing for you in the APC? I mean, one of his godsons, talking about the governor, the incumbent governor of Kano State, just defected from the NNPP to the APC not too long ago, and he cited internal wrangling as the reason. Following that defection, Kwankwaso, I keep saying Kwankwaso, Kwankwaso has been crying foul. He said he was betrayed by Governor Kabiru, his godson. I don't know if he still refers to him as his godson. He kept saying he was betrayed, that wasn't the plan. But shortly afterwards, the NNPP came out to say, why are you even saying you were betrayed? It's not as if you're still in the party because the NNPP has expelled you. And then that last netizen you heard from also said, there is no place for you in the divided PDP. Divided because we don't even know which is which, even though we heard today that INEC has actually recognized the faction that Wike is sympathetic to. I'm talking about the PDP. So what's happening with the Turaki-led faction of the PDP? I mean, the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, is saying, look, it is no retreat, no surrender, forward ever, backward never. I mean, just yesterday, we saw them opening or beautifying a secretariat of the PDP in Oyo State. Even though Nyesom Wike has come out, I'm talking about the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike has come out to say that, look, give me the power to handle the PDP in Oyo State, I will diminish it and all. So it's a whole lot. Now, netizens are saying, is it the ADC you want to come join now? But Atiku Abubakar recently came out to say that Kwankwaso would romance with the opposition during the day and frolic with the president at night. So what is it going to be? What's going to be it for Kwankwaso is what I'm trying to wrap my head around. But let's keep our fingers crossed to see how it pans out. We move on now to the next one, which is #PDA. And this one involves Seyi Makinde. You know, I just talked about him. He is the governor of Oyo State, PDP chieftain. And he's the one that's been going head-to-head with the FCT minister, Nyesom Wike. Remember how not too long ago, Seyi Makinde had come out to say that he was in the room with Wike and President Tinubu, and Wike promised to hold down the PDP to pave the way for President Tinubu's re-election in 2027, even though Nyesom Wike, former governor of Rivers State and current FCT minister, came to say, look, hey, that's not right, that's not true, and all. Seyi Makinde has also been in the news because Oyo State has been marking 50 years, Oyo at 50, and it's been a series of events, one event after the other. So one of these events, there was this moment that was caught by the camera and posted online. It's gained lots of traction. So Seyi Makinde's wife was going to give him a peck. She was following what the host, the compare, was saying. She was going to give him a peck, you know, when they had said so many great things about Seyi Makinde. And Seyi Makinde just dodged the kiss. And people caught that. It was caught on camera and posted online. And Nigerians announcing, gosh, maybe this marriage is in trouble. That PDA is not for everybody. PDA being public display of affection. That's not for everybody. That Seyi acted well because he's a governor. I mean, it's a whole lot. Let me not detract from it. I'm just going to take you to X now. So you see how this hashtag is panning out. #PDA. Yaba Left Online has this one. Says, moment Governor Seyi Makinde refused to kiss his wife at a public function. This happened at the dinner and award night organized to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the state held on Wednesday. That's just yesterday, February 4. And they put up this video. So credit goes to Yaba Left Online for this video. Take a listen, guys.
Move close to him and give him a peck and say, thank you, darling, for a job well done. Your Excellency, take it, you have tried. Take it. Oyo State is great and it will continue to be greater. Darling, One word for your state.
Gosh, that is chilly. Oh my gosh. Did you notice how he tried now talking to her later on and she was giving him the silent treatment and the cold shoulder? Yeah, but hey, it is what couples do, right? But is this what couples do? Well, what are netizens saying? Let's take a look at the reactions. It is hashtag PDA. So Champagne Glass says, not everyone likes public display of affection, especially where there are kids around watching, and also considering how sensitive his position as the governor of a state is. Everyone is not like the dancing governor of Osun State. Kissing is an X-rated action. X-rated action? Well, according to Champagne, kissing is an X-rated action and should not be done anywhere or everywhere in public. The woman should have known better. I do know of countries, in the Middle East where kissing is banned in public. But Zoe says, but that's not the case in Oyo. Zoe says, people are over analyzing a 5-second clip. Seyi Makinde is a governor, not a Nollywood lead actor. At a state function with over 1,600 guests and 17 former governors, he's in official mode. Some men just don't believe in PDA, especially at a high-stakes anniversary dinner. Let the man breathe. Adedotun? Yes, Adedotun Kehinde says, public display of affection, PDA, is not for every partner and not at all public places. More reactions? So this is Angel Tony who says, but why would he refuse to kiss his wife? And Tiffy says, what if kissing his wife publicly will put attention on them and he doesn't want that? He is a governor. All right, so the debate rages on, guys. This is Key who says, people really notice every little thing. Some see it as cold, others as respecting boundaries in public. At the end of the day, a marriage isn't measured by public or PDA. It's about how they treat each other behind the scenes. Yeah, but also, body language also make perception key. I'm trying to, say it the right way, and I'm also trying not to take sides. Who knows? Maybe it's just Governor Seyi Makinde's personality. Maybe he doesn't want the PDA. But wouldn't his wife have known that? But then again, it's the fault of the compare. He was the one that told the wife to give him a peck, and she tried doing it, and she was rebuffed. But I'm hoping that this does not mean that there is trouble in the marriage, like some netizens are implying. We move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag extortion fee. From Oyo, we are taking it back to Lagos here. So we have a number of posts showing a bus that was on fire, and we were told that it was Agberos that had lit up the bus, almost burning passengers in it. Why? Because the driver refused to give them money. Now, there are sides to these stories. It's unfolding. We'll continue to keep our finger on it. And as it unfolds, we'll keep it posted. Let's take a look at the first post that's going to give us a background to it. Men set Lagos bus ablaze after driver refuses extortion fee. The video shows several men, some in helmets, dousing the bus with petrol and igniting it after the driver reportedly refused to pay Agberos. Street touts who demanded fees from operators. Okay, so they are actually describing who Agberos is, or who Agberos are, beg your pardon. Street touts who demand fees from operators. Posters claim passengers were inside or nearby at risk of being burned alive, though no official confirmation of casualties or motive has come from Lagos police or authorities. Agberos have long harassed drivers at transport hubs, leading to violence like past protests and clashes. And the footage has fueled online anger over the unchecked extortion that endangers millions of daily commuters. Now, if you've never experienced this thing this person is talking about, then thank your goodness that you've not. It's not an experience you want to have. But hey, let's go online now. This is a summary of how this whole hashtag is panning out. So let's take a look at the next post, shall we? We're going to X now. So this is Nigeria Stories. Says, Lagos Agberos set a bus on fire and nearly burned the passengers because the driver refused to give them money. All this has to stop. Nigeria Stories picked it from Somto, who is very active online and is always breaking news like this. So let's go to Somto's page now, just to do due diligence. The next post. The next post. So Somto says some Lagos Agbaru set a bus on fire and nearly burned the passengers because the driver refused to give them money. So Somto was the one that broke the news. Take a look at the video he put up.
Jesus! Now come collect money. They won't collect 5K. See. I go what I do. Jesus! Now come collect money. They won't collect 5K. See. I go what I do.
Netizens are reacting to this. Can you imagine how the passengers must have felt when this was panning out? Like they were in the bus and the bus was being doused with petrol and then set ablaze. Now, some people were saying that, okay, so why did the operator, the bus driver, not pay his fees? That is, if this is a legit, if this is a legit operation. So let's go back online now so you see how netizens are reacting. So Chike Chukura says, the reported incident involving Agbaru setting a bus on fire in Lagos is a stark reminder of the persistent and dangerous chaos caused by informal road taxis and local thuggery. The actions of these local touts demonstrate a severe lack of empathy and a disregard for human life. To nearly burn passengers alive over a refusal to pay money is not just chaotic, it is criminal and inhumane. By extorting drivers and damaging vehicles, they destabilize the transportation sector and increase costs for everyday commuters. Their might is right approach creates an atmosphere of fear, turning public spaces into zones of potential violence. For a city like Lagos that aims to be a global mega city, the unchecked power of street urchins is a major regression in urban development and security. Now, there's a concluding page of this particular post. Let's take a look at it. So this is the same post, the second page now. It says, the Lagos state government must move beyond temporary bans and occasional arrests. There is an urgent need for immediate and decisive prosecution of anyone involved in arson or extortion to serve as a deterrent. Scrapping manual, cash-based collections in favor of digital systems to eliminate the need for touts at parks and bus stops. The transport reform initiative mentioned by the Ministry of Transportation must be accelerated to protect drivers and ensure passengers' safety. Increasing the presence of Rapid Response Squad, RRS, at known hotspots to preempt harassment before it escalates into violence. Gosh, this is holistic. Thank you so much for this post. More reactions now. Let's take a look at the next one. So this is M. My Rosie. Wow. M. My Rosie says, although the Agbaros Act is very uncalled for, but why did the driver refuse to pay his revenue? Daniel Rega says, this is what happens when Agbaros feel above the law. Unfortunately, they have been pushed and placed on a pedestal that if this was to get to the authorities, I won't be surprised if the case is swept under the carpet. The difference between many Agbaros and bandits at this point is that bandits are heavily armed. God help us. We are our biggest nightmares. Jegbe says, it is high time the government took decisive action against the activities of Agbaros in Lagos, as they significantly contribute to the city's decline. It is concerning that addressing this issue remains so difficult. Now, based on these reactions, you can see that netizens are taking this matter seriously? Is it because it's what, you know, a Lagosian faces on a daily basis? Most of them, especially commuters who ply, you know, roads that would take them from their houses to their places of work. Now, we do hope that this incident is investigated and that perpetrators are brought to justice, right? We move on to the next one now. This just broke. It is hashtag National Prayer Breakfast. So POTUS, talking about the President of the United States of America, was at a national prayer breakfast, which, you know, it's a tradition of his, right? And he stopped to acknowledge our First Lady, Senator Remi Tinubu, because she was in attendance. And, you know, the story is getting momentum online. Like I told you, it's just breaking. The Vanguard has it as well as another publication. So let's go online now and so you take a look at the post. It is hashtag National. Can we take a look at the first post? Let's take a look at the first post. All right, before we come, these are the reactions. This is not what I want. The reactions has to come after the video. But before we take a look at the reactions, let's take a look at the video itself. Credit goes to the Vanguard for that story. Take a look at the video of President Trump, I should say, saluting Remi Tinubu.
But we're honored to be joined today by the First Lady of Nigeria, who also happens to serve as a Christian pastor at the largest church in Nigeria, a very respected woman. First Lady, please, where are you? Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Very respected person, too. Thank you. I'm also working tirelessly.
Wow. It's awesome, isn't it? Remember that not too long ago, Nigeria hired a US lobbying firm, you know, to actually take care of its image and to ensure that this hostility between Nigeria and the US is just taken away. But if this is a fruit of that, then gosh, this is, yeah. But hey, let's take a look at how netizens are reacting to that. It looked like Trump was really in awe of the First Lady, and he was looking around for her. But this is Senator Idris Haruna, who says, acknowledging a figurehead is not leadership while Nigerians face rising insecurity, economic hardship, and failing institutions. Our leaders focus on photo ops and foreign recognition. Real leadership is about protecting citizens and not improving lives, not seeking international applause. Let's take a look at the next post. There's another one that flashed on earlier on. I want for us to take a look at it. Yeah, thank you. So this is Emmanuel Uket, who says, this is the most beautiful thing I've seen today on the internet. God bless President Trump for honoring and recognizing Nigeria's First Lady. So it's, you know, for and against online right now. That's how this particular one is playing. Like you can see, Emmanuel Uket's response is coming like 30 minutes ago. Senator Idris Haruna is coming 39 minutes ago. So this is a fresh story, and netizens are actually jumping on it. Now, we'll continue to keep you posted as events unfold. Our last hashtag for today is hashtag Adekunle Gold. You don't know him, right? He goes by the handle Big Fish on X. But today he was waxing philosophical. You know, he's someone who's gone through a lot. He's a sickle cell patient who said he's survived the odds and he's okay now. He's got 2 kids and he's blissfully married to the love of his life, another very popular singer, Simi. So Adekunle Gold put up this post today and said he's someone who has encountered lots of challenges but refused to back down. Big Fish, Adekunle Gold says, take this advice from someone who's heard a lot of no's and a lot of silence. And he goes and says, do your thing alone if you have to. Put your heart into it and trust your vibe. Keep showing up even on the quiet days. It might take time, but you'll get there. You'll be fine. This post he put up has garnered about 150,000 views. and responses, actually. So let's take a look at some of the reactions to this particular one, shall we? Hashtag Adekunle Gold. So St. Michelson says, quiet days are the hardest. Showing up without applause builds something real. Still trusting that part. Yeah, I like it. More reactions? So this is Tina Brown, also known as the Logo Queen. Logo Queen says, emphasis on keep showing up even on the quiet days. Because trust me, in the beginning, it will look like no one is watching. It's just you. But if you can keep at it and not give up, things will eventually fall in place. I remember when I started putting my work out on social media, I consistently showed up for an entire year on Instagram and LinkedIn and didn't close a single client from those platforms. But guess who would keep showing up? Me. I don't know where I got that resilience. In December of 2023, there was a shift and the rest is history. If you come across this, I'm Tina Brown, a brand designer, and it's nice to meet you. Gosh, what a way to market herself. Let's take a look at the next post now. So this is The Secret LOA, who says, great advice. I do it always, even when I'm scared, even when I'm tired. I do it always. Even when I don't feel ready, I do it anyways. Even when nobody's cheering, even when it's easiest to stop, even when yesterday was tough, I do it anyways. One small step at a time. The next one. Yeah, so this is Ariella, who says, quiet days feel like you're not putting in effort. It feels like time is being wasted. But that's the thing. The quiet days are all part of the process. It will all work out the way you've envisaged, and you will get it done and get it done well. Ryan said, this hits hard. Progress is often lonely before it's visible. Keep building, keep believing, and keep showing up. Consistency has a way of turning silence into momentum. The quiet days don't mean you're off track. They mean you're becoming. Faith and Fortune says, that's the kind of advice you only earn by surviving the quiet seasons. Progress isn't loud. It's you showing up when no one's clapping. If you can stay true when it's lonely, you'll be unstoppable when it's not. Let's go and take a look at the reactions, because Elon Musk, the richest man on the planet right now, is in the mix somehow. Yeah, that's it. DJ Highness Busy says, Adekunle Gold also said, money no they bring happy. Until when I get money, I realize though. And then he goes on to say, I still don't believe them. What do you think? And then he put up this screenshot by Elon Musk, who said, whoever said money can't buy happiness really knew what they were talking about. This is Elon Musk, really, after hitting a huge milestone, right? This post, he just put it up today and it has garnered over 23 million views. Let's take a look at the next post so you get context as regards what Elon Musk is saying here. So this is him. This is Elon Musk. He said, whoever said money can't buy happiness really knows or really knew what they were talking about. Let's take a look at the next post so you understand how people are talking about this post Elon put up on X. Elon Musk reflects on money's limits to happiness. Updated 36 minutes ago. The post came days after SpaceX's valuation pushed Musk past $800 billion for the first time, amid his life with 14 children and high-stakes work at Tesla, SpaceX, and beyond. Replies poured in with support from Bill Ackman, urging him to value his impact, philosophical notes to faith, and loved ones from CZ and others. Plus humor like pleas for $1 million and the quip that poverty buys nothing. Critics dismissed it as a rich man's complaint, but many reminded him he is loved, tapping into studies showing happiness plateaus after about $100,000 a year. Now, this is where we get to wrap it up, because so much can be said about this thing Elon Musk just said. Is it that he's unhappy, regardless of how rich he is and all? We probably will look at that some other time, but this is the much we can take for now. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. But the bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. If you liked it, keep at that again with us, same time, same station, for another edition of Hashtags. Until then, I'm Vivian Oguche, and bye for now.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories. From missing funds to policy failures, we ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Oh yes, happy weekend. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us right here. It's a very big Saturday and I'm feeling very super excited to be on the show today. We have a lot to talk about. I'm very, very happy. There's a word like a very, you could say that on the show today. We have so many things to look into. One is a question we've been asking about the Nigerian Premier Football League, how far it's been and how well can we say our league is structured. We'll be looking into another one where we had the news about the South African side taking over the WAFCON tournament. To look into the Super Eagles news, Eric Kjell's contract. What's really going on? Is he leaving Nigeria or staying back with the national team? And would he be going to Tunisia, $100,000 and go to Gabon? These countries are just on the radar. And then we look at Nwabali's news. Stanley Nwabali recently, now we told you yesterday, which was Friday, that he submitted a bid that said, I want to leave. And the mutual contract and the very good agreement is being reached out that Stanley Nwabali would be leaving the Chippa United. Which side is the best for him? Would it be Kaizer Chiefs or possibly European side? We'll tell you on the show. And then Lookman's story, the Carabao Cup games coming up today, big Saturday. You know, you just have to see all of these games, how it would go. But don't forget on Sunday, which is tomorrow, will be a very super Sunday where we'll be seeing Liverpool playing at home against Manchester City, and that game is going to be very, very dicey. And Pep Guardiola, there's a news about Pep right now. We have, talking about Xabi Alonso, 6 Fabregas, who are on the radar, just possibly to replace Pep Guardiola when he leaves City, and that will be by the end of the season. We'll wait to know how the Spaniard will go on that. But with me on the show today, we have big man, I like to say sport experts on the show to analyze this and then make sure we get to the nitty-gritty of how the news goes. Some might be going contrary, some might be going my way, some might go the other way. Who knows what it is? But Ikechukwu is here with me on the show alongside Afis. That's the name I'm liking well, Ogubanjo. They'll be doing this with me. Guys, good morning. Great to have you join me this day.
Yeah, good morning, Kizi, and good morning to the viewers out there. Of course, it's a beautiful weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, games
Big
are
Saturday.
going down. Big game, Super Sunday, that will come up tomorrow. A big one for the title race in England. I mean, so it's going to be a very, very dicey one. But then, I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad to dissect all of it down. You're welcome to the weekend kickoff.
Okay, weekend kickoff.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, Kizi.
Yeah, okay, welcome.
It's good morning to our viewers. It's actually a very beautiful, cold, atmosphere right here in the studio. But hey, guys, I don't know what exactly to expect, but it's been a lot of conversation. I think one of the biggest conversations for me is, one of the things you talked about earlier in your opening remarks was the one that concerns the MPFL.
Yeah,
I just struggle to actually put my head around it. But it's so unfortunate seeing defending champions. And of course, you also know that, the team that looks like they're going to pick up the league this season as well, Rivers United, also struggled in the concluded CAF Champions League, and now they're topping the league. So it says a lot about what the defending champion of the Nigerian league will always do when they go out there and then come back following season. A lot of conversations around it. But hey, let's get the kickoff rolling.
Yeah, it's a weekend time. Let's get the kickoff rolling. We'll start with this one now. The question has been asked there, and we are asking question: what's really going on with the MPFL champions, leaders of last season, Remo Stars, Daniel Ogumodede and his team? His team is down the pecking order, if I recall, 17 on the log. Bad result, not a good one for our team. Now, what is really going on about the Nigerian Premier League? This is not the first time we've seen this, whereby a club side get to win the league, go home with the money, and return the next season not doing so well on the league. So, guys, you guys are analysts on this very one. You guys know deeply about this kind of thing. I would love to talk about the Remo Stars. So, what really changed? What has gone wrong with Remo recently? The coach or the team?
Yeah, if I could recall last week, we mentioned about the coach, Daniel Ogumodede,
right,
being on two sides now, being with the team, Remo Stars, where he should be originally, because that's where that's his club. But then he has a, kind of appointment with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and he's been there as an assistant coach. There was a time in the season where I think he went for a coaching course, where Remo Stars were not sure if he's still going to be the manager. But he came on and they also stuck with him and said he's going to be the coach. But since then, results have not really changed. We've seen him more with the Super Eagles of Nigeria than even with Remo Stars. And I'm still standing and saying that if he was there, I was telling Ikechuku just before we came on here, I said, look, there will be times where your team, they will really, really need you. You just have to be there for them. And if he was there, I'm still maintaining that if he was there on the touchline when they played Mamelodi Sundowns, maybe they could have gone far. He wasn't there, and they left it to a coach that really had little or nothing to know about the team. Yes, he was the assistant coach, but not as much as the head coach. But but generally they've been suffering, and there's been something also going on with the MPFL league. I mean, a lot is really going on. The investment has really been bad. Players are really moving. It's just hard for defending champions to defend their titles. It's like Kano Pillars were the last to do it. I think they did a three-peat. That was in 2012, I think 2014, or 2013 and 2014, where they did a three-peat. And since then, nobody has won it back-to-back. And it's just really been sad.
You sound like, if I listen to you well with everything you're saying, you sound like Ogumodede is a problem.
He's not the problem.
So what's the problem?
He's part
because
of
you
the
sound
problem.
like he doesn't have the time for his team.
He's part of the problem. I mean, Remo Stars, yes, they started the season poorly, but not this bad. They've lost 14. And this is their match week 24 just concluded. They are 17 on the log, and they've lost 14. It's really bad.
It's a relegation clause.
Relegation is
Do you see them being relegated? So people don't want to believe
I think as a match week 20, I'm like, okay, maybe they could still do something, but now I don't see them. I don't see them surviving. It should take a miracle, and that's sad to say that a team like Remo Stars, it will take a miracle. Yes, maybe they were not fancied before now. Some people are even saying that they won. There's a lot of theories about their title winning, but then that's gone. They won the league. They are the champions. They're defending champions. But from that position up there and now coming down, we are already talking about relegation. I mean, it's really sad.
Well, we see how that pans out. Remo Stars, very big side, good, decent football they play. We know how good they can be on a very good day and how far they've come. But the question is, what has gone wrong with Daniel Ogumodede and his team? Ikechuku, you can tell us about this.
So I think if we put it solely on Ogumodede's feet, it will be unfair.
Unfair?
Yeah, it's very unfair.
But he's the head coach.
Okay, so let's look at it this way, right? The Super Eagles coach is Eric Shell.
Right.
He's got two assistant coaches, two defending champions of the league, Rangers, and that's
given to him by NFF.
Yes.
And
given to him by NFF.
Yes.
Because he has.
But if you look at the table, Rangers is somewhere around the third.
Oh.
We can look at the table. Look at it.
Okay. Right.
Well, Ikechuku is not the manager.
He's the coach of Rangers.
There's been a turnaround at the club recently.
After the championship, after AFCON, that's when they came.
Yeah.
So I mean, between when he left for AFCON, and after the AFCON, just immediately after the AFCON, of course, you recall that when he came back from AFCON, Rangers celebrated him as the coach just returned, right?
True.
So everything that happened all the while, it means Rangers was still very much moving, progressing.
Even without him.
So it means that, again, another question we should ask ourselves is, if this thing happens to Remo Stars, and the management is not hollering, shouting, going hard on Ogumodede,
because no one is talking about
it means they sanctioned it.
Okay,
it means they don't have problem with it. It means the management welcome it. So see, the thing is, the way Remo Stars as a club is being run, right? The way they run the club presently, the way Osama programmed the team, the team structure is simple. Beyond Limit Academy produced these players.
Yeah.
These players get their first league experience before going to Europe. That's what Remo started. So they were so fortunate at that point that they have qualities of players that can actually do it, and they went all the way to win the league.
So now no qualities.
They don't have the quality. Aside that, they don't have the quality. The Nigerian league itself does not even have the quality.
Okay.
See, let's put it this way.
So what do they do with the money they win? Sometimes, like no market survey, no market movement.
See, the thing is, the money they make like, after winning championship, first it goes into logistics.
Okay.
You know, put the club together, stadium infrastructure, all those stuff.
What about transfer?
And then transfer.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, the question is this: how many top Nigerian league players? How many players can you look in Nigerian league and say this guy's a top quality? It's not like we don't have.
Yeah.
We saw their showing. Yes,
we
saw their showing in just concluded champ.
Yeah.
Back in the days, we had certain Romanos or Jinta playing in the league. Obin and Wanere. We saw these guys playing for him, but you know, we said this guy is actually good enough to play for the Super Eagles.
Yeah,
when they get called up, we know they have the quality.
Yes.
But today we don't have that anymore. For example, look at the Super Eagles today. How many of the players? I'm not talking about the ones that were born abroad. I'm talking about the ones that actually cut their teeth here. How many of the players that are in that particular team played as a top flight Nigerian league player before moving abroad? Is it Victor Osimhen? Wilfred just had a very short stint with Rangers.
Yeah.
He didn't even he wasn't a first team player. Rafael Medika also. So it means that the league is not even helping to develop these players.
That's the point.
That's exactly what the problem
That's
is.
what it is.
Even Stanley Nwabali didn't even make it here before he left.
Yeah, he didn't make it. He played for Castina.
Exactly.
Still didn't get himself.
So that's exactly where the problem. The league is suffering. Last season, the champion of the league, Remo Stars. This season, the champion of the league is most likely going to be Rivers United. At the end of the way they are going.
Yeah.
We saw how terrible they were in the Champions League.
Yeah. I was even about to even blame it on even inexperience too, because I don't think Rivers United will go down this lane of being relegated or maybe in the relegation space. I think Rivers United can still do a top 10 even if they're not defending the league.
Again,
they can do that
because of the structure. Remo Stars has the structure of keeping these guys out.
Yes,
they have the structure of keep, and that's how Sonome wants to run his club, because these guys will definitely, when you ship them out, money will come. You keep running his academy. Yeah, that's
but everybody knows it will be so bad to see a Remo Star relegate and alongside Beyond Limit. See, I will agree.
He will not want to. He will not want to them
because you know the league is so. I don't know, the word is bad. That's the word, because we've not seen where people sell slots. It's not even to talk about. Beyond Limit came out the other time. It was Remo Beyond Limit in the league, and they had to sort it, and they got back to the more like academy. They are growing themselves. He has a connection with the Michelin, the Portuguese, whatever. But looking at Remo Star and how far they've come, like Afiz rightly said, I would want to say, no matter how bad you've been, Ikechukwu, you can't be in 17.
Easy. See.
Do you understand my point? They say, let's in one word, what would you say? You can't point out the blame on the league. The league is it's bad, but somebody wins it. So in one word now, why is Remo Star not doing well this season?
It boils down to the quality of players.
Top to the bottom,
See, let's be very honest with ourselves. The heirs of the late 90s that dominated European football, right? Most of them came from the academy, right? But they're still pushing players from the academy. Why are they not dominating Europe? They don't have those golden generation again. These guys that won the league with Remo Stars are perhaps their golden generation of players.
Is that how we're going to keep saying it all the time?
Because the league has failed to develop and keep top talent. Because iron sharpened iron. Imagine these boys now, right, from Remo Stars are playing against top Imba players that are good enough to play for the Super Eagles. They will definitely develop their game.
Okay, guys, let's leave that phase. More reason why we saw Mamelodi Sundown took off, like the word is stunned Nigeria. Here, home and away, they dominated.
That was too much.
It was too much to say. A team competing at a high level, Mamelodi, we did see them at the Club World Cup, decent team, no comparison. They are far better than the Remo Star side. But let's talk about one that is really, really going on right there in Morocco. It's no longer news. You already know that lady, Mape, has taken it upon herself and then saying, no, it's our turn to host this one. And the question has been, if we had seen Morocco host the Nations Cup come this year, it will be 3 times in a row. So why is everything going Morocco? That's what people stood out and say, no, the violation, more like I say, the 2030 World Cup has leapt off their hands. And they are also going to be losing out this year. They will be hosting. That's the lady you have on your screen. She's the one in charge of this very big talk. And she has made sure that the South African ladies will be hosting this one. But how good was it to see Morocco losing out on this very well? Because it's been really Morocco. Nice place to be, but the last Nations Cup they had, the male category was poor. Officiating and everything was poor for me.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's actually a case of South Africa stepping in for Africa at this point, because a lot of persons have been clamoring.
Stepping in for Africa.
Yes, a lot of persons have been clamoring for a change. I mean, everything has
stand up and speak out.
It felt like the world of football in Africa is revolving around Morocco.
But how did they get it? How did they do that?
So it goes back to what Africa is at this point, right? How interested we are in football and how developed we are in terms of economy. Because now it takes a lot when it comes to hosting a tournament, infrastructure-wise. You have to do a lot of things, put so many things in check, security and all of that.
Right.
So South Africa is one nation. You look at their league and this is a very top league. South Africa league is bigger than the Moroccan league when it comes to African football.
Right.
So, yes, they have what it takes to actually host a female tournament. And if you look at one of the reasons why Morocco actually decided to actually step aside, it was because people are actually talking about the way they actually officiated and handled this just concluded AFCON. And people were like, okay, if they can actually do this in AFCON where all eyes are on them at that point, and then you expect them to actually do the same thing against in a female tournament, then definitely they'll most likely just pick up that tournament, and that's exactly what the problem was.
Yeah.
But then Morocco got angry and said, you know what, we're actually pulling out of this particular tournament. Although CAF is yet to actually come out to officially say it is happening.
Yeah, true.
But then South Africa's Deputy Minister of Sport, which is Pismabe, just came up and said, you know what, we are actually taking over this particular thing. And trust me, I know from the body language that Morocco has decided to actually let it go because of But the big thing here is that whenever a tournament is supposed to be staged in a country and the host country decides to pull out without having what is called a force majeure or something they cannot, like earthquake or issues that they cannot really control, it's going to come with sanction.
Okay.
Yes, it's going to come with sanction because the 1996 Nations Cup that was eventually hosted by South Africa was supposed to be hosted by Kenya, and Kenya actually decides they can't actually host it because of infrastructural problems, and that got them sanctioned. It made them also miss the AFCON in 1998. So it's going to be huge. If it happens that way, they should be sanctioned.
They should be sanctioned.
If it
I'm
happens,
liking the word they should be sanctioned because you sound like there's a possibility they might not be sanctioned.
Yeah, they qualify for the tournament as hosts. So definitely, if another team is hosting,
so because they fail to,
either maybe they will be quitting the tournament, or because it's not going to make any logical sense that look, you qualified as host, you didn't play any qualifying games, and now you've been stripped of the hosting rights. Then you should either leave the tournament
or. So this is about CAF being fair here.
So now first,
in a way, yes.
First, CAF has to actually look at the whole thing and then decide, okay, finally South Africa is going to host it, and then appropriate sanction has to go to Morocco. It's norm across the world.
It should be so.
Exactly. I mean, the championship was supposed to be hosted this year, right? It's supposed to be held this year. So if that championship has to be held this year, you are stepping out now. I mean, how long are you giving every other nation to plan? So it means you're actually putting CAF in the fix. And this goes back to CAF. Now going forward, when they want to host a tournament, they should leave the bid open for every country. I don't think there's too much trouble in Africa that we cannot host a female WAFCON. I don't think we need too many stadia at this point. The team that plays WAFCON is not as many now as that plays the male. So we can still very much host WAFCON in Africa across African nations. It's all about supporting. Yes, we know that there's the money being voted for this tournament is not as big as AFCON, but then we just need to find a way to ensure that they cut that Moroccan independence.
I think it's a big call, Akizi. I think it leaves us more questions than answers. I mean, when Pismabe decided to do a Mabrizio, and the minister also coming out to debunk the statement, saying that look, you have to go through the normal process. I think there's something that is missing. There's something that maybe the CAF president Mosepe is not saying, and it looks like it's in a fix because the Moroccans just decided that look, I want to look at it from an angle of saying there was a lot of backlash coming from the hosting of the AFCON, and including them also going, passing a petition to CAF that's saying that they want Senegal to be stripped of the title. Since they didn't get that, then I felt that maybe now said, look, we've been the one hosting our tournaments. Now we want to pull out since we didn't, attend to our needs, forgetting that they are going to be sanctioned for that.
But if a nation pulls out, that's a very big ban.
It's very big.
It's big.
That's what I think
where you're coming from is the part of we love Patrice Motsepe, what he has done so far. Before this tournament, I must say I've been a fan, but we started seeing a different Motsepe.
Motsepe is just a businessman.
You think so?
He doesn't understand, the emotions that comes with football.
sport,
It's just like people managing Manchester United. They're really not interested in results. All they want to see is the revenue, and that's exactly what.
That's Chelsea as well.
And we also agree. We also agree that what's happening in African football recently, the revenue has really come up. Musepe has been able to do things.
Yeah, true.
This AFCON is a
For him, it's all about the revenue.
Anyway, it comes, but just the revenue.
It really doesn't pay more attention to the emotions of the people, and that's exactly where it's really going to get it very, very hot. But if you look at this hosting issue, in totality, you understand that what Musepe has done, what Morocco has done, is a big slap to Africans, and we need to actually sit back and now ask ourselves. I think the reason why Morocco took this decision is because it's just female football. I mean, with due respect to female football, it is what it is. It's just female football. What's the worst that can happen? Let them just ban us. I mean, just one tournament, I will come back. And that's that. But I don't think they would have done it if it were to
the male category. Okay, so let's see how Patrice Musepe handles this. We know why we call the name. This is about South Africa and Morocco as well. That all of the nation. Not the first time we've seen people come out to say, let's speak up, let's fight for our right. They can't be going Morocco all of the time. But from Morocco, we get into the Super Eagles news. The Nigerian Football Federation has told us that everything looks to be in contact well. Everything feels to be okay with Eric Chell's contract. There's a news about the Franco-Malian extension of his contract, so we have to wait to know if that goes. Don't forget, we have one Nigerian who since last week have been on this news. He's taking the upon himself and saying, no, we need a local coach. And if he stands for today, let Eric Chell leave. Talking about Savannah, he's been on the show all of the time, talking and saying we cannot win we can't even win anything with the foreign coach. And he's even saying we cannot even be in the next World Cup, not even the one coming up month's time, the 2030 World Cup, if we don't have a local coach. He got me to ask question, which local coach do we have at this point in time to compete with the Franco-Malian? Now, the NFF is saying Eric Chell's contract will be saved. We will seal it up. We've seen countries, the Tunisian side, the Angola, the Gabon, all wanting the Franco-Malian. Now, Eric Chell has upped his game, profile-wise. Now, let's look at Eric Chell from the fact that he did the quarterfinal with Mali, right?
Yes.
2023.
Yeah.
Okay, playing 2024. With Nigeria, he did the semi-final. That's, it's a big profile for Eric Chell. Are we going to see the NFF pay Eric Chell that same amount of money that we are thinking just maybe he might get in Tunisia? Or, because Eric Chell said something, he said, I'm a fan of the Super Eagles since 1990.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason why I want to leave if they can pay me well.
I think this is all down to the NFF. I mean, I don't understand what the NFF
are waiting for.
Yes, I don't understand what they are waiting for. But my first question is, even if you want to drag a new contract with him, if you want to give him a new contract, say, okay, this is what we're paying you higher than what you've been paying before. Have you settled what you were paying before? That's the first question. Because it's beginning to look like they are tapping on this man's love for the Super Eagles players. Because he's saying that he wants to stay with these players. The players also want him. You could see the body language of the players during the AFCON. They want to play for him. When they lost to Morocco, they were devastated because they wanted this man to win something. We could see it from the body language of Alex Iwobi. He so much loves the manager. He was very, very clear. Well. And for him to reject teams that are actually going to the World Cup, the likes of Tunisia, they had to go and get another coach. So it shows that this man wants to stay with the Eagles. Now, this is where the NFF comes in. They are looking like they want to capitalize and play on this. Okay, you want to play. We know you want to stay. That's your biggest job.
And he's saying he wants to stay.
Yes. I think he should still consider other teams. Maybe then they will take it serious. Yes, because he's looking like they are not taking him serious. They're not taking him serious.
Okay.
They have not paid him what they are.
Is he going to consider them
they want to give him
as a threat or as a real one?
Maybe I think he's going to get.
Because I believe what you're saying. They are saying it's clear that he loves Nigeria. He wants because this man ready to take a pay cut. If you the way he's going, $55,000 what they are paying him, and yes, they owe him. And some nations. So if you look at national team quality, you can't compare Angola and Gabon to Nigeria. Yeah. So he knows. It's like a man that knows what he's won, not thinking about the money. Believing the money will come, but look at the NFF. These people are very strong.
See, you see that last statement you mean, the NFF, that's just it. Because if this man is showing the love, they will tap in on the love and say, look, okay, so because trust me, every contract extension will come with an increase in salary, right? So if you are extending his contract, saying, okay, 55 to 65 because he has earned it, right? They put this man in a line of fire. Yes, he didn't get the World Cup tickets, even though that one is still angry in the balance. And he did what he did at the AFCON, third place. Definitely, he wants an extension, right? Good. Let's say even if it's 55 to 65, have you paid the 55? That's the first question.
But you want him to
He's going to get all messy when this man speaks up and say he wants his money first before you extend any contract. And he still wants to go.
It doesn't look like he can do that. He looks quiet. I don't know.
World Cup is in June, right? Ivory Coast might see for an Ivory Coast that even sack the manager during a tournament. They can sack a manager and say, look, we want a new manager before the World Cup. They can come for him. And I'm still thinking that when he starts considering other teams, maybe that's when the NFF will take him serious. Because right now, I only feel like Super Eagles will get better with an Eric Chell. I don't see a new manager for now.
All right.
So the thing is, if Eric Chell is not complaining, I don't think we should complain. We cannot cry more than
but we want him. That's why the fans are talking.
Him and he wants us.
For the fans to... He wants us, but he's not talking.
Don't you want him?
See, the thing is, it's not about whether I want him. I'm not the one that will pay him.
Yes, right. But you would like to see Eric Chell on the touchline. If
Eric Chell wants to work for free, it's not my business. No, I have to say it.
It's diplomacy.
He's not complaining.
Yes.
Right?
Of course, that's
If he's not complaining, if they decide to give him $20,000, he wants it. If they decide not to pay him for the ones they are owing him before and want to extend his contract and he decides to actually agree, that's his business. What I want to concentrate on is Opala's statement.
Oh, okay.
The truth is, if you look at the glory days the Super Eagles have enjoyed, in fact, how the Super Eagles became the Super Eagles today, because it started as the Green Eagles when West Africa actually took over, right? It was their performance in Atlanta that made them the Super Eagles. Now, the manager who made those things happen, these guys are not even Nigerians. From Clemens Westhoff to Bonfrey Joe to Philip Truze, these guys are not Nigerians. I understand the sentiment Opala is actually bringing because he was part of the backroom staff of 2013 winning championship side.
Right.
I 100% understand. But the truth is, let's tell ourselves what the truth is. If you've been following Nigerian football, there's something about the Nigerian player. There's something about an average Nigerian. In fact, there's something about an average African.
That's not the respect.
It has something to do with, elitism. We have issues with respecting our own skin person. And that's what it is. The Super Eagles players have shown this. Apart from, I don't know how the big boss managed to do it.
Yeah.
Because, of course, he's got that,
that quality.
That quality, yes.
Yeah.
It has to be.
He's a mafia.
It has to be too exceptional. Absolutely. It has to be too exceptional for you as a person to actually manage. And that was why the best set of Super Eagles we saw in the Super Eagles before Odegbende actually took over the job was also managed by this same man and the late Ahmad Tribal. I mean, both of them are blessed memory today. So there's something about him and how he is able to actually rally around the troop. After that particular time, we've successfully seen our first Nations Cup was given to us by Otto Gloria, a Brazilian.
Right.
So we've not enjoyed success until 2013 from a local coach. The truth is, a Nigerian cannot do it. That's what it is. We don't even have equality in our league today. There was a time we were clamoring, we were saying, all our players, all our coaches, they should, all the ex-internationals that are interested to actually, manage the Super Eagles someday should actually move out. Even if it's Division 2 in other countries, grow yourself, win the league there. Look at what Fabregas is doing in Como. Now we are hearing talks
and it's taking its time.
Exactly,
taking your time.
That's exactly what it means. Go and understudy managers. These guys, many of them even play. Look at Mikel, for example. Let's say Mikel has it in him to become a coach someday. I mean, he's a top player for Chelsea. His history will never be forgotten in Chelsea.
Written off.
All he needs to do is to go be part of Chelsea backroom staff. We have players who have played to that level. Why are they not doing it? That's exactly how you grow. But hey,
even taking it too far. I mean, the story is already showing itself. When two managers that won league back to back, they are assistant managers in the Super Eagles. So what are we saying?
So that's exactly
it's just so clear.
It means
for two managers to negotiate a league, the league of the country, and they are assistant managers.
What could Opala be thinking? Let's even try to get some sense from him.
Yeah.
Is he in any way making sense? I know it's his opinion, but isn't even if he wants yes. Who would you say? Who is that one person you can say now? Or is he talking about himself?
Let's talk about Opala.
No, let's say.
If he wants the job.
Because one thing now is, personally, I've not had a chat with him, but I feel like he won the Nations Cup as a player. He won the Nations Cup as an assistant coach. So maybe he might be talking about himself because he keeps saying no foreign coach. Is he? So what could he be? Is it him?
So it's time. It's time. Let's look at the man Savannah Opara.
Yeah.
Right. He was part of the golden generation of Rangers players that won the league immediately after the Civil War in 1970. Right. And then he was also part of the Super Eagles players that did it 10 years after.
Yeah.
Right? So yes, he's been part of the culture. He understands that we've got huge talent in us. And he was part of a team that actually won the 2013 Nations Cup that was led by homegrown ex-international himself, Dan Dibola Mokachi.
Is that what he wants to say?
So he believes that the culture will always be by the culture will always be best managed by people who are homegrown. But let's look at the X-ray of the Super Eagles that they managed, the coloration of the players that they managed, and what we have today. How many of those players in 2013 were foreign born?
Yes.
That's a pinnacle.
That's a big question.
So now, how many of the players that we have now today are foreign born? So it means that the Wobbies, the Kabimbasis, these guys don't have the Nigerian identity in terms of play. I mean, not disrespect to them, but it is true. They were born outside the Lokman of this world. These guys were groomed by foreign nations. So you don't expect them to have that Nigerian thing in them. So if you even take a Nigerian coach to them, these guys have seen exposure that is way bigger than whatever it is that you are bringing to them. And that's where, a man, I mean, Eritrea is not even a 100% Malian. He's a Franco-Malian. So, and he has huge experience, playing abroad as a player in France. So, whatever it is he's doing, that's exactly why if you look at the players that we've been talking about, keeping Eritrea, these guys are the foreign born because what he brings and how he relates to them.
It's a foreign football.
Exactly what they would. I mean,
dominance power.
That's exactly what it is. So, if Okola is speaking, he's actually speaking from the premise of, okay, yes, I've done it before, I've been part of it, but he should look at, the identity of the players they manage and what these guys are,
Are the coaches even covering themselves in glory? I mean, for a Nigerian manager that has seen everything, he has played, and for him to come outside and mention what I feel is
okay, so let's keep going. The time is, I don't know if we can ever have that opportunity to give our own coach that time, because if I want to be factual to say on the show, Stephen Kechi, that's memorable. You wouldn't say he can win the Nations Cup, not until he did it. So if we are ever going to do that, we must give that time to that coach. Let's even sound Nigerian on the show today. But quickly, Chippa United news. We have to just talk about Stan Nwabali in a bit. Nwabali wants to leave Chippa United. Good development for him personally.
Good development, but for me, I'm looking at the club that wants to sign him. This is somebody.
Anything away from Chippa. Chippa is down now. Chippa is too down.
Is it true?
No, come on.
But because that's 70, because that almost 80 goals in 4 years. Close to 4 years.
So you expect it for the team
he needs to leave. The club side is small.
For the team is playing.
For Super Eagles #1, he needs to
leave. But for me, I don't understand where Chippa is coming from, because they actually rejected about 8 million rands from Simba. I think he should have gone to Simba.
Yes,
Simba and Chippa United are not the same level when it comes to African football. So I was expecting him to go. Maybe that's what he's saying and saying, look, I want to leave. I can't be here.
No,
they are even bottom of the table now.
Yeah, he needs to leave.
In the Premier Soccer League too. So for me, I think Nwabali should be. But all the talks about Europe, they should take it easy. I don't think it's that high of quality.
You don't.
As much as no, of course, he can actually go to Europe. I mean, see, for me, right? I think maybe his age, right? Maybe his age. Maybe that's why a lot of European clubs I will be looking at, his development. Maybe they'll look at him. Is there anything really?
But he's a goalkeeper. I mean, 2 seasons is not bad enough.
Yeah, but
yes, he's a goalkeeper.
Goalkeepers even do better even when they are aging.
If you look at the trajectory of Vincent Nyama before he left, Africa, it was not just the best player. I mean, not just the best goalkeeper in Nigeria. Yeah. It was the best goalkeeper in Nigeria, the best player in Africa. If you recall, when they gave Player of the Year, they gave him the best player, not just goalkeeper alone. So it was outstanding, and he left.
But come on, everybody can do.
No. What I'm saying is, at the time Nyama was leaving,
he's showing Nyama antics now.
Yes,
sleeping on the ground.
At the time Nyama was leaving, it was expected that this guy is going to actually dominate. A lot of clubs that were actually coming, and he stayed a long time in Enyimba before he left. Yes. For Stanley Nwabali, he's shown that he's got quality as a goalkeeper. I mean, the number of errors he's shown as a goalkeeper is not that much. It's expected from even top goalkeepers.
Because we've seen clubs side also in the championship. I think last 2 seasons they're about wanting him. But why I said Nwabali needs to leave? Super Eagles.
He should leave.
The Nations Cup showed a lot about Nwabali.
Even the Nigerian goalkeeper that never really made it as a Nigerian #1 goalkeeper. What's this other guy? He played in Akpeyi also at that point even played for Kaiser Chiefs.
Yeah, but it was not #1.
But
it was not #1.
At some point, he got a very good
that was when Kune was injured.
Yes, he got a very good run of games.
Yeah, he got a good run. But they were calling for Kune to come back. So that one was bad for me.
So for me, right, I think Simba would have been the best place for him, because if he had played for Simba, expected that he would play CAF Champions League season in, season out.
Yes.
Simba is that thing that you always see. But the big question why I would look at Simba again is the quality of Tanzanian
league. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Of course.
But I think it's better than nothing because I mean
The Betway Premiership is bigger than the Tanzanian league.
Okay, so let's go on now and talk about Ademola Lookman. I call this one Adebobo. I'm a fan of Lookman. What he did on Thursday was great. Was nice to see Lookman stole the show himself, paired with Anton Griezmann there. I think we're going to see a different kind of Atletico Madrid just to fine-tune his gameplay. They're good barriers, you know. Rodrigo de Paul, I like the team. You know, Gallagher has left. And if you watch the Simone Son is also on fire. I like the team and how they've built. But looking at Ademola Lookman, some of this has come to say that his move might have just saved Nigerian football. Where is this say coming from? Sounds cool, even though I understand.
Yeah, very well. You see, every single thing that happened, or every single major event that happened in football, has a way of actually, you know, promoting or demarketing, you know, a particular country.
In every transfer.
Every single time, every major event, either be the transfer or you win a championship. For example, after France won the Nations Cup in 1990, I mean World Cup in 1998,
right?
There was a flurry of French young players across Europe. Even today, they are even yet to recover.
Right.
Lots of them were the most sought after players.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it happened.
That's big.
After Argentina won 2022, young players from Argentina started moving in June. Mastantuono, every single person who wants to hear, oh, is it an Argentine? That's what it brings. Nigeria had a very decent championship in Morocco. All eyes was, you know, on the Super Eagles in that particular championship. Now, the biggest character when it comes to our attack, I mean, in terms of creativity and how he's actually conducted himself in Super Eagles, is actually making a big move to you know, Atletico Madrid. Now, when they see him playing Atletico Madrid, agents will sit back and say, okay, is there? Let's get to find out if there's something like, if we can have similar quality like this in the age grade tournament. Now, any Nigerian player that is moving from either, you know, the academies in Nigeria or any part of the world, if you're moving to Europe as a young player, agents will look at you with respect because they now have top player playing in the league. One of the reasons why Nigerian football was actually respected in the early 90s was because we have players playing for club side like Ajax, Inter Milan, Arsenal, Paris Saint-Germain, top clubs, even Chelsea. So they will always respect it. Another thing it does for you, again, is that you know that the FIFA ranking changes every month. And sometimes there will be no FIFA activity, but it still changes regardless. People will go up and people will come down. It's because of top quality players playing for top quality side. Because your ranking moves based on the number of players you have in top leagues. And the one that saved us on that particular end. So I think it's actually a very big move. And for players now, you as a young player will now start aspiring that okay, I can play even in Real Madrid.
So let's get it right. Lookman playing under Gianpiero Gasparini. We know the story. He had a fallout. Ivanovic came and then Palladino as well was the only coach who tried to fine-tune his game. His heart was out of the Lades. He doesn't want to play for Bergamo because it was clear. But Afid, let me tell you, let's talk about this part now. Lookman, like Ikishikuru said, do you want to agree on the part? Because I want to go with what you're saying. That the Nations Cup played... No, I want to go contrary, sorry. Yes, of course. Partially, do you agree that the Nations Cup played a huge role in his move? Or have Lookman been watched before now, closely, knowing that his contract with Atalanta is almost going off? Remember, Fenerbahce also came, but his body language shows, I don't want to go to Turkey. I don't want to go to Turkey. So would you say the Nations Cup played a huge part in his transfer to ATM?
I think the Nations Cup was just like a boost for him because this was someone that was already in the market, and he was already suffering from the internal relationship with the coach and the club
and the board.
But definitely, one of the reasons that caused a transfer fracas at Atalanta was the fact that they refused to sell him to Inter Milan. I think they gave him a contract saying that he was not going to move to a rival club. So he was already marketable at the point, and a good one. He took, the African Championship by the scruff of his neck and gave him good performances, right? I mean, about 7 goals and assists in 3 games. That was enough for him, and not just him. A lot of African players, even those that didn't get many minutes. I think one is Tochukwu Inadi. He got a move to Olympic Marseille. So for the Nigerian players, Onyeka's also gotten a move too. So I think good one generally. So I think yes, the AFCON was a boost, but it was already marketable even before the AFCON. But he just took the AFCON by the scope of.
So do you think he scored? Do you see him delivering?
He has. I mean, on Thursday,
he got an assist. He's not a player that can be hidden. He's a tournament player.
Yes.
But will he flourish? Because looking at him now, he's got a record himself, being the first UK-born player to play in the La Liga, Bundesliga, Premier League, and then the Serie A.
I had reservations when I saw the announcement that he's going to Atletico Madrid because we all know the style of play at Atletico Madrid. Even though he has kind of changed, over like 2 seasons. He has played now. But when you see Simeone on the touchline, you know. you know that attack doesn't last forever. There will be a time where they will switch to that part of football that we don't really like. So, but I think he's going to play. He's going to add more to his game.
Signing.
And the attack of Atletico Madrid is already scary. When you have guys of Griezmann, Julian Alvarez, Solot, Alex Baena, Nico Gonzalez, even Giuliano Simeone is there, and you had a Lookman. And the way they dispatched Anthony Real Betis, I think there's more to come, but I don't see them still winning.
Okay, so we should be wrapping up very soon. You're still watching Voice of People Television, Lagos, Nigeria. It's a big Saturday morning right here, and we're having fun. You know how it goes when we're talking about sports. And we just jump into one coming up very soon. And don't forget the date. Keep a date with March 2022 or March 22. That's the date where we'll see the Carabao Cup final. We already saw what happened at the time where City got it right against Newcastle, and then Arsenal got better of Chelsea. So it would be Wembley awaiting Arsenal and also Man City, and it's a big final. Tijani Ranger said, we will not allow Arsenal go with this one. It's a big final coming up. Man United fan, in case you will hold you on this one, let Afis just be fast on this. Afis, tell me, you're an Arsenal fan. Do you see this one? Oh, you're not an Arsenal fan. Okay.
I'm a football person.
Oh, you're a football person. Okay, yeah. I'll give Ikechukwu now, you talk. This is a football person. Ikechukwu, are you a Man U fan? What color are you fan? What? Liver. Okay, so let's talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chelsea fan this season.
This season. Last season was what?
It's season by season.
No, you know, I placed a bet that if Chelsea defeats PSG in the final, World Club Cup, and I'm going to be a Chelsea fan for the season.
For the season?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's talk about it quickly. Big final coming up.
Yeah, a very, very big final. I mean, when you look at the semi-finals, Arsenal up against Chelsea, well, maybe you could say they were not the better side in both games. I think Stamford Bridge, they got the win, but Chelsea played better.
Yeah.
But Arsenal sort of controlled the second leg, and they went to the final. But City on the other side, they dispatched Newcastle. It's going to be a game of control versus explosiveness, because when you look at the City team, good players, good attack, but the defense is actually shaky, which is what is leading Pep to asking for rule change. Going to the final, allowing Margay to play, but I don't think the FA will sanction that one, because he has already benefited from rule change, allowing Semedo to play even when it was upside. So, but good attack. But for us now, you could see that their defense, one of the best in Europe, as we always say, and the attack as well, maybe not as much. But I think it's just going to be a game of balance.
So who wins for you?
Fine. For me, football wins.
Football wins. Yeah. Okay.
It's going to be a very close game, but I think Arsenal still have the advantage of people. I think they're the most stable side so far this season. Yeah. I mean, to be very honest, let's not even sugarcoat it. They are the most stable side.
In Europe?
Yes, in
we
Europe.
know
absolutely.
Guardiola is in cup finals.
Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, we know how Guardiola is in cup final, but I mean, Mikel Arteta is yet to lose a game in Wembley.
Yeah.
So that's a huge one for him. So most likely going back to Wembley, it's a very familiar ground. I mean, good omen can actually really happen.
Has beaten City before too.
So it's going to be a very big one there. But again, like you said, it's going to be a game of explosiveness and control. Arsenal seems to have that control over anything. Yeah. If Arsenal don't get a goal, you hardly get a goal against them.
Yeah.
And that's one level of mentality they've been able to. If they can either keep that and not fidgeting because of Pep Guardiola in the final, then of course I see them with that depleted backline.
All right, so like we already said, Saturday morning, but very soon a day would come, and that will be tomorrow. We'll be seeing the very big game, Liverpool, Man City. Make sure you don't miss that game. It's a Super Sunday, and let's see how it goes from there. And there's been talk about Pep Guardiola, Xabi Alonso, Enzo Maresca, Cole Moman, talking about Cesc Fabregas might be replacing the Spanish when the time comes, and that might be the end of the Pep Guardiola's era, or some like the era in the Premier League. But guys, thank you so much for making it a day this morning, for putting it through. You know how the Lagos road can be now, but you guys made it through to the studio. Thank you so much, Afiso Gubanja, and also Ikechukwu for making it a worldwide moment. But up until then, we'll see you again when we return on the show, and that will be big Monday. This Saturday. That will have you. Don't go anywhere. We have more interesting programs coming your way. Stay safe. It's still the weekend kickoff.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz. from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps.
J'espère que vous kiffez on Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Good day and welcome to Reporters File on Voice of the People Television. I am Nenna Ndumdioto. We bring you major stories from across the country through the eyes of our correspondents on the field. We begin now with security issues as the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, outlines the role of the Nigeria Police Force in promoting peace and stability across Africa. The IGP spoke at a two-day symposium hosted by the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in collaboration with the Nigeria Police Force, themed The Nigeria Police and the Peace Process in Africa. Voice of the People Television's Onyidamola Olukuton reports.
The symposium opened with remarks from the Director General of the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, Ehosa Osage, who emphasized the importance of institutional collaboration and strategic dialogue in strengthening peace and security framework across Africa. He noted that professional and accountable policing remains key to conflict prevention and regional stability.
It's our pleasure at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs to be collaborating with a very forward-looking police force. I said to us that the Nigerian police force is Africa's showcase police force.
Delivering the keynote address, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, spoke on the establishment of the Nigerian police force and its mandate in maintaining law and order. He explained that the force continues to evolve to meet modern security challenges, guided by core values delivered through 5 strategic pillars.
Nigeria's consistent professionalism has strengthened African representation within international policing policy forums, including sustained engagement with the United Nations, police division, and contributions to evolving peacekeeping doctrine. The true impact of peacekeeping is often not captured in reports, but in lived realities. When schools reopen, markets return, and public trust is restored. In such moments, peacekeeping fulfills its highest purpose. Contemporary peace operations face unprecedented complexity. Asymmetric threats, violent extremism, transnational organized crime, and digitally enabled insecurity continue to reshape the operational landscape.
Chairman of the occasion, Adewale Adebayo, stressed the human dimension of policing, reminding officers and stakeholders that before becoming members of the force, they are first citizens. He said this understanding is essential in building empathy, accountability, and a stronger connection between the police and the communities they served.
What Nigerians want is a country where there is rule of law, where there is safety, where there is security, and that they can live their life and have good development. And that is what we should focus on. Nigerian police will adapt according to the law. Nigerian police does not write the law, they don't write the policies. It's we who are leading the country. When we come together and give them a good society to police, they will police it. So the duty is on us, national leaders, political leaders, to make everything right for the society and the police, bearing in mind that first and foremost, before you are a police officer, you are also a member of society.
Participants at the symposium agreed that strengthening institutional values and reinforcing community trust are vital to the Nigerian police force contribution to peace process, both national and across Africa. Oyindamola Olukuton reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Still on security, Lagos State has taken steps to strengthen its security architecture through the collaboration with the Nigerian Air Force. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu hosted the Chief of Air Staff to discuss improved aerial surveillance, advanced technology, and the possibility of a new Air Force base near the International Airport. Our correspondent, Onyeka Ogolo, has this report.
The Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Sunday Kelvin Aneke, led his team today at the Lagos State House for a courtesy visit. He commended Governor Sanwo-Olu for his visionary leadership and the strategic transformation of Lagos State.
I'm aware that you have been in the forefront. I get good reviews and reports from my staff officers of all the funds, the effort, the concern and attention you give the Nigerian Air Force.
Governor Sanwo-Olu also praised the Nigerian Air Force, noting that professionalism and competence of its officers. He reaffirmed the state's commitment to collaborate, including support for strategic installations and the potential establishment of a new Air Force base near Murtala Mohammed International Airport.
Further strengthening the capacity, and the security component of the airport. If you have an Air Force base not far from it, so we probably will just continue to work with your men. Wish you all the very best.
Both teams shared mutual respect, reinforcing a long-standing partnership that continues to contribute to national security and the overall success of Nigeria. From the State House Marina, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
And now to international security developments with local implications. Reactions continue to trail the deployment of United States military troops to Nigeria. Residents in Abuja, Lagos, and Edo State have expressed mixed views, raising questions about cooperation, sovereignty, and national security. Voice of the People television correspondent Keziah Usman brings citizens' opinions from the streets of Abuja.
Residents in Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, has commended the continued military collaboration between Nigeria and the United States in the fight against terrorism. Some of them who spoke to the Voice of the People TV crew said such partnership reinforced the country's national security efforts and affirmed that Nigeria stands with alliance in confronting forces threatening peace and stability. Others urged federal government to give the United States necessary support to combat the insecurity in Nigeria.
Yeah, our military have done very, very well. But the truth of the matter is, if there's need for collaboration, we need collaboration. You understand that? As a pastor, I can tell you the Bible says 2 are better than 1. Are you listening to me? So if your house is on fire and you need your neighbor's help, there's nothing wrong in having your neighbors come to assist you. By the way, they say the world is a global village. You know, so whatever happens to Nigeria has a way of affecting not just Africa, but the entire world. And so I don't have any problem with that. They should come in and give us the necessary help. Our prayer is that when they do come and leave, we should be able to sustain whatever gains and achievement that we're going to get.
It's a good development because as it is, we lost a lot of people. I personally lost my aunt. Not just my aunt. They kidnapped my relative in the village. They killed one of my uncles. So if there are people that are willing to help, it's a welcome idea to me.
There's 2 sides to everything. The invasion of U.S. militants into Nigeria geographical space, is there any benefit for them? And their benefit, first of all, is going to be to our disadvantage. Also, their benefit could also be to our advantage. I don't know if you understand. In the sense that Nigeria has what it takes to make a very great nation. That is resources. If their eyes is not on our resources, then we are good to go. So if bringing or inviting U.S. militants to Nigeria to help solve and curb this problem is one of the peace parastatal for us to get a normal, secure society in Nigeria, please, it should be enforced.
I am Kezia Usman reporting for Voice of the People TV, Abuja.
Oyedamola Oloko on the streets of Lagos.
The U.S. military deployment to Nigeria follows a strike ordered by U.S. President Donald Trump on what he described as Islamic State's target in December 2025. It was reported that the United States has also been conducting surveillance flights over Nigeria from neighboring country Ghana in the months leading to those airstrikes, providing intelligence support. The move has generated mixed reaction among Nigerians, prompting questions over national security, sovereignty, and regional cooperation in the fight against violent extremism. As the situation continues to evolve, many citizens have alerted the importance of understanding the implication of a foreign military presence, while others have raised concern about the clarity of the mission scope and its long-term impact on Nigerian security architecture. The deployment has reignited discussions on international cooperation, national sovereignty, and the role of external forces in domestic security affairs.
If foreign interference are not coming in to create more awareness, I don't think our government, being Nigerian politicians, will take things or take matters serious, because those foreign aids at times gives them an edge or a stand as defense that they need to do what they are called to do. So it's proper, because even here, where we're in Nigeria here, once in a while we poke nose in other people's political affairs or economical affairs, and while we are poke nosing, it also strengthens the right thing to be done. You understand? So that is a good one, that foreign companies are poke nosing into our affairs too, or foreign aids are poke nosing into our affairs. It's a good one.
To me, I think it's right, because I have a friend that is a soldier. So that was the time he was telling me that he went to maybe Liberia. I have another one told me he has gone to Sierra Leone. So if we can be helping another country to reduce the maybe rate of crime or peacekeeping, yes, we can do that. another country can come and help as well. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this problem of insurgency, of this bandit something, started around 2010, 2011. So if you can fight it for years and we cannot see a good result about it, we can look for foreign help. They can come and help us. I think it's right.
I think it's a letdown to the country, because when Nigerian, the giant of Africa, for security, they do not do anything. They knew the US coming in there, they don't know the Bush or other things, unless they, cooperate with them, and then they will do something, because this security issue is getting bad every day. Every blessed day, killing. I don't know. They are not the one that create human being. They are sharing blood that God created. It's unfair.
From the streets of Lagos, this is Voice of the People TV, bringing you the views of everyday Nigerians on major issues that affect the nation. I am Oyindamola Olukuto, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
The citizens of Edo State also expressed their concerns, as Roll That Journey reports.
Reports of U.S. troops arriving in Nigeria have sparked mixed reactions across Edo State, with residents sharing different views on the move. While some welcome the development as a boost to counter-terrorism efforts, others are concerned about national sovereignty and want clarity on the troops' role and direction.
It's very important for U.S. to intervene for insecurity in Nigeria, because if we depend on Nigeria forces, the nation are already corrupted and there's no longer truth among the leaders of Nigeria. It's only U.S. that can help Nigeria to combat insecurity.
Insecurity in Nigeria is ravaging Nigeria already. In fact, it's as if the whole thing is overpowering us. As far as I'm concerned now, Nigeria cannot combat insecurity again. In fact, the fact that the US sent in troops to help us is a plus to us. If we can get a consistent assistance in this regard, I think it will go a long way.
The US trade that came, it's a good idea and it's a good development to Nigeria. Because the insecurity in Nigeria is unbearable. We don't know what we are going to do. We don't know what the people are doing. We don't know what the Senate are doing. We don't know what the government are doing. So I commend them as far as they want to rescue the country.
The security of this country by US that is coming to this country is welcome. And also, at least they can brief up our security in Nigeria. And all this kidnapping, killing of our fellow citizens, it will still reduce, because I can feel that at least we the Nigerians, our army, the security agency we have in Nigeria, there are some people behind them that they cannot fight our democracy.
Overall, opinions in Edo State remain divided. While international support is welcomed by some, most agree that safeguarding the country is first and foremost the duty of Nigerian authorities. From VOP, I am Rhoda Johnny.
As preparations toward the 2027 general elections continue, Nigerians are raising fresh concerns over the credibility of the voters' register. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has admitted that the register still contains names of deceased persons, prompting calls for urgent reforms. INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amopiton made a disclosure at the Commission's quarterly meeting with civil society organizations in Abuja. Voice of the People Television's Matthew Ogunswada reports.
Independent National Electoral Commission Professor Joash Amopiton has revealed that Nigeria's voter register still contains the names of several deceased citizens. including prominent politicians. Amukpiton said a recent review exposed irregularities in the register, prompting plans for a nationwide verification and cleanup exercise ahead of the 2027 general elections to ensure credibility and transparency in the electoral process. He also raised concerns over low voter turnout, citing the Anambra off-cycle governorship election, where more than 2.9 million people were registered, but only about 600,000 voters participated. As Voice of the People TV, we got the opinion of Nigerians towards this development.
For me, I would want INEC to do the necessary thing which they are known for by giving us a factual result. They should not try to boycott the people's votes, like the results. They should actually work and give us the data of what we voted for, calculations of the total numbers of people that voted. Then for the people should actually come out and vote. And when we say people should come out and vote, even if somebody gives you a money to come and bribe you or something like that, I will beg you to collect such kind of money, because that's actually our money. Collect it, but do the right thing. Vote your conscience. Don't just go there and still put these same people that still keep the country in same level of suffering and the rest.
In every 4 years, there should be a change, because in every way in the world, there is what is called death rates. So under 4 years, a lot of people must have died. That is right. So they should change the voters card. So time to time, like after 4 years, they should be changing the voters card, so we know who is living and who is dead.
And what I'm telling us, let them remove the old names there and then feed the new ones, so that at the end they will see new, by special grace of God, those ones who have conscience. Because those are there, they don't have conscience. See how they are treating the fellow human being. So it's unfair. That's the thing.
As the 2027 election draws closer, Nigerians are calling for immediate reforms, urging INEC to sanitize the register and restore public confidence in the nation's democracy. Matthew Ubuswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
From matters, mixed reactions are trailing the Senate's rejection of a proposal mandating electronic transmission of election results. Lawmakers passed the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, but dropped the electronic transmission clause, a decision critics say could affect transparency. VOP TV's Matthew Ogunswada has more.
The Senate has passed the Electoral Act 2022 Amendment Bill, following its third reading on the floor of the Red Chamber. However, lawmakers rejected a proposed amendment to Clause 60, subsection 3 of the bill that sought to make the electronic transmission of election results mandatory. The rejected provision would require presiding officers of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to electronically transmit election results from each polling unit to the INEC result viewing portal in real time after the prescribed form had been signed, stamped, and countersigned by party agents. Instead, the Senate adopted the existing provision of the Electoral Act, which states that the presiding officer shall transfer the results, including the total number of accredited voters and the result of the ballot, in a manner as prescribed by the Commission. Reacting to the development, Senate President Godswill Akpabio denied claims that the Senate had rejected electronic transmission of election results, which is already provided for in the Electoral Act. As Voice of the People TV, we got the opinion of Nigerians towards this new development.
Before people come out to vote, the INEC chairman, the people in the higher position, they have already made a plan of the person they want to be in that seat. This last election, you see that in many places people did not vote due to they were attacked by thugs. People's votes were thrown away. It was not counted. The same day, before 6 o'clock, INEC already declared their candidates. You see that whether we vote here or we vote there, the vote doesn't count.
INEC have a lot of things to do. We have urban area, rural area. All those rural area, they didn't know anything about electronic voting. Some, they didn't even put them through how to even thumbprint. So for Nigeria, it's not going to work like that.
I think basically what the people are looking at is credibility, and they want to be sure that their votes would count. They want to be sure that every vote casted reflects their desire to put a certain aspirant in office. So it stems from a place of credibility. They want to make sure that their candidates get into the positions they wish them to get into. So I don't see anything wrong in them clamoring for that. I think it's just a form of reassurance for them.
As we've heard from citizens, opinions remain divided regarding the Senate decision on the Electoral Act amendments. While some trust INEC's discretion, others feel that mandatory electronic transmission remains key to transparent elections across the country. However, one thing remains clear: the call for credible, free and fair election remains consistent across the country. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Moving on now to urban development and environmental safety. The Lagos State government has defended recent demolitions in parts of Makoko. Officials insist the exercise was carried out to protect lives and prevent environmental disasters, not to displace residents. Our correspondent Onyeka Ogolo reports.
At a press briefing in Alausa Ikeja, Lagos State officials defended the recent demolitions in Makoko, stressing that the exercise was strictly for public safety. Many of the affected wooden structures were built directly under high-tension power lines, posing serious risk to residents.
Was even drawing attention to Venice. As you look at a city like Venice, now Venice is a boots on water. And I thank him for drawing my attention to that. I told him that a few months ago I was in Venice, that I've been to Venice a couple of times, one of the cities that I love visiting. And that what you have in Venice, can you compare to what you have in Makoko? In Venice, the local authorities say they don't want something, the people will not go and do it. I said Makoko has been there. I can understand it's like an oil block for some people. A thriving one, a flourishing oil block. They go to Makoko and portray the people as being very poor, and portray the people as people who are pushed to be living in the conditions in which they are living by the government, and portray them as people who are hopeless. But they do not know that that is one side of Makoko that they have seen. But then, we all know what is behind all of this. They send such pictures overseas and tell the world that there has been a lot of things in Nigeria. Some really go to Makoko on their birthdays and begin to share drinks and all of that. As if the people are beggars. I think this idea of denigrating people in order to promote yourself and your interests is very bad.
The special advisor to the governor on EGIS, urban renewal, Dr. Babatunde Olajide, says the urban regeneration is a top priority for the Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration. He explained that the plans aim to create a safe and conducive environment for residents while improving infrastructure and sanitation.
If we do not do them, then we are endangering the lives of the people that we signed and swore and vote to protect. As a result of that, you have something, areas are being classified action areas. This governor has actually not classified any area as an action area. This has been done during the time of Asiwaju, during the time of BRF, during the time of Governor Ambode. But you see, we cannot continue to just designate areas, as slum areas or blighted areas when we have not even tackled the ones that we have on ground. There is no need to be trying to go to other areas. So we are only still dealing with the things that we found in the books. However, we need to do it, and I've explained all of these things to you. These are things that we have to do in a systematic way. We have to do it according to international conventions. What we all signed to at the Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992 in Brazil is that everybody is entitled to adequate shelter. Adequate, not shelters that are dangerous.
Dr. Olajide revealed that the state has committed $2 million as counterpart funding for Makoko regeneration, with an additional $8 million expected from the United Nations agencies. Residents affected by safety-related demolitions in Palirura, Oniru, Bombata Market, and other areas have been compensated. The government confirms the core Makoko fishing settlement was untouched. Officials emphasized that the Water City project and broader regeneration of the waterfront communities will continue to design to protect lives while improving living conditions for the residents. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
You're still watching Reporters File on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a break and we'll bring you more reports after this break. So stay with us. Thank you for staying tuned. Traffic movement has improved along Ring Road in Benin City following an enforcement operation by the Edo State Task Force and other agencies. Illegally parked commercial vehicles were cleared while defaulters were arraigned before the ETSMA Mobile Court. Correspondent Rhoda Journey reports.
Marshall Center of Benin City improved following a coordinated enforcement exercise that cleared indiscriminately parked commercial vehicles, allowing motorists and pedestrians to move freely. The operation involved the Edo State Task Force and authorities targeting commercial buses across the state to ensure they are registered, issued operational codes, and identified with the approved blue color uniform, while passengers are picked up and dropped off only at designated points. The measures also aim to enhance security and maintain consistent traffic movement. Drivers who failed to comply were stopped and taken to the ETSMA Mobile Court for sanctions, while others were directed to approved parks and loading points, helping to ease congestion and improve safety. The Edo State Task Force commander and residents shared their views on the exercise.
You just come out, you do enforcement, the next day you go back to your office and everything continue. But this time around, I think we're going to do something. Like I met with the Commissioner for Transport yesterday, we were together through the operation. We discussed how we're going to sustain it. And the only way to sustain it is that these boys that we have mobilized, the Ministry of Transport have mobilized, we have positioned them in various places, angles, diverting the buses to Central Park. We need to encourage them.
But I can see sanity, vehicle, people are working accordingly. No more turning around Ring Road, no more stopping on Ring Road picking passengers. Everywhere is there. So my belief is that I just pray that the Edo State government should sustain it. They should keep having permanently at Ring Road.
The networking of the road is different now. Like I can say maybe it's upgrading. I don't know, but I just feel like it's development is. There's a different way people walk around now. The roads are different. The networking is different, and it's really, really nice. Like I can feel a little bit of Lagos around here. So
motor cannot park really the way he's supposed to park. So, but now as the government do it like this, at least it looks so nice. And in short, the people passing, they are even enjoying of their passing, and the place is no more crowd like before.
It's for the good of the people. At least we are enjoying it, what they are doing.
Authorities continue to monitor the area to sustain safety and improvements across the state. From VOP, I am Rhoda Journey.
Shifting focus to trade and economic development, stakeholders are calling for interconnected platforms to drive Africa's growth. The call was made at a Lagos news conference announcing activities for this year's African Continental Free Trade Area Festival scheduled to hold in Abuja. VOP TV's Praise Peters reports.
Africa's drive toward deeper integration in trade, talent and culture took center stage in Lagos as stakeholders converged for a press conference ahead of AfterFest. Africa Connected Through Trade, Talent and Culture, and this is scheduled to hold in Abuja this March. The lawmaker, Desmond Elliott, welcomed guests and underscored the importance of the festival as a platform for promoting African culture and strengthening continental identity.
This is now a broader means by which you can connect with other African brothers and sisters, in sharing ideas, innovation, creativity, and all whatnot. So this is a platform that is being birthed to us to utilize and to help for the growth and the better economic improvement of Africa and us individually. Individual countries, individual selves. It's far-reaching. So to everyone coming from different perspectives and different reasons, you can get answers to. In a nutshell, that's what you call it. But it's creating that platform. So as you know, this is the press conference intimating people of what is to come in March. So basically connecting through 54 African countries, bringing them under one roof, having your own idea being shared and accepted from other parts of the continent, I think is mind-blowing and fantastic.
Project's lead, engineer Mandy, presented the vision of AfterFest as an Africa for Africa initiative designed to solve ecosystem challenges by connecting business, innovation, talent, and culture.
We have decided to do Africa for Africans. It's about time that we come together. It doesn't matter wherever you are in your career or whoever you are, wherever your business is. It's time for us to come together, identify the existing problems, identify the existing bottlenecks, the things that are preventing us from scaling up, talk about them, and then we find sustainable solutions for these problems so we can scale. And that's the only way we can build Africa. It's a collaborative approach. It's not a competitive approach, because it is a platform which is an ecosystem build where each and every one of us come with our different and unique skills, put them together and build a structurized project in it that empowers each and every one and each and every businesses. That is the only way Africa can strive sustainably.
Another keynote speaker, a young Eno, a sports legend, highlighted the need for transition, innovation, unity, and excellence, describing the festival as a step towards building legacy and empowering Africans to shape their own future.
We also want to be able to push the narrative that Africa has a lot of talents that are not valued as they are supposed to be valued. There are young sports talents that are bought from South America, they are bought from other parts in Europe. But if you look at some of the big clubs in Europe, it's African players that are doing most of the work. So through these, we want to have platforms where we talk about how can we change the value of African sports people so that we can begin to compete in the market based on what the statistics shows. The statistics shows that a lot of Premier League clubs will not do well without African teams in Spanish league and in other leagues. And again, so you could see that with the AFCON that just concluded. You see the value that African players bring. So we want to discuss that and see how we change the value. When we change the value for African players, we want to make sure that when African players, they make a move, a lot of that resources comes back to the local area where they came from to develop it, create small football stadiums, give scholarship, build infrastructure. So we want to put that in some very organized plan. And that's one of the reasons I'm very passionate about the whole football sector part of it.
Organizers say AfterFest aims to mobilize young people, support entrepreneurs, spotlight African excellence, and position the continent as one integrated market.
Africa's future is being shaped by ideas, innovation, and collaboration. AfterFest is not just a festival, it is a meeting point for trade, talent, and culture across continents. As March 2026 comes closer, expectations are high to open new doors of opportunities for millions across Africa. From Lagos, I am Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
We now move on to Edo State, where the state government has held a 3-day leadership retreat for civil and public service leaders aimed at strengthening governance and service delivery. The retreat focused on discipline, accountability, teamwork, and building a more responsive public service. Correspondent Rhoda Journey tells us more.
The Edo State government held a 3-day leadership retreat themed High-Performing Public Service for the Sustainable Development of Edo State for civic and public service leaders at Udomi Town Hall in Essence Central Local Government Area. Governor Monday Okpebholo urged participants to embrace discipline, teamwork, and accountability, warning against using public office for personal gain. The retreat aimed to improve collaboration across government agencies and strengthen governance in the states.
We are gathered here today not for a jamboree, but for a purpose. This retreat, whose theme is High Performance Public Service for Sustainable Development for Edo State, is designed to serve dual purposes, which are orientation and capacity building for top government officials. This retreat is aimed to reposition our administration for quality delivery. Our administration is driven by a clear vision of Shine Agenda. This vision is a practical governance that delivers results. Within the past 1 year, we have built massive infrastructure and delivered economic development to our people. The task now is to consolidate on our gains. To achieve this, we must work as a team and strengthen collaboration across ministries, departments, and agencies. Good governance is a teamwork, and no single appointee or agency can succeed in isolation.
The secretary to the state government, Umar Musa Ikilo, said the program reflects the belief that Edo's development must be driven by its people.
We are going to be tracking every MDA against some of these targets that we have set up. What programs have you implemented? What projects are you executing? And what's your timeline? And then we'll be able to score those MDAs, and that score may be used to make certain administrative decisions by His Excellency the Governor. Through that scoreboard, we are able to know those who are really contributing to promoting the Shine Agenda and those that may not be doing enough. The Excellency can decide, okay, you may need to move from this ministry to another ministry, or this sector to another sector, or this agency to another agency. So
it included interactive sessions where participants shared ideas and deepened their understanding of leadership and public service, marking a step forward for effective governance. From DOP, I am Rhoda Johnny.
Residents of Edo State have expressed mixed reactions to the government's decision to hold the leadership retreat within the state. While some praised the move as cost-effective and supportive of local development, others questioned its necessity. Rhoda Journey again reports.
Done by the Edo State government to hold its recent leadership retreat locally rather than outside the state as practiced by previous administrations has sparked conversations among residents. While some residents applauded the move, describing it as cost-effective and supportive of local development, others were less enthusiastic about the approach.
I will appreciate him for that, because charity begins at home. And you do not take what is supposed to be at home and take it to another state, because when you take it to another state, your people may not benefit much. Are you getting me now? Even all the invitees may not be there. Some of them may give excuse because it's already outside the state. And I believe the purpose of the retreat is how to move the state forward. If you look at him since he was elected as the governor of Edo State, I will say I've seen some certain things he has done, but I will still encourage him to do more, because like this overhead bridge, that's the first time I'm seeing it in Edo State. And I believe that will add to the development of the state.
So the governor starts everything in his hometown, the workshop and everything. That is very good. It's a good beginning. It shows that it's going to do better. Because once your body is good, you're able to correct people that they should keep themselves neat. So I appreciate the governor for doing that. So charities begin from home. With what he has done, let him pass around to all other local governments, all other senatorial zones and others.
Go to a village. It's a deceiving system. Why? Since he entered power, have you been able to read budget for the state? Have you able to make a broadcast? There's no New Year broadcast. There's no Christmas broadcast. Since he have entered power, what he's doing now, we have not been able to hear the budget, even from the House of Assembly. Carrying them there is another. The Muslim call it inky. It's Nawayo system.
Supporters say organizing the retreat locally reflects fiscal prudence and allows public funds to circulate within the state, especially at a time when citizens are calling for reduced government spending. From VOP, I am Rhoda Jomi.
And that wraps up this edition of Reporters File on Voice of the People television. Stay connected with us by subscribing to our YouTube channel and following us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Thank you for watching and join us again next time.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a major move to protect telecommunication subscribers across Nigeria, the Nigerian Communications Commission (NCC), in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN), has finalized a new regulatory framework mandating instant refunds for failed airtime and data transactions. According to a statement signed by the NCC's head of public affairs, Nena Ukoa, the framework is the outcome of several months of intensive engagement involving the NCC, the CBN, the mobile network operators, value-added service providers, deposit money banks, and other key stakeholders. Under the new framework, any subscriber who is debited but fails to receive airtime or data, whether the failures occur at the bank level or with an NCC licensed operator, is entitled to a refund within 30 seconds. However, in cases where a transaction is still pending, the refund may take up to 24 hours. As reactions continue to trail this development, Voice of the People TV got the opinion of Nigerians on what this new policy truly means for the people.
Is my media advisor because he's advising me on what to do because I'm not. This is not my space, so I'm getting comfortable now. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to a great time, and I mean, God is good. I see the goodness of God everywhere.
Okay, so I'd love to ask this question because I know your wife has been into the music industry and getting the songs and everyone giggling, dancing about that. So tell me, how do you see African music?
African music has been divinely positioned by God to take over.
Yeah.
And anyone who is not connected to African music, I don't know. If you even look at from the secular space into the gospel, African music is
it's something else.
It's taking over. God is doing something with Africa. God is doing something, and Nigeria is at the forefront of it. So I see African music, I see awards like Afrima Awards and expanding, not just an African thing, the global thing. Everyone getting involved in what God is doing. So I see growth, I see expansion, I see increase. That's what I see.
So tell me, as a pastor, because we all know, how has this, basically combined with your faith? How do you see music, with your faith?
Music is amazing. Music is, I'll tell you. Sometimes people ask me, why do you support your wife a lot? I'll tell you, matter of fact, she's my wife that I want the best for her. And the Lord told me something. You know what he said to me? He said, if you support your wife, wherever her music gets to, your ministry has gotten there. So there are some places that your message may not get to, but through the music. So you pastor one to pastor many, and you reach so many souls. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, and have a beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
How are you doing? You look beautiful. Good
so how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling excited. Looking forward to the awards. Yes.
So please tell us your name. We'd like to know you.
Yeah, my name is Mad Jamie. I'm an artist. I sing. I make music. Yeah, yada yada yada.
All right. So tell us, what are your expectations for this evening?
Honestly, let the best man or woman win. And let good music be appreciated. Yeah, that's what I look forward to.
So how do you see music in general, African music in general?
I think African music is evolving. I watched old clips from old awards that we used to have back in the day in Nigeria and how blurry it was. Imagine this is happening now and we are celebrating music you know, and I'm speaking to this beautiful host, and you know, we're evolving and everybody's taking it seriously. The industry is rising, more jobs, more opportunities. I love it. You can't hate it.
All right. So you want to have a blast this evening?
Yes, of course. I want to have fun. I also want to get inspired. It's good to see good work rewarded. So yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you so much, and do have a lovely evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel? Tell me.
I feel great.
You feel great or you feel excited? Which one? This is in 2 weeks. How do you feel?
I feel excited. I feel all together.
So please tell us, can we meet you?
My name is Obawale.
Oba what?
Obawale.
Ooh, and who is Obawale? Tell us.
I make music, songwriter, musician, all around.
So yeah, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
I want to see the next Afrobeat superstars, and of course I'm part of them, but I just want to be inspired by the kind of people that will be awarding tonight. It's always a great thing to experience.
All right. So by the way, who styled you? Because I actually wanted to ask.
Actually, I'm a fashion stylist myself.
So there are some hidden skills
But
out there.
this particular brand, I got it from a friend, Hip Style. So yeah, I just told him what I need, and then he gets it fixed up.
All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel good.
I feel good. So good. All right, so please, can we meet you? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Coach Ba, CEO, Coach Ba Management, Talent Management, Event Producer, and a Creative Technologist.
Ooh, somebody clock it. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So tell me, what are your expectations this evening?
Well, first of all, kudos to Mr. Mike for this, like doing this consecutively for 9 years. First of all, kudos to the team. And my expectation for tonight is just basically to connect and network. I mean, I came all the way from Abuja for this, so.
He came all the way from Abuja to
the ABCA, the Buj, you know, I'm repping the capital, you know what I'm saying?
All right, so you just want to vibe, you like the environment, you love the vibe and everything.
I love the host.
Ooh, all right, thank you so much. You have a beautiful evening.
You too, and enjoy your evening.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Please, can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm Charlene Frey. I'm a manager in Ivory Coast.
Ooh, nice. So we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So tell me, I know you're looking happy, excited already. So what are your expectations this evening as the guest?
We expect to see a nice show with all the artists on stage. And of course, I hope my artists will win all the prizes for which they are nominees.
Oh my God. So how do you see African music on the whole?
I see African music as a music that is getting more and more important on an international level. And this is something that I really appreciate.
Okay. All right. Do have a beautiful evening and enjoy yourself.
Hello.
You know when someone is so fine, like you get the vibe? So you know the song, I feel good. So good. So please tell me your name. I would love to know your name.
I'm DJ Zani.
Ooh, DJ Zani. Somebody. You get what I'm saying? So we are here live at the Afrima Awards evening, awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
I'm expecting good things, like artists are trying, like everyone is trying, so I'm expecting good things from there.
So how do you see music? How do you see music in Africa on the whole?
Making music or what?
Yeah, like music, African music on the whole.
African music is so great, like, because I sing.
So how do you see it in the future? With this event going on today, how do you see African music in the future?
I see African music like going, like I don't know,
but it's going to be great. All right. Okay. To have a beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
How do you feel?
Excited.
I feel good. So good. You don't really dance Michael Jackson joint. God, I beg.
Started off as a dancer, so yeah.
So you get it. All right.
And
So
the touch of MJ in every entertainer, you know. So that's the
So please, I'd like to know your name. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Dilo. Yeah, but originally I'm Hilary Zokelman, but Dilo is like my industry name. Yeah.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Nothing short of the best. Afrima has proven itself over 13 years of existence. It's no beans. You know, they've shown that they know their stuff, and they're bringing the best to not just Africa, but bringing it home to the giant of Africa, Nigeria. And I want to say they're doing a great job, and I'm expecting nothing less than the Afrima standards.
So tell me, how do you see African music in the future?
Why are you talking about future?
Because with this event, there has to be things that we are looking forward to see maybe after Afrima this night. So definitely maybe the next Afrima has to be great. You understand what I'm trying to say? So how do you see it in the future? What can you say?
Definitely. I want to say, why I asked you why you're talking about the future, because the future for me is now. So whomever is taking the center stage now is in charge of the future. So whatever you're going to become in the future determines on what you're doing now. That's why I say don't talk about tomorrow. Let's focus on who is dominating now. So Afrima was yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Same as Afro beats. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a blast this evening. Hi. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to Afrima.
Welcome. How do you feel?
I feel good tonight.
Okay, I actually want to say something about your dress because you look amazing. The style with the beads and the dress, so much. But please, I love this. Actually, I don't know if I could get...
You can get a lot. I have a farm, I have a big farm, okay?
So please, can we meet you?
Yeah, I'm Boy Smart. I'm an Afrobeat world music artist. I just dropped a new song called Fly. You guys should go and listen to it.
Yes. All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
So many expectations tonight.
Yeah.
But the most important thing is congratulations to every winners, to every nominees. We're just here to have some fun,
I'm here to have some fun too.
We have to have some fun with VOP TV. Okay.
Of course. So how do you see music, African music on the whole?
I see African music as a very global stuff, Yeah, and this is just the beginning. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
This is just the beginning. Yeah.
So as a musical artist, how do you see music, African music in the future?
I see African music in the future in a way that even the Grammys, even the Oscar, we put Africa on. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much, and do have a blast this evening. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening.
Good afternoon.
For this time, God, I better go.
Okay, good morning.
As far as a good day inside, we will accept it.
Okay.
All right, please. You look amazing, by the way. Before I even start,
Thank you very much.
Who styled you? Tell me.
Well, I'm being styled by my very good friend Ayo Balogun Couture.
Ooh, he did a really good job.
Yes.
So tell me, can we meet you, please?
Well, my name is Ambassador Cornelius Udofia, the CEO of Cornell Entertainment, convener of the CMC Africa Award for Excellence, PRO, Actors Guild of Nigeria, Lagos State Chapter, and of course the CPS to the immediate past president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, Dr. Emeka Rolas Ejezie, and of course the publisher of the Gladiators magazine. I'm a proud Nigerian, a proud African.
People that are proud of Nigeria, we are all proud of Nigeria. So tell me, we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards. So what are your expectations this evening? It has been happening since Wednesday, so this is the grand finale for the awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Okay, if I have to take you back, I was one of the coordinators of Afrima, right from the time we started at Ikeja with Mr. Mike, and I was one of the coordinators that was actually sharing the invites, and it gives me a very big pleasure to see that Afrima has come to stay, because in our continent, for you to sustain a business for 9 good years is not an easy task. And I want to say a very big thank you to the Lagos State government in conjunction with African Union for actually supporting this event. Afrima is Africa. Africa is Afrima. So I'm very happy to be part and parcel of history.
So I heard when you said you're one of the coordinators. Yes. So as one of the coordinators, like, what would you say about this year's Afrima, the 9th? For we're speaking because you have had previous across, Afrima's events. So what are you going to say about today, the night of the 9th Afrima Awards night? What are you going to say about it?
Okay, being one of the coordinators, my job, superstars, because I control superstars. Those superstars, those top celebrities are given chance to attend. So my job is just to invite those stars, both in Africa and of course in diaspora, for them to attend the event. I've been doing it, like I said, when we started, and that was the reason that this year Mike said, Cornell, you are part and parcel of the history. I want you to say come on board. And we were giving about 50 VVIP to share to the stars, and some of the stars are all around. As a matter of fact, one of them is there, Tina Newman, one of the celebrities we invited. We have my cousin too that came in from UK, Auntie Eno. We have Queenette Agbo. We have Jim Ike. Jim Ike is around, but let's see how it's gonna go.
All right. Thank you so much, and do have a beautiful evening.
Good evening.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling so good.
Ooh, you know that song? I feel good. Ooh, so good. Oh my God! So tell me, you look amazing. Can you tell us who styled you?
Okay, actually, I was styled by look. It's just a cloth I picked.
Okay. You actually look amazing. Trust me. And please, can we meet you then?
Okay, my name is Tina Newman.
Ooh, Tina Newman. And who is Tina Newman? Let's know.
Okay, Tina Newman is an artist. I'm an artist from Cornell Entertainment.
So we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards, and it's a beautiful evening already. So what are your expectations this evening?
Oh my God, honestly, this evening is already fun already being out here, and I trust all the artists that has been nominated. They are all good, and I will be so glad anyone that come up as a winner. I'm so glad because I love them all. So I don't have a specific artist. They are all good.
So you're all out to have fun this evening?
Because.
Ooh, all right. Thank you so much. Do have a beautiful evening. Good evening, ma.
Good evening, dear. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How do you feel?
I feel good. Ooh. I feel elated. I feel the beauty of Nigeria.
Oh my God.
All over me. I say beautiful laces, beautiful faces, beautiful ladies and gentlemen.
Of course. So we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations? I would like to know your name before we go into the questions. Please, can we meet you, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm Mrs. Omotayo Motusho. I'm a television broadcaster. Of course, gradually retiring. I've been trained a lot of younger ones over the years. By God's grace, in a few months, I'll be celebrating 40 years of television broadcasting, and I'm a media entrepreneur.
So please, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening? What do you expect to see?
Well, Afrima, as you know, is simply African Musical Awards. And so I expect the best of the best to be awarded. I expect a salute to hard work, a salute to tenacity of purpose, a salute to resilience, a salute to creativity, a salute to culture and tourism, and a salute to the promotion of our economy. I expect a lot.
Talking about salute, how do you see the African music generally?
Oh, African music has evolved, and I will tell you what I mean by that. It's evolved to the extent that even the most exotic and beautiful islands of the Caribbean that are so far away from Africa. Because for you to get to the Caribbean, you must fly from here to Europe, from Europe to America, America to the Caribbean. Or sometimes, if you're lucky, from Europe to the islands. I visited the islands a few weeks ago, and from the airport, as soon as they saw me as a Nigerian, they said, oh, we watch videos of Burna Boy, Davido, and they went on Ashake. And these are people that wouldn't call Yoruba names very well, but they were so tuned, they were so elated, they were so excited with the fact that I'm coming from a country where our musical icons have done so well and their works have been exported all over the world. I feel proud. I felt proud. So
I'm
we've
proud
gone a
too.
long way. You should be proud.
So, by the way, ma'am, you look amazing.
Thank you,
I
darling.
didn't tell you, but you look beautiful. Actually, can you tell us who styled you? Because this is beautiful.
You'll be stunned. I style myself.
Oh, so there's a hidden skill that we didn't.
You can call it hidden skill, but the bit I didn't tell you was the fact that I regulated tourism and culture for Nigeria as Director General some years ago. So anything that will promote African culture, anything that will celebrate African culture, anything that will glorify the beauty of our culture, that's what I am for, and that's what I wear.
All right, thank you so much, ma. Do have a beautiful evening.
Thank you, darling.
Thank you, ma'am.
Keep on looking beautiful yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th Afrima Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live, and don't forget to, follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to another intriguing episode of Health Check here on Voice of the People Television. I am your host, Bryce Peters, and it is always a delight to bring you amazing, beautiful conversations centered around your well-being. Your health is our priority here. And we're here again today to talk about another interesting topic. Well, today's conversation is a very sensitive one, but very, very necessary. Over the past few weeks and even over the years, there has been a very, very significant complaint in the health sector. Nigeria has been flooded with heartbreaking stories from hospitals, stories that have reopened a long-standing conversation about patient safety, medical negligence, and the state of our healthcare system. Really, we've heard stories like that of renowned author Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, whose 21-month-old son reportedly died after the family alleged that he was denied oxygen and excessively sedated in a private hospital, which led to a cardiac arrest in that little boy. That's actually very sad. We also heard of stories like that of Aisha Umar in Kano, whose family says a pair of surgical scissors was left inside her body during an operation, causing months of severe pain before she eventually died. That's not even all. We've heard stories like that of Ifunanya, the young singer who died after being beaten by a snake in Abuja. We heard that she was first taken to a clinic without antivenom and then transferred to a hospital where questions were raised about access to complete life-saving treatment. all of these are quite sad. These and many more that we really don't even know about. You know, beyond these high-profile cases, thousands and thousands of everyday Nigerians are also sharing their own painful experiences of waiting endlessly in emergency units, being told that there is only one doctor on duty or sometimes no doctor available. All of these has left many people asking, what is really going on in our hospitals? I mean, why does seeking medical care increasingly feel like a gamble? Well, it's getting very emotional over here, but I'm not alone. So to help us unpack this in a very balanced, emphasis on balanced, honest and human way, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adeogun. He's a wellness physician and public health advocate. Dr. Charles, you're very welcome to Health Check.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon.
It's amazing to have you on the show today.
Same here. Happy
All
New Year.
right. See you. That's true. This is the first time I'm seeing you on the show this year. All right. So, Doctor, we have a very pressing issue on ground. You know, I don't want to call it medical negligence, but I guess we just have to use that phrase. You know, people often think that doctors are emotionally shielded from these stories. We feel like, okay, doctors have seen so many death cases. They've become immune to it. As much as people get affected and all that, we're like, doctors, do they even really care about us? You know, sometimes they even get to the clinic and they don't attend to us very well. And we are like, why are you people treating us like this? You know, so we often feel like doctors are emotionally shielded from stories like this. But when you hear cases like this, I want to ask you now, personally, because you are a doctor. So how does it affect you personally when you hear stories like this?
So first and foremost, I want to clarify that doctors are human, though they are professionals that are trained to save lives, but to a very large extent, they also have emotions. In as much as you try as much as possible to give quality healthcare delivery, and you want to do that with clarity, empathy, and everything done professionally, you still have your emotions. So most doctors have what we call a kind of professional approach to managing patients, you know, when they present at the hospital. Death is a reality to humanity that is never, you know, a very good experience. You know, so the process of grief associated with bereavement, mourning period, you know, people experiencing depression and all that is absolutely normal, and doctors too have their fair share of it. The fact that you're not related to somebody doesn't mean that when you lose a patient that you don't feel grief as well, but you just have to manage it in a way that you don't let it make you dysfunctional. But that still differs from person to person because doctors still have their individual traits, basically. But for me as a person, I would say that these incidences that you have cited are quite unfortunate, and it should not be in an ideal setting. There are lots of things that, you know, are plaguing our health system that is resulting in all this kind of consequences we're experiencing. First and foremost, I must, you know, highlight the fact that a lot of doctors in Nigeria are overworked. You know, so the burden of work, you know, even the statistics will tell you that the ratio of doctor to the general population is, and you know about the brain drain thing, you know about how much of people are presenting at the hospital now. We have a lot of people who are ill presently in the country for various ailments, and the number of professionals that are available to cater to their health needs are minimal. So of course you find out that there will be overwhelming consultations for doctors. There will be a lot of, you know, a high likelihood of mismanagement of data. There may also be cases where, you know, you have oversights, you know, and those oversights can really be detrimental at the end of the day because unfortunately, any errors will don't always bounce back on patients.
Yeah.
So this is where we would now say, you know, the working conditions of doctors, you know, must be improved. You would need more well-trained doctors. You will make sure that the working conditions are favorable. You will make sure that the remunerations, are good enough to make sure that the doctors stay motivated to give their best at their jobs.
Yeah.
Because a doctor who is thinking of so many things and is just coming to work bothered about a lot of things, is anxious about rising cost of rent or transportation or school fees or all the things he still needs to meet up with, and he's still looking for a means to make ends meet by juggling jobs and all that. You can't have that doctor deliver 100% of his capacity. And the oversights and the errors and the mistakes would drop on the table of the patient eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody that is involved in the healthcare delivery chain is not immune to this. Even the nurses, the laboratory scientists, the pharmacists, it's a team. The medical team, it's a team of professionals coming together to deliver healthcare. So basically, every one of them are stretched. And this can cause all these problems that we're seeing. Mm-hmm. It is easy for you to make errors when you're not focused. It is easy for you to make errors when you're not motivated. It is easy for you to make errors when the working conditions are not favorable. So I think those are the few things that could possibly be responsible for these things that the government and health policy and possibly budget allotments, can actually help to correct.
Well, that's quite sad because at the end of the day, the patients get to suffer for this.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, from your experience, are we really dealing with careless individuals, or it is just the system that is deeply strained and unsafe?
Well, I think there are possibly a number of answers to that. Yes, the system is strained and overburdened. And secondly, you also have a situation where, unfortunately, people bring in their personal traits from their daily lives and routines into their professional life.
Exactly.
So you find out that a lot of Nigerians don't pay attention to details naturally.
True. I love the fact that now we are stating facts.
That is the truth. A lot
Yes.
of Nigerians don't pay attention to details.
I don't understand why you would forget surgical scissors in a womb.
That is why precautions, there are safety measures that should be.
And scissors that tiny.
And you would also have theater nurses. You have your surgical team with you.
So nobody noticed that.
Exactly. So even if it was an error from one person, there should be somebody who. A
and then you
nurse,
stitch the person back.
That would verify that everything that you used, everything is complete before you close the patient back. And you should always recheck and verify that you are good to go to end the surgery.
Exactly.
So I think
I don't really want to believe that it is just the system that is failed. I feel like individuals also have a role to play in this.
That's why I said we have multiple answers to this.
Yeah.
So you actually find out that people bring in their personal traits to the job. We as a people need to do more in paying attention to details, in doing due diligence to important things.
Yeah.
And then focus and concentration on the job is key, particularly in healthcare delivery, because the slightest error could mean a life is gone.
Yeah.
And for a lot of people, we find out that even in everyday life, you ask somebody for something, or you give somebody an information, and then in 5 minutes you ask, or 10 minutes you ask the person. The person was probably nodding when you were telling the information. You probably think the person got you right. But at the end of the day, the person will do the exact opposite of what you asked him to do.
That's very correct.
And you'll be wondering, but you signaled to me that you understood what I said in the first instance. That tells you the attention span. That tells you the level of focus and commitment that people have in their daily lives for ordinary things. But that has now, come into the professional scene, and it is now translating into what we're seeing as negligence on the job.
That's quite sad. But still talking about medical negligence, I don't really want to believe that this one is medical negligence anyway. I want to believe this is the system. So I heard of a case scenario where a hospital where a single doctor was expected to cover an entire emergency unit. I mean, one doctor. In fact, I don't want to say this all by myself. Let's take a look at a short video shared by an investigator showing a general hospital in Ogun State where only one doctor was assigned and dozens of patients were waiting, and the doctor had not resumed duty at the time. Please, let's have the video.
Can you see a lot of people waiting for a doctor here? Lofa. Ẹ̀gbọ́n, má bínú. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ṣé dókítà ni gbogbo àtàwọn bíbá náà ń dúró dé? Lofa. Ẹ ṣàì má bínú. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, àwọn tá a jókòó iná dókítà ni à ń dúró dé. Wọn ò dẹ̀ ti dì, àwọn èèyàn sì tún wà ta gan tó ń dúró de dókítà tó ń pọ̀ gan.
We can see that was a really that was really sad. Okay, I don't want to speak from emotions here, but I feel like that was a really sad one. So watching that, doctor, how dangerous is this kind of situation for patients? I can't imagine anybody in the emergency, room there. What would they be feeling like? They'll just feel like life is gone for them. I don't want to imagine. So how dangerous is this for the doctor as well?
So when you call something an emergency, it means time is of the essence. And that means that you need urgent care. So when you see an emergency room crowded and there is no doctor to attend to them, it just simply tells you that you don't even know how serious some of these conditions are, and you don't even know if some of them can even make it till when the doctor arrives.
Exactly.
So it is so sad that we have scarcity of health workers, and it is still around brain drain. It is still around having fewer trained doctors, And then also it is also from doctors feeling that they are not motivated enough. And mind you, the shortage of doctors, to a large extent, brain drain contributes. But for some other people, it's not only brain drain. Some doctors are in the country, but they've diversified into other fields or other sectors. And we need to look for reasons why the passion they once had for their profession is no longer there. And it will all come back to motivation, remuneration, the sense of fulfillment they get from their job. You see, job satisfaction
the sense of fulfillment.
Yes, job satisfaction goes a long way in determining the performance of professionals. So the government has a long way to go in trying to let doctors know that they are appreciated, that their work is seen, that their work is appreciated, and that should reflect in their working conditions. Because as a professional, you can't be working in a health facility and you don't have basic water or soap or disinfectants that you need, or even disposable consumables, gloves and all that. You don't have them at your disposal. That's really something of concern, because you as a health professional, in as much as they're trying to save a life, you don't also want to catch infections, and you don't want to spread one infection from one patient to another patient. So you can imagine if these things are still, basic stuff are still problems in our society. It really is sad in this day and age. So we have a lot to do in terms of making sure that the good working conditions, better working conditions are put in place for doctors, better remuneration are put in place for doctors, and let doctors have a sense of worth, knowing that they are well appreciated, so that they can have self-actualization. Because nobody wants to go through years of rigorous training to save lives.
I even feel like this profession has to do with purpose. If you don't feel like you are, giving some level of sacrifice, you would feel used.
Yes, of course, because it looks like you're giving away. You're just
not prioritizing your own self.
Yes,
too.
You're giving your life away to an extent, and to a good cause at that. But you also are looking forward to some form of compensation that is worth your while.
Exactly.
That is worth your while and meaningful. That will keep you motivated to keep doing your best. But unfortunately, if these needs are not met or these things are left unchecked, you cannot get the best out of these professionals. And sadly, those people in those emergency rooms, it looks like the country has failed them, because we are the ones advocating for, please don't self-medicate. We are the ones advocating for, don't use these mixtures that you don't know what the contents are. But when
Sometimes
they are left helpless, but when they are left helpless, they will look for other means available to them to get themselves treated. And unfortunately, they may even run into bigger problems. So it's very essential that we need to really, address this issue.
I can't even imagine what could be going on with that particular doctor that has to oversee that much people.
Because that doctor,
he has a family.
That doctor is also overwhelmed. Because
Honestly,
that doctor
he
may have been on 24-hour shifts, night shifts.
I'm not even sure that doctor himself is fine.
Exactly, because he may also be completely drained, exhausted, and needs to be refreshed himself. How can you be in that state of mind or state of physical, that physical state, and be able to deliver appropriately? Because even your sense of decision making or your ability to diagnose appropriately or give proper counseling to a patient, you can't counsel somebody when you yourself need counseling. And then you can't help other people when you yourself are in need of help.
Okay, that's profound. Okay, so I want to quickly touch on something that has even been bothering me myself. There is this comparison between private hospitals being safer than public hospitals, but I've also seen that public hospitals tend to have, better equipped staff, more professionals and all that. So we don't even know exactly which is even safer when it comes to things like delivery and all of that. People just always feel like which is better and all that because of the kind of things we have seen in this particular, sector. So based on reality, would you suggest or what would you say about this? Is patient safety really about ownership, or is it about standard? Is it about staffing, or is it about the systems?
All of the above. It's about standards, it's about quality control, is about making sure that the kind of healthcare delivery or the kind of clinical setting that you have delivers optimal care for the patient, prioritizing the needs of the patient, to make sure that everything that is around healthcare delivery and everybody on your health team, are well positioned to carry out their duties diligently. The problem with most of the government hospitals that people say is long waiting times before you get an appointment, before a doctor gets to see you, the crowd and all that, which is of course expected. But if we still address this scarcity of doctors, or improve on the number of doctors we have, trained health professionals we have, I think this to a large extent will be reduced. And the advantage of private settings, people say, oh, you go there promptly, you can see a doctor, things work faster. Yes, things work faster, but nowadays you also find out that all sorts of things are happening. You also have some so-called private settings that the certification
ends up being quacks.
Exactly, the certifications or the licenses of people who claim to be, manning the facility, are in question. And then you may not be able to know who you are actually, sitting in front of, whether the person can make or mar your situation.
Yeah.
So basically, it's always advisable that at least the quality of the professionals that you're seeing. At least you get that in the government hospitals. The government hospitals, you have your specialists, you have your trained doctors, know that there's a lot of verification that goes into, play, in that kind of setting.
Yes.
Taking out the waiting times and other issues, the hitches that they also experience.
Yeah.
But in the private setting, yes, you can have prompt service. Yes, you can have quick service delivery. But what is the quality of that service
quality,
delivery?
now
And then I know we have regulatory agencies that go around to make sure that these facilities are they are up to date, and then they have the right professionals and all that. But we still know that sometimes some of these people escape the radar sometimes.
Yeah, that's very correct.
So it's still very difficult because you still are not sure absolutely who you are seeing, and that puts a lot of things to question. So it's very important that you as a patient, you are also well informed. Gone are the days where ignorance is, well, I'm not a medical person, I don't need to know so much, that's why I'm going to the hospital, but you should know about your health.
Yes, ignorance is no longer an excuse.
Yeah, it's no longer an excuse, because you should be able to ask questions. And when concerns arise in terms of you asking a question and you're not getting answers that are satisfactory to you, or you think that the person you're talking to, the professional you're talking to, you don't get the right vibes that the person is on top of his game when it comes to managing a case like this, then you better go elsewhere, because this is your health here, and
Your
any
life
error, can
falls
just take
back
your
on
life.
you.
Yes, any error takes your life away from you, or permanent incapacitation, as the case may be. So it's very necessary that you have good conversations with your health professionals. Make sure that you ask relevant questions concerning matters of your health, concerning your diagnosis, concerning your line of management, and ask, why are we doing this, or what is the relevance of this? And you need to know and be assured and be fully convinced that the person you are placing your life in his hands is capable of helping you.
Yeah. Ask questions. Ask questions and be very, very sure. So right about now, we're going on a very short break. And when we return, we'll talk about the effects of all of these in families, basically touching the emotional part of this particular conversation. Well, please stay tuned. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People television. And we're still talking about, patient safety, medical negligence, how to improve all of these. And right about now, we're talking about the families, right, Dr. Dewo? So we understand that behind every case is a family. Chimamanda lost a son. Aisha Umar's children lost their mother. Ifunanya's friend lost a rising star. When families feel ignored, they feel confused or left without answers, what does this do to trust in the healthcare? So these people might have developed some kind of fear or some kind of, they feel destabilized, literally. So what would you say concerning that to help build their trust back in the health sector?
Well, like we said earlier, they are humans, just like doctors are humans too.
Yeah.
So emotions would come to play. And bereavement is never easy. There's a grieving process. And of course, there will be some degree of loss of trust in the system, loss of credibility in of the system. And then you would also find a lot of people asking questions, where do we go from here? So when people are ill, so where do we turn to? So do we even stand a chance? So anybody who is ill now is sentenced to die. All these kind of questions would arise in the minds of people. And that is absolutely normal. For us to actually build back the trust and let people know that, okay, we still can do better, we have what it takes to be better, we need the whole medical system and even the government's backing to be able to achieve this. So this is not something a particular sector alone can handle. The doctors must be more diligent on their jobs. The nurses, who are also a substantial part of the health team, must also minimize errors, when it comes to their jobs, paying more attention to details, making sure that they verify things and nothing is put to chance, nothing is left to chance. And then ultimately, even the people who produce results, the lab results and the diagnostics, very, very essential. So any errors from them also, to a large extent, may also misdirect the doctor's judgment.
Yes.
Misdirect the doctor's management. So everybody, all hands must be on deck. And finally, the pharmacists too, who eventually would dispense these medications, must make sure that the right medications are given out at the right doses and for the right duration of time. All these things, you can say that everybody has their own functional roles, and each of those roles are very essential in maintaining, quality healthcare delivery. And of course, the governments have their own role in ensuring that everything these professionals need to be in place to be able to, give their best at their job and to function optimally and made available to them. Because if these things are not available to them, we'll still be dancing around in circles, and we're not going to be able to get where we want to get to. And if you have more people losing faith in the system, all you have is more people going back to self-medication, which you're discouraging, more people going into alternative medicine or into unverifiable forms of treatments that are available to them. which we know will be catastrophic in the end, because the consequences of that would really boomerang on everyone, because you will now find new illnesses coming out. You find people with organ failures that you can't explain because they are looking for other sources of care outside conventional care. So it's very essential that the government looks into this with a matter of urgency, knowing that we need to salvage the health system. And one of the simplest ways to salvage the health system is from your budget allocation, prioritize health. Very essential. You have to prioritize health. Health must carry huge priority, in the government's plan. Because without that, we're not going to see improvements. Because that is what would help refurbish the existing health facilities. This is what will help maintain all the equipment that we use for our diagnostics. This is what will ensure that doctors and healthcare remuneration is there as at when due. And we don't want to hear all this strike back and forth thing. Yes, because all these things come from job dissatisfaction.
Exactly.
Because it is when you have problems with your job, that's when you think you want to protest, that's when you think of strike. But if doctors are happy, at their stations, nobody will think of strike. Everybody will be looking at how to improve the system. Everybody will give their best, and everybody would reap the dividends of this. So the government has a huge role to play. The Ministry of Health, and the commissioners of health for the different states, they really have a huge role to play in seeing to it that, doctors and healthcare professionals in general, are comfortable on their jobs. Because what they do is too delicate. What they do is too important to be toyed with. Because the consequences are grave. We need to do better.
Yeah. We heard, I think it's even very trending now, the massive migration of Nigerian doctors and health workers to other countries, At the same time, we are seeing industrial actions and strike threats within the health sector. From your perspective, how do you think this is really affecting the patient's life? I mean, how does labor unrest connect to patient safety, and what can be done about it? I mean, in terms of the, doctors, I feel like they should also consider the patient sometimes, knowing that the government can be very, slow in the response of this. Yeah. So if they keep going at this rate, don't you think that we'll be losing more lives to, this whole thing?
The truth of the matter is that a lot of doctors are already sacrificial, to be honest. A lot of them are sacrificial, especially in the government facilities. We've heard of doctors who personally use their money to buy certain things for the patients. Yes, correct.
Wow.
Some of the things that are not available, they go out of their way to source for funds for these things to make things work. So you cannot expect professionals who are salary earners also, who have their own private responsibilities and personal life, to keep doing that for every patient they encounter. That is not sustainable. So you are already now making them work in a condition that is not so favorable, that is not so conducive, and yet with all the sacrifices, it looks like things still remain the same. And it's not sustainable for them even emotionally and, physically as well, because they're exhausted and drained, or in all ramifications. So you cannot expect that kind of a person to be able to give his best. And it may sound a bit insensitive that doctors will go on strike when people are ill in the hospital, but the truth of the matter is the doctor also has a family. And one thing I keep telling people is that we as Nigerians should appreciate doctors more. I'm not saying this out of sentiment or because I'm a doctor. I'm just being realistic. Because the truth of the matter is somebody who is there to help you, who is there to save your life. A lot of Nigerians take doctors for granted a lot. You find people, they just see you as a solution to their problems. But how many of them actually give back? Anybody who is watering should also be watered back.
Sure.
That is the only way. You cannot pour from an empty cup. So you cannot expect somebody to keep giving and giving and not being watered in return. You're going to drain the person out. In fact, you're going to wipe out the person's existence. So a lot of Nigerians will call you out of the blues. Oh, doctor, we need this. Doctor, we need that. They expect you to be there for them. They expect you to give them timely advice. They expect you to give them prescriptions. They see you at the church. They want you to help them. They see you at the restaurant. Everywhere you appear, you are a solution to somebody's problem. But how many people actually do come back to you to show appreciation to you for what you do?
True.
Very, very few of them.
Very few.
So you're actually seen as somebody who is an answer to all,
Savior.
but nobody is ever a solution to your own matter, you know, and to now make it all worse, even your remuneration or what you expect from the government is not forthcoming either. I think it's quite a frustrating situation.
Yeah.
So you are just seen as somebody who keeps giving and giving and giving, and you're giving a lot because your work is physically tasking, emotionally tasking, mentally draining, and you are not watered back the way you're supposed to be watered back, and yet people have high expectations of you. I don't think that's feasible and sustainable. We need to do better if we really want to see an improvement.
Yeah, we really need to do better. But, you know, let's talk about the practical steps towards this now. So I know we've stated the policies and all of that, but let's say you have 5 minutes, you know, to have the ears of the policymakers in the country. What immediate changes, emphasis on immediate changes, would you push for to reduce, you know, the preventable deaths and even all of this? And also, let's talk about the policy management, even in the hospital. I mean, with the management of the hospitals and all of that. What role do you think hospital management should play in building safer systems as well?
So hospital management can start with being, you know, very, very strict with their recruitment, making sure that the people you bring on board are people who know their onions, who are well experienced, and who are good on their jobs. Not only are they good on their jobs, they are also dynamic and teachable and adaptable. They are ready to learn more. And because medicine is dynamic, nobody ever says, I'm a health professional, I know it all, I don't need to learn anything. New things are coming up, new lines of management, new medications are coming up. You need to keep improving on yourself. So the clinical management of any facility must ensure that every member of the health team, you know, they are also evolving, they are getting better. You know, they are getting proper, you know, advancement in what they know. And they're going for updates, courses, conferences, seminars. They're doing their own research. They're open to, you know, learning more and broadening their scope and improving their clinical skills. That is the only way. And anybody you find wanting is either you do away with them or you ask them, look, you need to brush up. You need to be better if you want to stay in this institution, and you stand by it so that your institution is known for standard. And you are known that you give best quality, best global practices, because there's a certain level of expectation for good quality hospitals. And on the part of policymakers must do better in enacting laws and regulations that will protect the working conditions of doctors, making sure that health budget allotments of the budget to health is prioritized. You have a good substantial amount of the percentage of the budget going to health and health infrastructures, making sure that doctors' remuneration, you know, timely, no stories, and something comparable to what you get in other climes. If you really want to combat brain drain, then
or else everybody will leave us here.
Absolutely. And then also, you may also need to set up agencies and have laws and regulations that look into malpractice, and there should be consequences for, you know, for wrong management, particularly when you've done your due diligence in carrying out investigations and you actually find out that it was a case of negligence, it was a case of malpractice, then there should be consequences. There should be strict laws and regulations that apply to health professionals who, you know, have been found to be negligent. All you need is just a few scapegoats, and I think every other person will comply.
A few scapegoats. I can tell you're a disciplined person. Okay. All right. So this message is to the policymakers, even in the hospital sector, the medical sector, and even in the country as well. Well, before we wrap up this week's episode, I would like to acknowledge the fact that this week marked World Cancer Day. I think that was February 4th, and we've had in-depth cancer conversations on this program before, actually. But today, we simply want to just acknowledge everyone living with cancer, those undergoing treatment, and families walking through that journey. It's definitely going to get better. But doctor, in a few words, what message of encouragement do you have for cancer patients and people with tendencies, you know, of having this particular ailment?
So cancer is a global menace that has affected humanity, and there's a lot of research ongoing into the treatment and management of cancer. There are some cancer survivors, so that is one positive outlook to it. So anybody living with cancer now who has just gotten a diagnosis of cancer should know that there's hope. but we need to emphasize on early intervention because, like we always say, early intervention would always produce better outcomes. So when the cancer is still starting before there is a widespread to other organs or distant organs, you know, the prognosis is usually better. So we advise everybody, go for your screenings. For the women, go for your breast ultrasound scan. If you're above 40, go for your mammograms, do your PAPS, cervical pap smear screening for cervical cancer. If you're over 50, you should go for your colonoscopy to rule out colorectal cancer. For the men, after the age of 40, please, it is mandatory for you to have your PSAs checked. And then it's very necessary for you to present early if you have abnormal reports. That is not the time for you to disappear. That is not the time for you to seek other alternatives that have not been verified to actually be effective. So it is in your best interest to go for these screenings because it's only when you screen that you can detect early. So early detection is very key. For instance, in cervical cancer, if you do your cervical screenings and your pap smear results is not looking good, before it advances into full-blown cancer, when it is still starting with the earliest changes that we call CIN, you know, you are able to do something about it. It's very necessary that you kickstart your treatment and your management immediately. Specialists are available. They are called oncologists that are in charge of cancer-related cases. Those are the people that you should go to see. Those are the best professionals who have been trained in that field to assist with cancer management. And for all cancer survivors, please stay healthy. We thank God you made it through. So eat healthy, don't let down your guards, keep exercising, make sure you stay away from too much processed food, avoid too much of artificial products, and I'm sure everything will be fine.
And not to allow fear take their lives before the treatment.
Absolutely. And don't let fear stop you from taking your tests.
Exactly. Knowing that it's from the mindset.
Yes, they dread the findings of the doctor and they completely avoid the screenings, which make matters worse. And people present now in advanced cases.
That's very correct. So finally, before we go, Dr. Charles, if you had just 1 minute with everyone watching, you know, what's that one truth about healthcare in Nigeria that could change how we all engage the system? I mean, what would you tell them?
I'll tell you that first and foremost, your good health starts with you. It is your decision, it is in your hands, and it is all about you because it is your life. So all you need to do first and foremost is to make sure that you take responsibility for your health. Good health will not drop on your laps. You have a functional role to play.
Good health will not drop on your laps.
Yeah, it won't just happen. It won't just happen. It won't happen. So it has to start with your choices, your diet, your lifestyle. Quit detrimental lifestyle or habits that you have. Reduce your smoking or stop smoking preferably, and then your drinking should be restricted. Exercise, get enough sleep, stress management, eat healthy. All these are basic stuff that we can do to improve our well-being. And ultimately, if you have anything going wrong with you, please go and see your doctor. And don't even wait for anything to be wrong. We've said it time and time again. Go for your routine screenings. This is the beginning of a new year. Start your new year on a good note. Go for an appropriate screening that is suitable for your age bracket. And let a doctor examine you so that at least early detection will be able to help you to correct any anomalies that may be detected on time. So you see, your good health is absolutely your choice. So you have a good role to play in ensuring that you live long and you have a good quality of life.
Exactly. But you know, I try to put myself in your shoes sometimes, you know, what it felt like or what it should feel like to be a doctor. And I feel like we emphasize or we focus a lot on victims. We focus a lot on the patients and we don't really pay attention to the doctors. So for the doctors who are overwhelmed there, the doctors who feel overworked, the doctors who feel like there is so much demand on them and they cannot do more than their strength. You know, what would you say? They cannot kill themselves. What would you say to them? Literally, I just wanted to encourage them as someone who is also experiencing something like that.
We see you, we appreciate you,
we
love you for what you do. We hope that things get better. And we hope that you know, the system appreciates you more and that everything you need to give your best, you know, is made available to you. We see your passion for the job because if you're not passionate, you won't even be in that profession in the first instance. So you are special people, you are gifted people, and you are here to save lives. So we appreciate you, we see you, and we validate your concerns. Your concerns are valid, and we hope that the government does the needful.
Yes. All right, doctors out there watching this, we want to let you know that we see you, we value what you do, and we appreciate you. And we pray that you always be strengthened. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles.
Thanks
this was a really amazing conversation. And today's conversation really reminds us that the crisis in Nigeria's healthcare system did not start today. For years, patients have been suffering quietly. For years, doctors have been working under crushing conditions. Both realities exist, really. But if we truly want safer hospitals, we have to fix systems, not just blame individuals and talk about it. We just keep going around in circles. We must protect patients, and we must also support the health workers. It goes both ways. And because no one should lose their life simply because help did not come on time. It's really sad. So our viewers, remember this. Your health matters. Your voice matters. And seeking medical care should never feel like a gamble. You can catch this episode again on SLTV, channel 264, or stream it anytime on YouTube at VOPTV Live. Remember, take care of your body, listen to it, and stay informed, because good health is truly your most valuable asset. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next week, when we'll bring you another interesting and informative episode, please stay healthy, stay informed, and stay intentional. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOPTV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOPTV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOPTV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching
Voice of the people.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. You'll be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was who. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me self go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you self change.
Oh yeah, see that Naija pikin wey pack the thing wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them they find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo. And girls?
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Naija promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect
No, they look face. Join body, make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me. Go fix our Niger. Cross river, Delta, Edo, and rivers. Oh, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo, and rivers. Oh, 7 promises, them don't talk 'em. 7 codes, now we go do 'em all. No, they wait, no, they look face. Join body, make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand.
Uphold the 7-for-7 agenda for Niger, our hope, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
The future of any nation depends largely on the quality of education it provides for its citizens. When you educate a child, you secure the future of a nation. This powerful statement by Nigeria's first democratically elected president, Alhaji Shehu Shagari, underscores the critical role education plays in building human capacity, strengthening institutions, and laying the foundation for sustainable national development. Good afternoon and welcome to Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we unpack the stories, ideas, innovations, and policies shaping the future of education in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. On today's program, we examine the release of the 2025 NECO Senior School Certificate Examination external results. Also on the program, we look at Kogi State's temporary closure of schools over security concerns as the government moves to protect pupils, students, and teachers while working to ensure that the academic calendar remains on track. But first, let's begin with our opening conversation. The National Examination Council, NECO, has released the 2025 Senior School Certificate Examination external results, recording a 71.63% pass rate. Registrar and Chief Executive of NECO, Professor Ibrahim Mushishi, announced the results at the council's headquarters in Minna, Niger State. Out of 96,979 candidates who registered for the examination, 68,166 candidates obtained 5 credits and above, including English language and mathematics. On examination malpractice, the registrar disclosed that 9,016 candidates were booked for various offenses, representing a 31.7% increase compared to 2024. Additionally, 5 supervisors from the FCT, Kano, Adamawa, and Ondo State have been recommended for blacklisting for aiding malpractice. Professor Ibrahim Mushishi noted that the SSC external provides a second chance for candidates seeking admission into universities and other tertiary institutions, describing the release of the results as another milestone in NECO's commitment to credible assessment. Now, joining me to unpack this conversation is Dr. Olasukomi Arowolo. Dr. Olasukomi Arowolo is a lecturer, an academic researcher with extensive experience in media and communication studies. He is also a British Academy Global Talent in Media and Communication, recognized for his outstanding contributions to research, scholarship, and global knowledge development in the field of journalism. And virtually, I have Waziri Innocent, an education research officer at Ubongo International with strong expertise in the design and development of engaging learning content and educational material for children, particularly those in underserved communities and hard-to-reach communities. Good afternoon, Waziri, and thank you so much for joining me on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Hi, Mr. Matthew. Thank you for always having me around. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on the program. Now, NECO recorded a 71.63% pass rate, with 5 credits, including English and mathematics. How would you assess this performance in comparison with previous years? And what does it reveal about the current state of secondary education in Nigeria?
First of all, it's actually very commendable improvement compared to last year. I think last year the pass rate was about 67%. So this is very, very commendable. Well done to NECO, but I feel it should actually give us more room to say there's room for improvement, actually. So well done to NECO, but there's room for improvement. There's a whole lot to look into and see what happened, what didn't go well, what went well, and see how we can improve from there.
So you mentioned that there is a whole lot to look into. What are those significant steps that should be looked into? And with over 96,000 candidates sitting for the SSE external examination, what does this number tell us about access to education and the demand for second chance opportunities in the country?
Okay, so the fact that second chance opportunities are there, it means something was wrong with the first chance opportunity. So proper learning most likely didn't take place, which we all know it's a problem across Nigeria. Proper learning did not really take place in the first place. That is why people have to sit for a second chance exam. But that being said, there's room for improvement. There is we're also looking at what happened, what went well, what didn't go well. If you look at the malpractice indicators there, you would also find out that a whole lot did not happen right. But even at that, we are still saying kudos to NECO, and we look forward to more improvement and positive indicators in future.
Okay, talking about positive indicators and talking about SSE External. The SSE External is designed to provide another opportunity for candidates seeking tertiary education or tertiary admission. So in your own view, how effective is this pathway in bridging academic gaps?
So the second chance, I said this earlier, the second chance, it's a good one, but it shows that there was problem with the first chance, right? For me to seek second chance, it means I didn't get it right the first time. So I think we should focus on working on how to fix it right and ensure kids get it right within the first chance. Another thing is we have to look into what happens in between the first chance and the second chance. What remediation activities were provided for these kids to make sure that learning continues even though they are not in a conventional school settings. Let's try to make sure that these kids still learn or ensure they are not just sitting idle at home. So these are things we need to look into. Another thing is we need to take away pressure from, because I think this also results to malpractices where the pressure is too much on certain subjects, certain qualifications to scale into the next phase of their education. That is why we see situations where the kids try to go into malpractices, teachers are pressured into how to help them scale through and all those stuff. But then second chance is a good thing, but let's try to regulate how it happens so that it happens at a more proper rate.
So Waziri, you talked about second chance and first chance. I want you to enlighten us on what first chance is in this case.
So as we all know, NECO is written alongside WAEC in the normal school setting, but then there's still a NECO that happens if you fail the normal NECO, and then you sit for NECO outside the normal school setting. Now, NECO is seen as a second-tier examination to WAEC. That's another way we have to look at it. So people would most likely present their WAEC results before presenting their NECO result. NECO result is seen as a situation where you didn't pass your WAEC, so you have to sit for NECO to pass your WAEC, to complement your WAEC results. That's one. There's also the NECO where people who failed WAEC and NECO the first time get to register for external examination, and then they come from wherever they are. Now, this is not a school-based exam where people from a certain school, you're all assigned centers, and then you go right to those examinations. So that's what I mean by second chance.
Thank you so much, Waziri, for that wonderful clarification for our viewers, actually, because our viewers will be wondering, what is first chance, what is second chance? Thank you so much, Waziri.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, let me take this conversation to the studio. Let me begin by also appreciating Dr. Lasso for coming on the program. Good afternoon, sir, and thank you so much for coming on Edge Dialogue.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
All right, so we are looking at the fact that NECO have released a new result, and of course, examination malpractice increased by 31.7% compared to 2024. So what factors could be responsible for this rise, and then what systemic issues might it affect?
We can see from the previous statistics that the performance last year, the previous year, is lower than what we have now, which is a significant improvement. And being a second chance, people want to give in their best. And as external candidates, you want to also, put extra effort beyond what you have learned in this classroom. And in fact, majority of those who sit for the external, they are people who were not actually in school properly. Quite some numbers of the percentage also account for those who have missed the opportunity to pass some grades. Perhaps they're looking for 1 or 2 results, and it's usually predominantly main subjects, English and maths. And we see over 71% pass rate in that regard. So I would say desperation to pass is one of those things that may account for that. So they were more motivated, self-motivated, and which is one of those factors. The other thing I would say is that they are the freedom. They are not in a classroom environment where they add competing subjects, which is contesting for their attention. So they are able to focus more on what they are truly looking for. And that might as well contribute to the increase in pass rates.
Okay, so 5 supervisors were recommended for blacklisting and aiding examination malpractice. I know you're a lecturer. So what does this say about institutional policies and accountability within the education system?
Well, the policies are right, and they are implementing it correctly. And if they have been able to identify, I was expecting more, honestly, and because I don't think anything significantly has changed over the years. There are people who are still trying to cut the corner. And however, it is what it is, and it's telling us that even among the good eggs, there are people who are still trying to sabotage, who are trying to pass some corner, and who are trying to take advantage of the loopholes in the system. But this will be a message to them, to other people who have such kind of thought in mind. So I would say it is a good thing that it has been, publicized. It has been announced. They should also put measures in place to ensure that things like this don't even come up.
So I want us to talk about tackling examination malpractice, which of course happened during the examination. Okay. How do you think, or what should be the role of examination bodies, schools and communities, policymakers? What should they do collaboratively to reduce examination malpractice while maintaining examination credibility?
Having a very conducive environment is one thing, because if the all is, sort of clustered and then tightly, candidates seated close to each other, that's a problem on its own. And secondly, is about the screening. Are they well searched before they came into the hall, before they're allowed into the hall? And also, the internal staff, the supervisors, are they true? Are they sincere and committed to the code of ethics, the code of conduct of the examination? So some of these things are the things they have to put in place, like regulatory, and ensuring that people, before they get into the hall, the instructions are clearly communicated, and they are also, aware of the consequence of these actions. And as well, the staff who are working with them, they don't, lower the standard before they allow the candidates to come in. So I think, most importantly, there should be adequate awareness, and the personnel should as well adhere to the rules of the game.
All right, so beyond pass rates, which of course there is a whole lot of increase in pass rates in this year compared to the previous NECO. Beyond pass rates, what other indicators should stakeholders consider when evaluating the quality and effectiveness of secondary education?
Oh, well, when I saw the pass rate, I was a bit concerned, because it appears like it's high. And I was wondering what quality of education was given, what quality of question and standard of asking the question. I'm not saying that they can't do well, but I was like 71% pass in English and maths. Compared to 10 years ago, that's not the case. And there were cases of math failures and more. What has changed? What has changed? And what has changed that we don't know? Or what has changed, or what is changing that they are yet to communicate? So beyond pass rates, they need to help us to understand some of the contributing indicators that has helped us achieve these results. And speaking with students generally, I would say I don't see that manifesting in their communications. And I'm not saying that we're not doing well. We're doing well, but however, there is room for better. If we are lowering the standard to have pass rates and to commend bodies like NECO and more, in fact, they shouldn't be the one to be commended. These candidates should be commended if truly they have truly passed. Because I've some of my other colleague on the online there, he was commending NECO. I think the people who did the work are the candidates. They should be commended and not NECO.
Okay, so I know you work in the university space.
Yes.
You are a lecturer. So how do you think these results would impact university admission trends and competition?
If truly they've passed through the system and they've done the right thing, it will make our work easier, and then it will increase the quality of students we take in.
Okay.
Yes, I believe that will be the fundamentals, because that's the playground where they build those who make it into the university system.
Exactly. It's one of the foundations.
So we have to get the curriculum right, we have to get the lecture and lessons delivery right, and the environment right, and as well the resources, which I believe they needs to sort of increase the budget and also ensure that they see to the implementation of all of these policies. And decisions.
Thank you so much. Waziri, if you are still with me, let me just ask you, what immediate and long-term reforms would you recommend to strengthen Nigeria's secondary education and improve students' outcome in national examinations?
Actually mentioned some very good points, and he said what has actually changed. And the truth is this: we know the problems at hand. We are not seeing active solutions being proposed and implemented. So, but then we're seeing growth in our pass rates, which we are not going to say, oh, we don't enjoy. We love it, but we are very practical people as educators. So we really want to be sure that there are conducive classrooms, learning is happening as it should happen. Curriculums are properly covered. Schools and teachers have what they need to properly communicate teaching and learning. If we have these things, I think we don't want a situation where we have overcrowded classrooms in our public sectors, and these are little things that contribute to a long-term change. But if we still have these things, we really don't expect any change in the educational outcome. But since the changes are coming, we would keep asking the questions. What are you guys doing right? We really want to learn. We are very curious to know what is happening.
So the government should ensure that they do what is right for its citizens and then the students as well.
Exactly.
I would like to contribute to that, this in terms of the long-term plan. We need to review our curriculum so that we create a clear-cut pathway for those who are intending to continue in the route of academic education to go into the university. Less is being said about technical education, and we need to create a route that will allow those who want to toe that path to go on, because these technical experts, they are the ones who are actually giving us results. Research, education, what they do more is to give us theories. How about the practice? If we have all the theories and propositions, ideas, but there's no one prepared with holistic knowledge and practical knowledge to implement, we'll still be having that gap.
So do you think this is affecting Nigeria's education?
Definitely, it is affecting our education, because education that is based on theory alone without knowledge of practice. If you have an idea of a concept, but you don't know how that concept is applied in practice, it's just as good as useless. So you can pass exam, have 100%, be a first class, and don't know how to do the job. So we need to design it in such a way that it allows for mental capacity education as well as hands-on practical application.
Okay, so I want you to tell us what Nigerians can learn from outside education, especially knowing fully well that you're a British Academy Global Talent. What do you think we can learn as a country, as a nation, as individuals, as lecturers, as students?
Okay, well, the truth is that any knowledge that does not have life, I believe everything that we know, that we learn or read about, we want to live. So if you have the knowledge of it in school, whether in school, outside school, online, anywhere, and you cannot do it, then we will not get results. And that's why we are here. There are many leaders who go out there, they see the results. They ask questions about how it is done. They come back home, but they don't apply it. And there are some instances where it has been applied. However, what happens is that the people are not well educated to appreciate what is being built, and they destroy it. I've experienced a situation where security camera is being splammed, where lighting are being destroyed, where classroom digital board are being abused, even by those who are meant to use it correctly. I'm talking about smart board, you using marker on smart board. It's just, you're the educator, you should know how to use some of these things. And in fact, even the use of resources, e-library, e-resources, if you're unable to use it, access it, you are not even open to using it appropriately. You are not opening to learning. And if you're not open to learning, definitely you are far away from applying it. So beyond the normal academic settings, education field, we need to have a zeal to want to learn to do. We learn to know sometimes. We learn to get certifications, but we're not learning to give solutions. Nigeria is in a situation where all that we need is the doers and those who are solution driven, who will give us results and take us from where we are now and take us to where we are going to.
So we need to learn to do. All right, I think that's a good place to anchor that specific conversation. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break now, and when we return, we'll turn our attention to Kogi State, where the government has temporarily closed all schools across the state over security concerns. Please stay with us.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching VOP TV and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi, girl, Etobi, Olua. Hello, everyone. My name is C Praise, and I'm here telling you, keep watching VOP TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory.
How glory. You see ways. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. Girl, view. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that out.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. If you are just joining us, this is Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, where we explore education, personal development, and the ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector and beyond. The Kogi State government has temporarily closed all schools across the state as a precautionary measure to safeguard pupils, students, and teachers. Commissioner for Information and Communications, Kingsley Femi Fanwo, explained that the decision was not born out of panic, but of responsibility, adding that Governor Ahmad Usman Ododo has directed security agencies to ensure schools resume safely so that the academic calendar is not disrupted. Fanwo commended security agencies for their timely intelligence and reassured residents that efforts are ongoing to identify and deal with criminal hideouts. Meanwhile, the chairman of the National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools in Kogi, Pastor Ruben Jimo, announced that the midterm break has been fast-forwarded. Schools are now expected to resume on the 16th of February 2026, and the closure follows similar preventive actions in Kebbi and Kwara states, where schools were shut after attacks on schools and churches. Now, still with me to unpack this conversation is Dr. Olasukomi Arowolo. Dr. Olasukomi Arowolo is a lecturer and academic researcher with extensive experience in media and communication studies. He is also a British Academy Global Talent in Media and Communications, recognized for his outstanding contributions to research, scholarship, and global knowledge development in the field of journalism. And virtually, I have Waziri Innocent, Education Research Officer at Ubungo International, with strong expertise in the design and development of engaging learning content and education materials for children. Let me begin with you, Waziri. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining me once again.
Matthew.
All right, so let's look at the security situation in Kogi State. What does this temporary closure indicate about current security challenges facing students and teachers?
So from what we have at the moment, it shows we are still where we were last year. Nothing has really changed. But it is commendable for the Kogi State government to be proactive. We're really happy that they were proactive. No child was hurt, nobody was kidnapped before they came out to try to salvage the situation. However, we want a situation where the government can act proactively, not just proactively, just as the Kogi State government has done, but a situation where security is strong enough to tackle this situation without disrupting education. So Kogi State government has really done well in making sure that these kids are safe, even though learning has been disrupted. However, we are looking forward to more in situations where if threats come up, we can salvage the situation while learning still happens.
So Waziri, I know you are passionate about children, particularly in underserved and hard-to-reach communities. And looking at this security situation in Kogi State, and of course having an extensive experience in the northern states of Nigeria, how effective are preemptive school closures in preventing attacks or ensuring the safety of pupils?
Situation we can get, this is the most effective method we can use to safeguard kids, because we cannot trust the Nigerian police, we cannot trust the Nigerian army to show up and salvage the situation before it gets bad. So this is very effective at the moment. However, what happens afterwards? this is the question we need to ask. So for now, short term in preemptive closure can be effective in short term, but then in the long term, for long term measures, I don't see this as an effective way of curtailing the situation.
So tell us how this works in the northern states, because I know you are, of course, there. You are in the northern states. Tell us how this works.
Down here in the north, we already have disruptive calendars. The school calendar, it doesn't match with other parts of the country because we've had these situations happen over and over again. Last year, we had about 6 to 7 weeks of classroom activities, while other states get to have 12 weeks. We had 6 to 7 weeks. We resumed this year. We resumed very late, 2 weeks behind other states. And then the first week was used to write examination that was not written for last year. Now, this means kids went home. A whole lot of them did not study. We know how kids are because of the festive seasons, and they had to travel with their families and come back, and they are resuming to write an examination. This would obviously disrupt the examination. It would not give us the true look of what the situation is in between. Now, immediately after the examination, we're continuing with a new term. So we already have 2 weeks behind. We've used 1 week into the remaining 10 weeks to write examination. Teachers are being stressed because while carrying out normal learning activities for the new term, that is supposed to happen for 12 weeks, but we're doing ours in 9 weeks. Yeah. We are also trying to meet up with the preparation for arranging the results, putting the results together. So it is too much work on the teachers. The kids are stressed. A whole lot is happening. We also have fasting activities that would happen very soon for our Muslim folks. And all things being equal, down here in the north, schools go on break for fast. So that takes away another 3-4 weeks out of the learning calendar. So we already see if this goes on for, let's say, 1-2 years, the children practically misses half of the learning session due to this disruption of calendars.
Which is not supposed to be, Abi?
It is completely not acceptable.
So what more could be done to prevent criminal attack on schools beyond temporary closures?
I mentioned the last time I was on this show, I mentioned that the security architecture of Nigeria should be structured in a way that these things are tackled immediately they come up. We don't want situations where learning is disrupted. We don't want situations where, even though we are happy that Kogi State government is being proactive, we don't want situations where schools are being closed down because this is already an indication that the security architecture of Nigeria is faulty at some point, because we shouldn't get to the point where we're shutting down schools. They should be able to attack whatever insecurity challenges is coming before it gets to the situation where we're shutting down schools. We want them to do their jobs while learning takes place. We want kids to feel safe. At the moment, even if you tell the kids to come back to school, what is most likely going to happen is the kids are going to start being security conscious, which is not a bad thing in itself. But I do not remember myself in primary or secondary school thinking about my safety with terms of terrorism.
When you are going to school, yeah.
Exactly. I think of what I should eat, what I should study, how I should pay attention in class. I shouldn't hear a loud noise outside and start jumping out of the window. That was not my thought at that age. So learning happened for me seamlessly. But for the kids of this age, that is not the case, because every situation that happens, they get to start thinking of fear and flights, how they run, how they get to keep themselves safe.
All right, Waziri, let me take this conversation to the studio. Doctor, what should be the role of the state government in balancing security and education continuity?
Security is very primary. It is fundamental to everything. If I'm in a learning environment and I'm not secured, I won't feel comfortable enough to even learn. And in terms of learning continuity, I've always advocated for the fact that we need to take learning online. This is not the 5th year, it's not the 6th year. For over 8 years now, I've been clamoring on the same thing. And practically, I have also done some things in that regard. If insecurity is a continuous threat while the military are trying to solve the problem. The students shouldn't be stopped from learning. They can continue this thing online. Infrastructures can be put into place so that they can have access even in their homes. In developed climes, students well registered, they have access to devices that they use for learning, strictly for learning, with education institutional policies. They can't use it for something else except what is of school. If we have adequately invested in our education, not the less than 10% that we're still doing for over 10 years, if we adequately invest in education, we'll have more than enough resources to work with. Even in the face of insecurity, students can sit back at home and education will not stop. Materials can be created. The welfare of the staff is also very important, because if they are well taken care of, they can be comfortably and be happy to be more innovative, be productive, not in an environment where there is no internet, not in an environment where their personal devices is what they use for government or for their employment, in their employment environment. So we need to look into the key areas and look after this.
So looking about the key areas, how can schools, parents, and communities contribute to improving safety without disrupting academic activities?
The job of the parents is not for security except in their homes. The case of what we have, if you look at the case of Kebbi, you have had attack the first time, second time, and you still boarded the students living in the premises, and they came again to attack. It means we are not learning from history. We need to be very sensitive and create. In fact, at the first attack, or in fact, at the intel that there will be an attack, safety they should be evacuated, leave the hostel, not to leave it. In fact, I looked at the video, the environment is not conducive. Look at their beds. That's a government property. Everywhere scattered. We can't say it's because of the banditry or the invasion that led to those disorganization. You can see some of the beds still arranged.
So are you saying there's a place of personal maintenance,
yes,
proper maintenance?
Yes, at the level of the government. We know government can't do everything, but it's not parents or the community that will come and build schools, that will come and fix the environment. If they are not the one that will ensure that the buildings are well protected against mosquitoes, because you can see some of the facilities there. The beds, each bunk has its own mosquito nets. I understand. And it's not even a condition. It's not a place where you want to wake up to study even in the night. So whether in school or off school, if we want to focus on digital learning, let's do it and let it be open. So that if the school in person is not working, these are digital natives. They are young kids. They have idea of these things. If we don't create the right resources for them, when they have access to such device without the right resource orientation in mind, they will go for the wrong platforms. They will go for the socials. But if they've been tailored and given a policy designed device, which is focused on education alone, because there are ways you can restrict it by policies. In fact, federal government can do that at the level of Ministry of Education, and also give control to each state, and then give control to each school, so they can decide what content they deploy to such devices, and such devices can be abused. So, well, for security, it is the responsibility of the management, state, federal, or the local secondary or primary school, whatever kind of institution is it, to ensure that as long as the students are within the environment, the premises of learning, it needs to be secured.
So what will be your long-term solution to tackling insecurity, not only in Kogi State, but in other northern states, and not only in other northern states, but across the country? I would say
I'll pick it from across the country. If we think about this generally across the country, then we would have covered areas of our weakness. So my colleague like I said, Waziri, said we should review the security architect. And when we have that in mind, we should as well redesign the education to make room for contingency plans. So when we do this practical, we shouldn't do that in isolation. It shouldn't be just the lawmakers or a committee sitting. They need to go with research data. They need to drive their decision with data. Consult, know the actual needs. Visits, set up subcommittees to go visit, and they should bring holistic report with video evidence to see where they are at, then we can then pick it up from there.
Waziri, what will be your final word to the government in restoring public confidence in the state's education system?
We still expect more. To who more is given, more is expected. We elected them to be our leaders. We elected them to look after us. We elected them to make sure we don't find ourselves in this situation. So I would say our leaders are working or acting or performing below expected standards. Whatever is happening in the security architecture in education is not acceptable. We do not say well done to situations where learning is disrupted over and over and over again. We should have learned from the KB State incident, from the Niger State incident, that when we move into 2026, we don't get to experience this same thing. We recognize the little efforts they are putting, but it is not good enough. So our leaders, we need assurance from you that we are safe in our learning environment. We need assurance from you that learning would not be disrupted. We already have situations where 4 years courses in the universities are studied for 8 years because of strike. We don't want a situation where a child spends 15 years in secondary school because of insecurity. We need them to nip this at the bud and make sure it doesn't continue.
Waziri Innocent, Education Research Officer, Ubogo International, with strong expertise in the design and development of engaging learning content and educational materials for children, particularly those in underserved communities. Thank you so much for coming on Edu Dialogue.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
And you too as well. And in the studio, I have Dr. Olasukomi Arolo. Dr. Olasukomi Arolo is an academic researcher with extensive experience in media and communication studies. He's also a British Academic Global Talent in media and communication, recognized for his outstanding contributions to research and scholarship and global knowledge in the field of journalism. Thank you so much, Doctor, for coming to the program. And we look forward to having you some other time. Thank you, sir. All right, you're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Hi, my name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Yes, sir. Kábíyèsí Olúọ̀run, we were born to give you twale, to give you worship. People of God, you are watching Voice of the People TV, and my name is Flo Rocker. I encourage you to listen to things of the gospel. You know, we live in a very perilous times where there are some things you watch on television, you will lose faith, you will lose God. Keep your eyes on Voice of the People TV and remain blessed. Flo Rocker says so. Kuzoshi.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The Federal University of Kashere in Gombe State have appointed Professor Muhammad Inuwa Jafaru as its new Vice-Chancellor. The announcement was made by the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council, Professor Williams Aderomu, after a rigorous selection process held at the university's council chamber. Professor Jafaru defeated 19 other candidates to emerge as the first substantive Vice-Chancellor of the institution. He will succeed Professor Umaru Pate, whose tenure ends on February 11, 2026. According to the Governing Council, his appointment was based strictly on merits and his outstanding performance during the selection process. Moving on, the Joint Admission and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has announced that persons with disabilities will receive free application documents for the 2026-2027 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. The initiative will be coordinated through the JAMB Equal Opportunity Group, according to the registrar, Professor Ishaq Oloyede, who made the disclosure during a stakeholders meeting in Abuja. He said beneficiaries including candidates living with Down syndrome, autism, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Professor Oloyede added that eligible candidates must possess 5 O-level credits obtained in not more than 2 sittings. He also announced that audiobooks will be provided for blind candidates, reaffirming the board's commitment to inclusive access to education. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that the Federal University of Oye-Ekiti says 131 students will graduate with first-class degrees out of a total of 7,396 graduates. The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Abayomi Fashino, disclosed this during a press conference in Oye-Ekiti ahead of the university's 10th convocation ceremonies. He said 2,519 students earned second-class upper degrees, 3,777 obtained second-class lower, 966 graduated with third-class degrees, while 3 students finished with pass. Professor Fashino announced that the overall best graduating student is Adeni Miriam Adedolapo of Medical Science Anatomy Department with a CGPA of 4.89. He added that the convocation ceremonies will climax with the award of degrees, reaffirming the university's commitment to academic excellence and global impact. And that's a wrap on Edgy Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've explored and examined the release of the 2025 NECO Senior School Certificate Examination external results, where 71.63% of candidates obtained 5 credits, including English and mathematics. We also turned our attention to Kogi State's temporary closure of schools over security concerns, a preventive move aimed at safeguarding pupils, students, and teachers. From examination integrity to school security, one message remains clear. The future of our nation depends not just on access to education, but on safe, credible, and quality learning environments where every child can thrive. For more insights and in-depth conversation, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events happening in your community, we would love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness report, event coverage requests, photos or videos with us on WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogusuada. Join me next week as we continue to spotlight the policies, people, and ideas shaping Nigeria's education sector. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education remains the strongest foundation for national development. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drum! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that, to do so, would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Market Today. My name is Obala Mesoma and I'm here at the Lagos largest thrift market. We are here to know about how traders are actually faring and how we can actually know the challenges that traders are facing in the thrift market business. We're also here to know how you can start up a thrift market business on your own. In case you don't know the market I'm talking about, it's Super Abulegba Katangwa market. Can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling okrika. I open all sorts of bales. But now, Tinubu, you don't scatter everything. Before, we dey change server. 600 before, 650, 700, 800, we dey manage them like that. We dey use and buy market. But now, 2,740 to collect 1,000 Nigerian money. Shebi you still say you don't kill us. Server don't go up past dollar. So now the thing where we see, we just dey push am. As you see me, I just make up. I no get money, because I no wan look like my problem. That is why I just dey do. I dey laugh. I dey do everything. Tinubu don scatter everything. Now we shade. We no see person come buy market because the market too cost. The thing where we dey sell 200 before, now 1,000, 15. So now food money, then they find. Now to buy food stuff, buy orishirishi for house where children go eat. Now even their children waka naked, you don't concern them. Make they just say okay, make they eat better food. Now in their body.
Can you tell us, if somebody wants to start a trade business, how would the person go about it?
Before is good though, it's very nice. But now, if you don't get money for 3 bail, no start time.
So how much is a bail now?
A bail, some bail 350, 400, 500. Like missing now, you go see am 600. 600 fine market. Or if you want buy fine market,
from 600
fine bail. But if you want buy raggy, where you go open the bail, you see all those people where they go cry, say, hey, I open bail, na lie you. Na money where they take go buy am. No be say the bail na raggy. But some they go see better bail, they no go buy am. Then go they find lesser price. So as you see okrika business, as you owe money, now so you go take buy fine markets. No be say then they tie were inside you, but now your money go give you were, go give you better one. So now it be the thing. The business they okay, very okay. Yes.
Good morning, ma.
Morning, sis.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine, ma.
How are you? How is your business?
We thank God.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Winifred Oluwatobiloba.
And today we are on a particular project called Market Today.
Okay,
please,
ma'am.
can you tell us how your business has been compared to other weeks?
We thank God, but these days there's no much sales. Even things are getting expensive than that of before, and people still believe that they need to buy it the ways they bought it before, which does not supposed to be so. But as the thing has been expensive, there's no much profit on it. Even the sales we make before, during these days, there's no much sales.
Okay. So you are trying to say that there's no more sales right now?
There's no sales. Things are too much expensive. Even the price we bought it, we are buying it before. As of these days, there's no much profit on it again.
So are you trying to tell us that dollar rate is affecting you guys?
Yes.
Very well.
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel like doing this business? Like, did it give you more joy? Like thrift business, did it give you more joy on it?
It gave me a lot of joy because as of now, even though you rent a shop for to make the sales, it doesn't move in the shop. It doesn't move. But people believe that instead of them getting it around the street, they need to come to the market to purchase their goods. Even though they buy it the same rate at home, they prefer it better.
Okay. So how have you, like, if someone wants to start a business, a thrift business, what can you advise the person to do? What do you advise the person to do?
I would just advise the person that maybe if you have your money, you based on calculation, you know how much you gain as in your capital during a month or years after that, you know what you've done and your savings. So you don't believe that when you start a business and the business doesn't grow, so you have to know how it grows. You know your profits. Not when some people start a business, so if they have a reduction of their cash or reduction of the money that so they can just end it up like that. But you try to check your investments daily, check your investments all the time. So that's what I have to say.
So we are meant to have patience in thrift business.
Yes, not every time the sales goes well, but with due to the time it goes. So you have to endure.
What season of the year do you think that thrift business goes well?
During season, Christmas season, resumption of schools.
Okay.
So people change their children's ways. Resumption of schools.
Yes.
Festival. Yes. Even this so much of festival. Most specialists is moved during Christmas time, new season.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Kingsley Fine.
Can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling gym gown. Gym gown.
Okay, you do on thrift gym gowns?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So how much is this thrift gym gowns now?
4,000. Yeah.
4,000.
Yes, ma'am.
So how has business been for you since?
It's been good.
So you're booming?
Yes. But I'm also helping my mom to sell, that's well.
Okay, you're helping your mom to sell?
Yes, I'm helping my mom to sell.
And your mom's business is actually
Yes, I'm doing okay.
So since your mom started this business, since you say it's not your own,
yes.
So mom started this business, can you tell us any challenge that your mom has faced on this business?
Either you gain or you lose in market. This business, either you gain or you lose. She can buy bread now and the market is not fine. Okay. She will sell it like that and she will have lose like that and the market is not fine.
Okay, so she can order a bill, and when she opens it, it's not looking like what she ordered.
Yeah. And
so it's one of the challenges.
Yeah, that one of the challenges. One of the challenges.
So someone that wants to start a thrift business, what advice can you give that person?
Just stay focused and keep striving, keep hustling. You reach there.
So the person should have patience.
Yes, patience.
Striving until the person gets to the goal.
You have faith in God that yes, I will make it.
So has dollar rate affected you guys' thrift business?
Yes.
In what way?
Like want to go and buy like all those kind of things.
Yes.
That's only I can understand from there.
Okay. So that's one of the challenges that you guys have.
Yes.
So you're trying to tell us that anyone that wants to start a thrift business is a good business to start.
Yes.
They are going to make
more gain.
Once you have
patience, yes.
Okay.
And have faith in God.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Please, may we know your name?
I'm Okiki Esther.
So, Koki Esther, please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell ladies' top.
Ladies' top. So,
Okrika, thrifts.
Thrifts, you do know thrifts. Please, can you tell us how your business has been going?
Anyways, we thank God, but due to the economy of Nigeria, it's now on the high side. Before, it was not as expensive as this. Based on the exchange rates, not only dollar, but this Cotonou exchange rates now. Before, Nigerian money has value more than Cotonou money, but now our money is valueless. So Cotonou money has taken over our home money when it comes to exchange rate.
How has dollar rate affected you guys?
You know, ever since increase, our dollar rate has affected everything. Aside from dollar rate, even this Cotonou money, which is CFAs, it has affected our business because we do shipping things from there. So their money has more value than Nigerian money now. So it has affected every business, especially this Okrika business, food stuff and other things.
So if someone wants to, order a bill now, how much it is?
It varies. We don't have a fixed price. Each bill have their own prices. Do you understand? Yes. So we have bills for different ways. For top, we have London bill, we have the China bill. So it varies. It doesn't have a fixed price.
Okay.
But everything have been increased actually.
Okay. So if someone wants to start a street business, what advice can you give the person?
I will advise the person to have the knowledge. Just don't say, okay, so person is selling on Instagram, I want to start. Have the knowledge. Maybe you can pay to a vendor to train you, so you know how to pick. Then if you have to carry bill, maybe you have your money, you have enough money, capital to start. Just go through it. Let somebody impart that knowledge into you. You should know the in and out of everything so that you will not waste your money, because it's a very technical business. It's not what you can just jump into. At times you might open the bill, it will be very okay, and at times it will be off. It might not be fine because you are not seeing what is inside the market you are buying. You understand? Inside the bill itself. It's just try your luck. You understand what I'm saying?
So street business is like try your luck business.
Yes, it's try your luck. But if you already have the knowledge, you will know the firm that are very good at. There is no how you make your profits. So we have the boutique standard bill, and then we have the normal bill that you can just open for general. That is not that expensive. So you understand. But if you have the knowledge, if you have somebody that puts you through, that you understand the business, so it won't be difficult.
So what do you advise the government to do for you guys doing trade business?
For the whole Nigerians, not for trade business alone. The economy. If the economy is okay, if our money is okay, like it has value, the way it used to be before, I think everything will be fine.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Fikayo.
Fikayo?
Yes.
So please, ma, can you tell us what you're selling?
What I'm selling.
You deal on thrifts.
Yeah.
So can you actually tell us how much you sell a thrift wear? Any of the thrift wear, whether it's a top, a skirt, a trouser?
Tops. I said it was 500 before, but now it's 2.5.
So that word you used before and now, it means that dollar rate has affected you guys. Yeah. So how well has dollar rate affected you guys?
Very well. Because before now, that was saying it's 500. That time we even see more gain, but now 2.5. It's just 500 was still not. Sometimes some people say 2,000. They'll be like, okay, how many do you want to take? They'll be like, okay, they want to pack plenty, they want to resell. So they'll be like, okay, I can still give you 2.4. So we have to just reduce the price like that.
So dollar rate has affected you guys. So what can you tell me if someone wants to start a street business, like you there to, and I came to you and I said I want to start a street business? How can I go about it? Like I have no idea about it. How can I go about it?
First of all, the trip business it's not even for the week. Let's just start from that one. It's not for the week.
It's not for the week.
It's not for the week at all. It's not, because there's different type of treat like this now. You can actually pay money down for a trip for jeans now. They can give you skirts. You can see different type of market inside trips. Sometimes now I'm selling pin down and I'm selling crossover as well. I can just see gown. That's why you see gown. I can see other things inside the bill. So it depends, Sha.
So it's actually not for the week. That's the thing you're telling me.
You have to be strong, because if you open it, you'll be like, this is not what I bought, this is not what I ordered. There's another thing that giving me entirely. So
can you actually, like, if you want to buy a bill, how much do you think this, like, you can actually start with? You need to get a bill first.
Smallest bill. Smallest. I think they have to have like 150 to 200.
150 to 200 to the smallest bill.
Yes.
That's pricey. That's much.
It's very
much. So that means if you want to go for a bigger one, that's like you have to get up to 300 to 400,
350,
or even 350. That's big. So what do you advise the government to help you guys out tripping? What do you advise the government to do?
The dollar rate should just come down first. Then we can now know what else we want to continue with. But the dollar price is high, so high, very, very high.
So it's really affecting you guys.
Really affecting us.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm cool. Are you?
How are you doing today?
Bless God, I'm fine.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Mr. Favor No. I'm from Edo State.
Okay, that's very good. Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell boyfriend jean. bun shorts, a 3/4 jean, which is a boyfriend short,
Yes.
and a normal baggy jean as usual.
So how has business been for you lately?
Lately, it's not really good because the price of market now is far different from what we buy like last year to 2 years. You understand? Like the baggy jean of last year, we bought it 350,400. But out of this now, we're talking about 700,000, 300,000 increase much. So it's not really be easy. And when customers are coming, so they are still using the old price. We're talking about the new present price now. So that is normally the challenges we are facing.
So,
and it just take courage and grace for you to convince them.
Okay, so dollar rate is affecting you guys.
More than, so this is more than affect. If there's another need to call affect, then we have to add it more than affect.
Okay. If you want to start a trip business, what are you supposed to know?
Okay, if you want to start a business, one thing you need to know there, you have to go for the cost of the price first. Okay. Then look for a site you know you can sell your market. Yeah. At the same time, you need to groom your customers. Because nowadays, even the customer they are buying from us, we appreciate them. Yeah. Because it's not easy. Yeah. Nowadays, people prefer food more than wearing clothes. So
you have to eat first now.
You have to eat first. That is it. So we always appreciate and respect our customers because it's not easy to convince them. You understand me? So if you want to start a trip like this, then you need to go and ask for the cost of the price, the market first. Then try to groom your own customers and look for the space that is site. You know you can do your business. But at the same time, even though you are in the site, we always take the grace of God.
So if you want to buy a bill, how much do you think it is?
Then if you want to buy a bill now, like this boyfriend jean now, you should be talking about around 700,000.
700,000?
Yeah.
That's much.
That is much because although it's not to that price before, but even from where you buy it for them to carry to this place,
that's transportation.
That transportation that is safer. Yeah. So when you now convert safer to naira, you find out that the money then is a little bit big. Yeah. You understand? Like 1,000 safer now. It's like a 6 something or 5 something compared to Nigeria currency, so which is very, very disastrous.
So what do you advise the government to do?
Well, we are advising the government, not just advice, we are begging them.
Yeah, you are begging them.
We are begging them for them to bring the dollar rates down. That is the most important thing that is affecting the business because now when we travel to Cotonou or Togo to go and buy market, they are not collecting our naira. Yeah. They have been taking their dollar, that they're safer, all those to buy market. So when you now convert naira to safer, if you go with 700,000 in safer, we're talking about around 400,000 naira. So you are going to add extra money to go and buy. So we are begging the government of this country to bring down the price of dollar rates. It's really alarming. Let them help us and bring it down. Then we'll be very happy.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, my sister.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Mrs. Faith Abiodun Ayoko.
Please, may you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling household items, as in household clothing items like bed sheets, curtain, tablecloth, kitchen napkin, apron, foot mats, net curtain, all sort of anything kitchen and anything household clothing.
Okay, so you do on thrift household clothing?
Yes.
So can you tell us how much is any of the thrift household clothing?
Yes, like now the bed sheets, the bill of bed sheets now is varied. We have different types of bills for it. It starts from 100,000 per bill.
Whoa.
Yes. Then to 180,000
per bill.
Per bill.
So can you tell us that thrift business is a good business?
It's a good business, but what affects this business these days is the dollar, the rising of dollars. You know, when dollar is rise, definitely the cost of the market will go up. The reason is that, you know, we exchange naira to dollar, then dollar to sefa. So you understand? We do buy from Cotonou. That's the Republic of Benin.
Okay. So has transportation been a problem?
Yes, transportation from that place is a problem. Then again, cost of transport, clearing to this place is another problem. So then exchange rates is the greatest problem.
Okay, exchange rate is
yes, yes, dollar rates, yes.
So if somebody wants to start a trip business, what advice do you think you can give that person?
Our advice is to come in because I'm not a stingy person. I want people to eat as I'm eating. It's a very good business. It's just nowadays that the dollar affects the business. Then again, there's no business that does not have risk. Yeah. At times we open another bale, you see rag there. So once there is rag, you know there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
But we still have hope that when we open another one, we find another one that is better. Then we use it to complement each other. So whenever you open a bale, you see good thing. Then don't be too happy and don't change understand. Then when you open the bad one, then you can complement the two together.
So you're meant to have patience in street business.
Yes.
So what do you advise the government to do for you guys?
Yes, the government should please and do whatever they can do to bring down the exchange rates. In fact, that's the problem we have in this country. And the petrol price. Because, you know, petrol price affects transportation.
Yes.
That's just the major problem we are facing in this problem now.
Tell us what you are selling.
I'm selling fairly used, which is the thrift wears.
Selling fairly used?
Yes,
thrift wears.
please.
So
Yes.
you deal on thrift wears?
Yes, please.
Okay, can you tell us how your business has been going?
For now, the business is managing for now, but we thank God for everything. It's not like unlike before. Now the business is so slow. Things are not moving like it was before, and business now is so expensive. The more it is expensive, people cannot afford. So it's been a bit problem for we Nigerians, especially we the sellers, because this streetwear is we buy not even knowing what is inside. So when we bust it, whatever we see, we have to sell. So
it's try and lock.
It's just try and lock.
Okay.
It's just selling by grace.
Okay, what kind of streetwear are you selling? Can we see it?
I'm selling the woody type.
Okay.
These are the types that I sell.
Okay.
For children and adults. These are the woody types. Something like this. I also deal with babies.
Babies wear?
Yes, the newborn babies.
Okay.
Do I show you the babies?
Yeah, you can show.
Okay, sorry. Then I deal with something like this. I'm sorry. Babies like this.
Okay, they are very nice. They're very pretty.
Something like this, baby jumpsuit for newborn.
Yeah.
So those are the ways that I sell for now.
So what's the transportation cost for you guys?
The transportation is so exorbitant that only the transport alone weighs down the business.
Whoa.
Because the more you go and come every day,
Yeah.
to meet up is a big problem. And since there is no business, it affects the business. Because most of the sales you made, which is the capital you make, is for transport. So that is why we are facing a bit problem in the business.
So if someone wants to start a thrift business, like oh, this is your baby clothes business and hoodies, like what do you advise the person to do?
For now, I will not even advise anybody to enter into it because Africa now does not even pay, except the person is on online business.
Serious?
I'm telling you, for now, business is too expensive to the cost of what people are buying because there is no money. Everybody wants intake, which is food business for now. So, but we are just managing because we know that Mercy is speaking for us. So we just have to put on 1 or 2 efforts to make life goes on.
Good afternoon, my sister.
Please, may I know your name?
My name is Mrs. Gloria Ediare Tokbe.
Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling children clothes.
Like what type?
I'm selling like before. We used to see pregnant women. If I open this market,
you see pregnant women.
They will come. They will patronize this our market. They will buy plenty quantity. But these days, yes, they don't mind. If they even born, they can even use native Ankara clothes to wear on their baby because there's no money. Because everything is too cost these days. Before, if you open this market, even our mothers then, they have used this business of this okrika to achieve a lot of things, to send their children to abroad, to send their children to school, you understand, to even use it to assist their husband, to even use it to build a house. But these days, we are working, we look like those that they don't work. We are working and we're struggling like lion, and we are eating like ants, which is those supposed to be so. Ever since when we have this our new president, this is not be easy for us in this country anymore. That is the reason why we see a lot of parents, they send their children to school, they don't have a good job. If you don't have connection, you don't have work. Your children don't have work. That is the reason why if you even have a little money, most of our children, they don't want to stay in this country anymore. Because they are just, our leaders, they are just doing us like a slave. That is why we are seeing a lot of people traveling out. Then they are saying we should not travel out. Their children, their family, they are also traveling. and they will tell us you should remain in Nigeria. They want to kill us. Even of recent, we even hear that Israel, they are fighting. They have an issue. What concern our president? You have not repaired your own house. You are putting matter in another country. The matter that is not concerned you, you are putting your matter there. What concerned you? Because you know, because you have already know. You are of age now. They should not kill our Nigeria for us. They should not kill our unborn children. They should not kill the children that have not yet to born. The problem that they are giving us in this country is much more than our age. That is the reason why we are seeing our children that went to school, they are doing prostitute. Because there's no work. Finish school. Your parents will spend money to send you to school. You will not have a job. Even though they want to give you a work, those that have the company, they will be telling our girls they want to sleep with them before they will be able to give them job. Because they know if you don't agree, there's no any work in the other place that you can see. And all those kind of things, they are oppressing us. Then they also travel. They see the way their president in abroad, they always take care of their indigents. They don't help us in this country. They don't assist us. Even children unborn. They also share in this suffering that they put us in Nigeria, which is which is unfair. Please, what I really needed that they should help us. They should help us to do it. Then fuel will be easy for us to buy. Fuel money should come down. Money that we are using to buy this market, it should come down. Before, the money that we are using to carry 3 bay. We will use it to carry 1 bay. You understand?
So how much is 1 bay now?
1 bay, at least if you want to carry a better market, you will see it up for like 600, 500. But those that they don't have that money income, they'll go and be carrying cheap at cold market, which the market will now turn to in their neck because they will not see people to buy it. Look at today. Today is Monday. Before, in this market, we will be pushing each other. There's nothing like that again. We that we are selling market, we more than those that they are coming to buy these days, which is not supposed to be so. If you are sleeping at home, share money will come and meet us at home. If you are sleeping at home, we will not be able to pay our children's school fees. If you are sleeping at home, we will not be able to take care of our children. If you are sleeping at home, we cannot be able to assist our husband, which is not supposed to be so. Please, the what we needed in this country, they should help us. They should help the masses. Food should come down. Fuel should come down. Our markets, it should come down. Are they not ashamed? Ghana here, and including the Cotonou, their money is bigger than our Nigerian money, currency, which is not supposed to be so. In those days when I was small, they are telling Nigeria people, Ghana must go, Ghana must go. Now they should go to Ghana. They should go and see Ghana people that they chase away in Nigerian country now. They are doing better. Are we not ashamed? Are we not ashamed? They should go and learn. Our leaders should go. They should go to abroad. They should go and learn. They should go and learn for other leaders in outside world. They should go and learn how they are taking good, how the way they are doing their country, that made their country to be better. They should go and learn from them. Our leadership, they should go to abroad. They should go and learn. My sister, they should go and learn. If they learn, they will come back and come and know how to control us in this country.
Good morning, ma.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Victor.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, I'm good.
Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell tops. I sell anything tops. Just ask me, sweatshirt, polo, t-shirts, crop top, baggy shirt, anything tops.
So,
pin down,
how much
anything.
Is your tops?
My tops range 2,000. I have the ones of 2,500. I have the ones, they are thrift. I don't sell any thrift, yeah.
So what's the highest price?
My list price is 3,000 naira.
3,000.
Yeah.
So has customers been coming and buying?
Sure, by God's grace.
Wow.
Very, as in much customers. If I didn't even come in the morning, this place is filled up. They've scattered the bill, pick what they want, first grade, second graders, third graders. These are the remaining ones left.
So you're actually enjoying this business?
Sure, by God's grace. We are big boys. Don't look at us. Don't undergrade us. We are just looking.
Sir,
we are just trying to, you understand? We are just trying to look like there's nothing going on, but we're big boys. Yeah, we are feeding fine. We are paying bills. We live in a big flat where we pay $500,000 doing business day and night.
How much is one bill?
One bill, we buy our bill. It depends on what you buy now. Like the crop tops and the swim. Let's say crop top, ladies tops. We buy them. We have the one of 150. We have the one of 350. So it depends. It depends on what is inside the bill. We have London bills. We have UK. We have Canadian. So it depends on the bill, and everything are different in their own aspect of grade. Yeah, the grade of UK, Canada bill is different from London. So there are different types and different prices. Yeah.
So if anyone that wants to go into trip business now, this is the range of prices.
Yeah. But you know, it's not stabilized.
Not stable.
It's not stable. You can go today, they'll tell you it's 350. You can go tomorrow, they'll tell you it's 250. You can go next tomorrow, they'll tell you it's 500. So it's not in a stable amount. So, but you just have to at least have your cash with you. If you have your cash, if the person selling the bill should see that you are serious about the business, he or she can sell it out for you.
Okay, that is a wrap for market today. And here we talked about different challenges that customers and traders are actually facing. One is the cost of goods, cost of transportation, and the high rate of dollars, even safer. They're actually complaining on how government can actually help them to reduce the cost of fuel, the cost of food. Most people are actually interested in how to get food, how to eat first before they can even think of what to wear. So it's also making people that want to invest on trip business, making it difficult for them to even think of it or even doing the business. I am Mesoma Bala.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Corey, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's about shaking the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima.
Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Promise Nkwachukwukalo. Well, I'm from Abia State, Bende local government, Item, to be precise. I'm able Item. Well, it has always been my joy to do music technology. When I talk about music technology, the aspect of repairing, sound installation, and sound programming, and also singing. As early as 8 years old, I joined the choir in the church to enable me enhance my voice and do more when it comes to the music aspect. Like I do the secular music, I do the classical music, and I also do, when you come about the spiritual gospel music. So I'm working as a sound engineer in Eruka Online Limited, a company where I want to grow more into technicalities. When I talk about technicalities, I'm talking about doing repairs, doing installation in churches, in lounge, in mosques, in anywhere that requires me going to install, I'll ever install. Audio installation is a thing of joy because for me it's all about working with passion. Now when you talk about audio generally, it has to do with the implementation of gadgets like the mixer, the amplifiers, and the speaker management, installing, having to climb the roof. And it's not easy because most times being scared of falling and a situation whereby the ceiling of where you're installing is not firm, you can be endangering your life. So it's something that we are very, very careful. But we work with perfection, and everything I do by the grace of God is 100% perfect. For a layman, the first thing you need to know to become an audio engineer is music. I studied music in school, then I went into the technicalities of music. For you to become an engineer, you must know what sound is. Basically, so sound, which is a practical thing, you must have the ears to identify good sound, and if you are capable and able to identify good sound, that means you can as well tag yourself an upcoming audio engineer, because that's a basic point for you to start from. When it comes to my profession, I put a limit to it in terms of working duration. Like for each day, I map out time and say, this is what I want to achieve. This is what I want to get done today, and make sure it doesn't collide with going out with the family, going out with my wife, and also enjoying myself, because work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. And that's where I could make Promise a dull boy also. So I make sure combine both of them. One isn't taking the other one's time. Most times, as an engineer, audio engineer, we get most of our perfect sound during night, where you have most people asleep already, because you need the calmness of everywhere, of any particular place you are, and you need to concentrate, because wherever you are that you're mixing, especially when you come into the live mixing and you start getting any little noise, it could interfere in what you're doing, because if your ear is not well trained, I think you'll be battling with more than one problem because unable to identify that. So the night is very, very precious, and it's not easy installing sound in Lagos and doing the mixing and mastering when it comes to the audio production part of it. There are a lot of guys, there are a lot of professionals who are yet to be recognized in this industry. For the ones who are there now, I would say they are doing fine, but there's always room for improvement, because when you talk about what they are doing, for every movie I watch, for every music video I watch, the first thing I put into consideration is the sound. I listen to the sound, I talk more about the production, I venture myself into categorizing every aspect of it, what is not properly done there, because I love criticizing things a lot. So the more you criticize, the more you have room to improve, and you see possibility of doing it in a better way. When it comes to audio, I'm very, very comfortable with everything, but like for the mixers, the speaker, the amplifier, digital mixers and analog mixers, microphones, yes, and speaker management. Why I'm very, very comfortable with them is because it's something that I like taxing myself. So anytime that I have difficulties, I make sure that I see myself overcoming those difficulties, and I like those tough gadgets, so they give me more time to improve. My favorite color, well, I like all shouty colors, yes. Anything bright, everything glowing, I like it. I don't have any particular one. So let me say yellow and pink. And my favorite food, I would say, I have two, yam and egg sauce and okra soup. Yes, with Gary. So hey guys, it's Promise Nkwachukalu. I'm a professional sound engineer. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
You guys, your boy Chela. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez
la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want you to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977, the same year Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
You're welcome on board. Of course, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where students stories shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines, sparking conversation across the nation. Yes, all eyes on the National Assembly and Senate to be precise. Senate betrays Nigeria, democracy in jeopardy. Of course, some people have actually come out to, attack Senate for the very first time, and I remember that I was among the first that started this conversation as regards to the amendment bill, and we discussed it last week. And of course, Senate also resumed their first plenary for the year last week, and they said they were not delaying it, that they would look into it, and afterwards they enacted a new committee to see through that particular situation. But the delay actually, continued up until this week, and now this is what our Senate is telling us. And all we just want is just a free and fair election. But of course, we'll be looking into this conversation. We'll look into it and look into even more situations surrounding the electoral process in Nigeria. Join the conversation with experts inside the season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's look into other stories with details. I don't need constitution to advise leaders, says Emir Sanusi. Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi II, has said that he doesn't need a constitution to advise the president or state governors on issues affecting the nation. Sanusi emphasized that traditional rulers remain an essential pillar of nation building and sound leadership, and that his authority to offer counsel comes from the people elite. Speaking through a media parley, Sanusi made several assertions. He also emphasized that importance of inclusive political participation, calling for increased women's representation in nation-building efforts. He condemned domestic violence against women, of course, describing it as a wrong and, of course, abuse of power. And this particular one is actually tied to one of our senators, but let's leave that particular one and move on. Away from that particular one, still the Senate conversation here. Senate Electoral Act amendment designed to enable rigging, says ADC. The African Democratic Congress has actually condemned the Senate's decision to reject key provision in the Electoral Act amendment bill, warning that changes could weaken the credibility of future elections and, of course, undermine Nigeria's democratic process. The party also criticized the Senate for refusing to approve electronic transmission of election results and provision for electronic download of voters' card. ADC National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi said that Senate action were an attempt to undermine the will of Nigerians and, of course, manipulate future elections. The party called on Conference Committee on the Electoral Act to reject the Senate's submission and pass amendment that align with democratic principles. All eyes on the Senate, just as I said. Nobody should challenge Wike on performance, says Dan Ulasi. A chieftain of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has actually made this assertion, saying that no one should actually talk about the Minister of Federal Capital Territory. Somebody actually has done more than what he has done. Talking about his performance, Ulasi cited the visible infrastructure project across Abuja and Wike's record as former governor of Rivers State as evidence of his performance. Ulasi challenged critics to physically inspect ongoing and completed projects in Abuja, saying, "Go to most parts of Abuja today, you will see what Wike is doing." He has also defended Wike's performance as governor of Rivers State, saying his record speaks for itself. I don't know if this particular man needs any favor from Wiki, because I've never seen anyone, even Larry has not said more than this, but I've never seen anyone who has actually, made a case for Wiki in a short while. But of course, is entitled to his opinion. Let's move away from that particular one and come back to the next conversation as regards to Isaac Fayose. ADC dead on arrival. Peter Obi can never be president, says Isaac Fayose, brother of former Ekiti State Governor Ayodele Fayose, has expressed disappointment over Nigeria's democracy, describing the opposition as weak and ineffective. He criticized the National Assembly for rejecting key electoral reforms, including mandatory electronic transmission of election results, and accused the judiciary of being weakening. Fayose also warned that Nigeria is sliding towards a one-party state, lamenting the concentration of power in the hands of a few. We have finally lost Nigeria. Electoral reform is gone, said. And of course, the APC chair, Yiwatda, ADC, has no match as against the ruling party. The national chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Professor Nentawi, has actually made this assertion. He said that the opposition party, African Democratic Party, ADC, is not a serious challenge to the ruling party ahead of the 2027 general election. He claimed that the APC has a significant numerical advantage over the ADC, with 5 or 6 APC members for every one ADC member. He also downplayed the influence of key opposition leaders, including former Senate President Dave Mark, and criticized opposition party for relying on media appearances rather than grassroots mobilization. Okay, so in as much as the ADC has been doing a lot, but this particular 2027 election should not be, taken lightly. So let's just wait to see what will happen in the, coming days. And let's talk about this particular important one here. Kwara State attack. Bandits operate for 10 hours before soldiers arrive. Armed bandits attack a Woro community in Kwara State, killing dozens of people and destroying several villages. The village head, Umar Bel Saliu, has actually said that the attackers operated for about 10 hours before security operative arrived. The attackers alleged that they came from Mumuda terrorist group and of course began their operation from around 5 p.m. and left before soldiers arrived at 3 a.m. the following day. The community had been left exposed for soldiers previously stationed, which they were actually withdrawn, and they don't also know who actually called for the withdrawal of the soldiers as at the time, and of course they came in late as well. Following that particular earlier attack, Saliu claimed that the assault followed the community's rejection of the group's ideology and dismissed claims that the killings were religiously motivated. And away from that particular one, NBA president urges young lawyers to prioritize competence. The president of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mazi Afam Azigwe, SAN, has called on young lawyers to prioritize integrity and skills to navigate the shifting demand of the legal industry. Speaking at the NBA Young Lawyers Forum in Maiduguri Branch Summit, Azigwe emphasized the importance of competence in building trust with a client, commanding respect within the justice system, and sustain relevance in the profession. If you're talking about the young lawyers, you should also talk about other judges, and of course the senior ones as well, because we want a total overhaul as regards to our judicial system. I want our judicial system to look inward themselves and give us a transparent judgment. That's all we've been requesting. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live on YouTube. We're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the first and only conversation here. Senate betrays Nigeria, democracy in jeopardy. You don't go anywhere, please stay tuned to our break.
The Razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back to the program. It is the People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. The Nigerian Senate has rejected a proposal to make electronic transmission of election results mandatory, sparking criticism from opposition parties and, of course, civil society groups. The decision was made during the consideration of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill, with lawmakers opting to retain the current provision that allows the Independent National Electoral Commission to determine the mode of result transmission. And of course, a few parties have actually come out to, give their comments. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has condemned the Senate decision, describing it as a deliberate attempt to weaken democratic safeguards and prepare the ground for electoral manipulation. The party argued that the electronic transmission of results is critical to protecting the will of Nigerian voters and preventing electoral abuse. Of course, the INEC has also finalized the timetable and schedule of activities for the 2027 general elections, with the Commission's chairman emphasizing the need for a thorough cleanup of voters' registrar and, of course, to prevent abnormalities. The Commission is also set to conduct by-election in Rivers and Kano State on the same day. Critics argue that the Senate's decision is a regressive step that will undermine the credibility and transparency of Nigeria's electoral process. They are calling on the Conference Committee on Electoral Acts to reject the Senate's submission and pass amendments that align with democratic principle. All right, we're now being joined by Nwoye Chijoke, Attitude Political Social Analyst, and of course a corporate consultant. Hello, Chijoke, are you there? Good morning. Chijoke, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you. How is Canada today?
Yeah, just cold and cool.
You better don't let cold affect you there. We are talking about amendment bill here. So your body should be hot. We're looking for free and fair election in Nigeria. Okay, so welcome on board. Let me bring you back to the studio. Of course, I will join physically here in the studio by Mr. Obong Thompson, a journalist and a political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you, Savio.
You're welcome on board. I even love the fact that you're dressed like this. So I'll be seeing you like one of the red canvas men. I'll be seeing him like one of the senators from the house. So any of my grievances, whatever I feel that I was to tell them, I'll just tell you to help me tell them. I think that's fine.
Yeah, we are here to do the job. We get it done properly.
And of course, we also have the only lady in our midst here this wonderful afternoon. We have Precious Mesoma Osa Francis, economist, branding, and advertising personnel. You're welcome on board.
Thank you so much.
Pressure, is this about is it because of the electoral bill? That's why your voice is this low? No, you have to cheer up.
Not at all, not at all.
Nigeria is our country. We're still here. We don't have a choice.
Yes, thank
you know, let me start up with Mr. Obong Thompson. I remember sometime last week, I brought up this conversation, and we talked about it at length. I think it was one of the Wednesday show, I and Mr. Ives, and we asked the reason why our electoral amendment bill has not been passed till date, And of course, afterwards, so many, bodies started calling on National Assembly, and the Senate gave their statement. They said, they were not delaying any situation, but they were taking their time before they created a new committee. Even after the House of Reps have actually gone through that same process, but they said they needed to do it again. And now this is the best they can actually come up with. In as much as your brother from Akwa Ibom State, the president of the Senate, Akpabio, has also said that, some people are misquoting him. They are saying that he's canceling, the electronic transmission totally. That's not what they are saying, that they are misquoting him and all of that. He has said so much, but I'd like to take it from you. What do you think as regards to what the Senate has actually passed? What are the implications?
Yeah, you quite understand that policies is what shapes, the progress of any particular country, and gives value to whatsoever, and give values and also credibility to whatever government intend to do. So the Electoral Act has been a matter of, contention for so long. And what are we going to be talking about now? Are we going to spell out what the word mandatory, transmission of election result is all about, or statutorily, or compulsory? But in the absence of all these things, the Senate has come up to say, okay, after deliberations and brainstorming, this is the best they can do, that they want to pass a law such that the transmission of results can take place wherever it is possible. And also the collection in the actual sense, just as it was done in 2022 Electoral Act, that, because we are talking about some challenges that can be faced by electoral umpires at the field of election. So the Senate have looked into all these matters, and they realize there might be challenges along the line. So they still want to, stick to the situation whereby INEC can, collate results at the polling unit and then send it to the local government collation centers, which then will now be forwarded to the Abuja, for computation into the IREF. But Nigerians are not so happy with that decisions. Then even the opposition political parties has, come out to say they disagree, and many say they are disappointed in the action of the Senate. But that is the way it is, And one thing you need to realize is that it's not all about the policies that are being made, but the implementation matters a lot at this point in time. So whatsoever policy or law that is being passed, what should be the concern of Nigerians is the implementation. Will it be patriotically or effectively or efficiently implemented? That should be our, our desire to know at this point in time.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me take it to Chijioke. Hello, Chijioke, are you there? Hello, Chijioke.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm here, Savio. Can you hear me?
All right, so the Senate has actually decided to, will I say, pass their electoral amendment bill, and of course, still, picking from the 2022, electoral amendment bill that they used. And I believe we all had issues with that particular one. But not only that, they're making it look as if they're giving INEC, the total power to make decisions by saying that, it is left for INEC to make the decisions on how and what they would actually use in transmitting, the results. But not only that, of course, some people were actually arguing that if we're talking about the electronic transmission system, sometimes it also malfunctions. Sometimes, network issues and all of that. So do you think that Senate's decision is a reflection of lack of trust for the electronics, or it is about them? So I would like you to just, give clarity on this.
Well, thank you very much. I think that the Senate, they knows what they are doing, because if you are familiar with the 2022 Electoral Act, you will also see that it also gave INEC the full right and the full power to do whatever they wanted to do. And that's why they did whatever they wanted to do, because the 2022 Electoral Act repeatedly states that INEC may determine either to use the beavers. INEC may determine either to transmit the result electronically, or determine to change, or determine when and how to, transmit the result. So it's actually what happened the 2023 election that caused all these mistrust and all these problems that we even had to go to court. So this is the loophole that the APC used during the 2023 election. And I think that that's what they also want to use this time around, because they can make it, they can compel INEC to mandately transmit this result electronically. Yes, of course. The INEC can also come out to say electronic glitches, but if they should have set this new act in a way whereby that everything that INEC needs to make sure that this election is being conducted well without these excuses, they can put it in the act. So I believe that all these things that they are doing, it is all for their own gain. As you can see, it's still the Labour Party. The Senate president is under APC. So it's all the things that they used to get into power during the 2023 election. We all know what happened in 2023 election. So it's all to their own benefit. They can actually do these things well. Set it mandatory. The electronic transmission of results should be mandatory, no matter the glitches, anything. Then we can follow that up. You understand? So it is all their game.
Okay. Chijoke, you've actually said it is all their game, and some would actually argue with you that no, this is where the Senate is actually coming in from as regards to how they are even working towards improving the electoral system, and of course also vying for transparency and credibility. But some people would actually say that if you are not mandating this particular electronic transmission of results, then we're not actually buying to whatsoever you're doing. But let me bring it back to the studio. Precious, what's your take as regards to this? When you saw the news yesterday, what were your thoughts?
Thank you so much. First, I was not surprised.
Why are you all of you? Why is everyone always saying they are not surprised? When you say you are not surprised, that means you already. Let me use the vernacular word, like you have seen our INEC finish, right? You're not meant to say you're not surprised.
I mean, we all witnessed the last election.
Okay.
And we saw how it was. We saw the whole propaganda. We saw everything. So when you've been in Nigeria, that is in Nigeria, you know what to expect. You're not surprised when informations like this pop up. At this time, I think people have gotten to that level where they're just watching and say, okay, let things play out. Let's see what will happen. The question I ask is, if the ruling party did not have the majority seats in the National Assembly, will this kind of thing occur? Do you understand my question? If it was widely spread among different parties and
that they have enough minorities.
Yes. Do you understand? I think the voice of the people will be more, it will be more amplified.
But don't forget, the same minorities were the one that went to the president of the Senate, and he said it on national TV, that they came to meet him, that he should take them to the president. They want to move to the mandates.
Okay, so
they all joined.
We all understand that in Nigeria, it's very difficult to sit and unseat, to unseat a sitting government.
So you feel incumbency is still strong, even when so many people are making assertions that they don't think so?
I feel that the ruling party has successfully done a lot in this country in wielding power so strong. And except people come to that realization that they have to do something, I think nothing will change.
I would like to ask, what do you think they should do, the people?
The people have a lot of power. ADC is doing their best, for example, in saying that this is a complete sabotage of what we stand as a democratic state. But I think the people makes democracy. That's the definition of democracy.
Okay.
I think the less focus should just be on what can each individual do? What can collectively as a people, what can we all do together? How can our voice be amplified? When can we say enough is enough? Because like you said when we began, I said something. I wasn't surprised.
Okay.
So for me to say I wasn't surprised, that means
you already understand the modus operandi, what will play out.
Until we decide that as a country, do you understand?
Yeah.
We are done with a lot of these policies that endanger democracy. Things will not change.
Okay, so what are you saying? Are you asking the people to come out to protest? What exactly are you asking people to say? Because don't forget that after the NSAS that has actually come and gone, we don't think we've ever had any other peaceful protest in Nigeria anymore. If you try it, is that how you are arrested? Or the day you call for the protest, that is the day few people or so many people would not even join you.
Okay.
And you know what this means.
Yeah, definitely.
Just look at the Makoko. There are some people there.
Of course.
Look at the Free Nnamdi Kanu. They said they were chanting war song. The police in Lagos said they were singing song that has to do with them. So when you look at the trajectory as regards to the protests in this administration, there is no fair ground for anything protest. And we're not also, we're not advising anarchy here.
True.
Okay, but if you're talking about the people coming out to say, oh, enough is enough, we're tired, maybe you have other solutions you want to prefer. But when it comes to this particular one as regards to protest, there's nothing of such. That cannot be done again.
Okay, so we don't have to, when I say the people, I don't mean you should go out and start, of course we know where we are. But then, if there's a drum, for example, and everybody has their quota before it becomes full.
Yeah.
Now, there are a lot of people who say, oh, I'm no longer interested in Nigerian politics. Do you understand? I'm not interested in this, I'm not interested in that. You can add your own quota no matter what field, whether you're in government, whether you're not in government, whatever field you're in, you can add your own quota. Your voice matters. We don't have to just sit back and say, okay, let what will be happen. No matter the level that you are, add your own voice. And like I said, I applaud ADC for coming out to say that, yes, this is a complete sabotage of the electoral process, a complete degradation of democracy. But we can go ahead to say, we as the people, we want this kind of election where, while we're voting or when we finish our voting at the polling unit, we should actually see what we have voted for, who we have voted for, and the exact results, and not everything being taken to a collation center. And don't forget, during the last election, we saw what happened in the collation centers. In Rivers State, for example.
You said we saw. I might not have seen it.
Oh, we saw, because everything was on social media.
Mr. Obong, did you see anything?
So,
I might not have seen it.
We saw a lot.
Okay. My colleague here is on the right path, because the only power that an average Nigerian has is his vote, and the power to defend that vote, and to defend that vote in such a way that it counts. I think that is the way and manner the people can say enough is enough to the government of the day by defending his or her vote in his or her polling unit. That will go a long way, because in the area of where we have technology, or in modern day technology, platform that we have today, all results has to be collated, and the polling agents has to, circulate the results.
So are you saying technology can be trusted in this particular time?
Pardon?
Are you saying technologies can be trusted in this particular time?
Well,
because that's the same technology that they will tell you that there's no network something has happened. Oh, you did your thumbprint as regards to accreditation. Your thumbprint is not coming up and things like that. So what's happening?
The fear we are having today, is the Nigerian people as as dubious as they can be. I'm sorry to say it, but that's the way it is, And you find out that in a situation like that, you see some, people coming out to tell you it's an AI generated result. You understand? So
these days we've been seeing. Let me, Mr. I'm sorry. Let me digress. Let me digress a little. These days we've been seeing enough of AI. One of your senators who was meant to actually be part of, the committee or even push a case for Nigeria as regards to the amendment bill, he was there. We didn't know it was a misuse, massaging, a lady's foot in a private jet, and he said, that the video was AI. So we already believe it's AI. So just to buttress the point, he said it's AI. So who am I to say it was real? So that was AI.
That can also pop up during the 2027 election, and they can still come out to tell you, okay, that particular result circulating in the social media was AI generated. So this is the danger that this poses, for Nigerian electoral act. So what I'm calling for would have been a situation where every patriotic Nigerian, are genuine about the electioneering process to see a better, credible, free, fair election, that Nigerians can be proud of. And that should be the interest of every Nigerian, whether you're in government or outside the government, because aftermath of this election, we're still going to have Nigeria. But believe me, when you have a wrong process election, everything afterward certainly will come out wrongly. You cannot have, credible people in position of authority, I doubt, with, wrong, electoral processes.
Okay, let me quickly stay on you before I go to Chijioke. You've made several, points here as regards to this electoral process. But let me quickly ask you, do you think that our INEC can be trusted? Chijioke, I'm going to ask you the same question, but let me bring you up to speed as regards to this conversation. If we're talking about how our Independent National Electoral Commission should actually make our elections free and fair, transparent enough for everyone to actually see. I'm talking about their integrity and, of course, the new chairman, the new professor, and we're actually saying, oh, Professor Joash, this is the best time for you to actually do, the right thing for the people of this nation. Now, don't forget that the Senate has actually made it very easy for anything to happen. What do I mean? They've given the power back to the INEC. And don't forget that the immediate past INEC chairman is now an ambassador. And I believe you know what that means. Being appointed by the president of this nation, that he actually presided over his elections. But that's not the case. Now, a returning officer in Abia State, that lady, saved the day for OT. Otherwise, OT shouldn't have been seated there. The Abians today shouldn't have been enjoying that 24-hour light. That today, if national grid would collapse in Nigeria, it does not affect Abia State. So this is really beyond just the commission. It's about who is representing INEC in each state, local government, different constituents, and different states. And today, we're actually counting on the INEC. Everyone is saying INEC, INEC, INEC. Do you think that the same INEC can be trusted?
I think, the INEC can be trusted, but the problem we are having now is a situation where Nigeria has no confidence in the institution of electoral body. And that can metamorphose into, voters' apathy, and that will affect the election. But when you talk of the credibility of the electoral umpire, I think the presidency has done its best. It's now left for the Nigerian people to put the institution into check, proper check, in such a way that it will be difficult for the Independent National Electoral Commission at any level to want to, engage in any more practices, against the voting, the voters. So the people should want to, know what is happening in INEC, be abreast with the informations, and such as the reaction we have in this current passage of electoral bill by the Senate, where so many people have come out to, show their displeasure. That should be how proactive Nigerians should be, such that before any implementation of any policy, the loopholes should be objected, whether we like it or not, such that the umpire will know that the people are watching and they will not take it kindly if anything goes wrong.
Okay. Chijoke, let me bring it to you. Chijoke, are you there?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
I think it's safe for me to say the snowman. All right. Chijoke, what are the potential implications of the Senate's decision on Nigerians' international reputation? I love the fact that you're actually joining the program from Canada, and of course, you've seen how and how they do it seamlessly, and there is no issue. We don't hear any ballot snatching, and just remember the Anambra State election where people were caught with raw cash, with their tags on. Until date, we're yet to hear anything from the EFCC as regards to that particular situation. But of course, I'd like to ask you, do you think that Nigerians still has a good, will I say, integrity when it comes to the international bodies or international, communities, other climes? Do we still have good reputation out there?
Well, there's a lot.
I'd like you to take this in just 1 minute because we're pressed for time. Please go ahead.
Okay, I will try as much as possible. But there's a lot of things wrong with Nigeria. So when you talk about the international body, there's a lot of things that that they worry about. It's not just our electoral act, the politicians. I think earlier last year you had that the Canada court was the PDP and APC as a terrorist group. So you see, it's not just about our electoral act. It's everything that has to do with Nigeria. But the only thing I would want to say is that INEC is not a person, it's an agency, but it depends on the decision that the House of Assembly makes. And one of these decisions is by making sure that they create an independent electoral offense commission that will not just monitor the electoral process, but will also be able to prosecute INEC, even the INEC chairman, if they are found guilty of any electoral malpractice. So the Senate should be able to reduce their power because the INEC has enough power to misuse and misbehave. So they have to reduce it to only organizing and conducting election, and then create an independent electoral offense commission on its own, and they will monitor this election. And then finally, which is one of the problems that we had in the 2022 Electoral Act, there was no clear sanction or penalty for INEC failures. So the Senate should be able to, at least if they are going to amend this act, they should be able to make a clear sanction or penalty to INEC specifically. If you fail to do what you are mandated to do on the Constitution, this is what you are going to face. And then when you do these kind of things, I think that there will be a fear of consequences in INEC when they decide to misbehave. So I think that's all I had to
Thank you so much. But Chijoke, I am so sorry that I might have to just disappoint you that it might take a very long time before that particular one can actually happen.
The thing is that we just have to tell them,
because if you are talking about
what you can do,
if you are talking about the same INEC, of course, I'm not the one saying it here. Adams Oshomole said that they were rubber stamp. He called their Senate a rubber stamp. Is it the same Senate that when the INEC chairman came for a screening, he came with an executive, one of his friends, that's a governor of Kogi State, which was wrong. But afterwards, even some people were saying, no, let him just go. And they said, no, Akpabio now mentioned, no, let us actually ask him questions. Let's ask him questions and all of that because Trump is watching. But that's not the case. Let's just leave this whole conversation right now because we're pressed for time.
To know that we know what they are doing.
No problem.
We know that they know the right things to do. They just don't want to do it. So
no problem.
Let's be looking at.
Thank you so much, Chijoke.
Let's will tell their story.
Thank you so much, Chijoke, for being part of the program. Precious, in just 30 seconds, you have your last closing notes to actually.
Okay, like he rightly said, checks and balances. If there can be effective checks and balances, I think things would work better. Just effective checks and balances for the independent electoral committee, commission, sorry.
Yeah.
So if their powers can actually be checkmated, and when they default, there are sanctions, there are things that they can actually be held accountable.
So who sanctions who sanctions the National Assembly?
That's what we're trying. That's what we're trying to talk about here.
Okay, so I think this conversation would have to be adjourned. Let's see, it's a developing story, okay? So let's see what will happen as regards to this particular electoral amendment bill, and afterwards we'll see if it is okay for us to bring it back here. This is how far we can actually go on the show. Thank you so much, Mr. Albon Thompson. Thank you so much, Chijioke, and thank you so much, Precious, for being part of the show.
Mr. Albon Thompson, I greet you, sir.
All right, this is how far we can actually go on the program. Coming up next is a locker room. Of course, if you love the world of sport, I'd like to stay put. Don't forget that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Odo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Welcome to Iliagbadami.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
So you have a
Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Iliagbadami, we practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lot of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned. So how are you feeling this evening?
And I'm feeling good. I'm good, I'm excited, I'm happy.
I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the scripts came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the facts about how it ended. Yeah, it ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it's so easy to predict. Oh, the good guy wins always, but this time we decided to change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What thing was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think about 4 days, we had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right, I know this movie is out now. And
yes.
What do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, Though there are clues here and there, for you to follow, to think, oh yeah, but for the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, wrapped up. And, it's something is about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play?
So in the movie Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins. This is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging scene for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're not more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, his mindset at the location where we played him. So it's not like me. We played him. He played in a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and play in Shagamu and use Lekki, vibes, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood has some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like leave this one. But a lot of new directors, like this director, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is, people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or should expect, So that's why it's a great film. It's a very great film.
Were there no fun time when you sing?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right?
Yeah.
We wanted to tell a story. Yeah. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. It was a director he is a director you can relate to, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. Now, so I think and he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I work with this director anytime.
Ticket on Water, I played Bassi, and that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up, and he just keeps trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassi in the Kick to Ticket on Water.
What was the most challenging thing for you
on the whole production or the set?
The whole production.
First of all, the whole production, I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos, because I had difficulties locating there, because we shot the movie in one of the remote parts of Ikodu, and I had never been there.
So what was it like? Were you scared?
Not scared. I don't know. It was a mixture of mixed feelings. I'm like, okay, what am I expecting? What not? But this is the life I chose. So wherever the call calls, we go. So that was just my major challenge. But when I got there, saw the layer of the land, and obviously I had amazing cast and crew and set, and it was just like walking familiar waters. Yeah.
So what was the most emotional part for you from the scene?
From the scene, the character died. That part. That character died, not me. Okay. Not to spoil the movie for you anyway, but that was just that part, because Enough said. I think we cannot
Was there any fun moment for you?
Yes, lots of it. Lots of it, from the cast, the crew. You know when the director yells "cut."
Yes.
Gerald,
Just leads me.
you can't really explain it. You can't really put it into words. But those were my fun moments. I actually live for such moments. We, as actors, and all, when the director says action, we are alive. Doing what we have to do. But when the director yells "cut," just this, gotta double down a little bit.
So what would you say to people that haven't actually watched this movie and they want to watch? So what would you say to them?
First of all, I don't know why you have not seen this movie.
I'm telling you.
Really, kindly explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, why you've not seen Thicker Than Water. Take the mic to them. Give them the mic.
I'll give it.
But you need to watch. It's a beautiful. How am I going to explain this? Like, think about your favorite, smoothie. Just think about it, and just imagine yourself, after a very long hot day, you're sipping it in. That's Thicker Than Water. Enough said.
I liked it. It was enjoyable, fun to watch, a bit of intrigue, mystery, and the end was a bit surprising.
Was it emotional for you?
I wouldn't say emotional, but I liked the way it ended. Thicker Than Water is a thick film. It's emotionally thick, let me put it that way. It's something that you watch and it puts you the edge of your seat while you're watching it. At the same time, it also brings about your understanding of culture, because I saw a lot of culture themes that were expressed in the film, and which is a very good thing for us as African storytellers. We are looking for how to tell authentic stories about our culture and our environment, and that is one of the things that you get to find in Thicker Than Water. And also the realities about life. Sometimes you think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct, and sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well, African
movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Covered Company Studios, these guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us. Yeah.
So were there any challenging scene that you actually saw?
Challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement, and like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way, but that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly, and so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film, and when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversations recently, like on social media, around like how you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title, where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond and they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting because they were all like interesting scenes, but if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay.
I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest, because like, yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot, and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like, maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So, as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
It's thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
I mean, it's a lot. But I remember getting it.
Yeah.
I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Oh, tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with this story and I forgot I had the character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh yeah, it was in that scene. Yeah, move on.
How was it like acting that particular scene? That particular... Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
He was mad. Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad. Yeah.
Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. Yeah, he wants to say a lot, but because of the spoilers, can't watch it.
Oh my
but
God.
It was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director. He was very open, because I was like, oh, I'm doing this, and I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this and added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. What's a fun moment, I see? One fun moment is when they're putting makeup on me. I think it was annoying. You don't know. But I was wearing myself. I'm putting makeup. I'm a guy. I was like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then they're not putting their... You people are probing, at least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those were like fun moments. And like there was so many. And because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy.
Yes.
I was super shy. Yeah.
All right.
But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character.
Yeah.
So I had to be away from them personally. I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Thicker Than Water?
Thicker Than Water was is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film.
Yeah.
And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh wow, it's the sister that's in this body now. Like, I blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good.
Yeah.
And then I loved, the cinematography.
Yeah.
It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials, And what I did was, I just finished editing every other thing. And then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to, cut that scene.
Yeah.
And then after that, I sat with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything. Yeah.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what will you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Thicker Than Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Trust me, this movie didn't just talk about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is VOP TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka
From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills 3 things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. We encourage you to be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. Now, let's run into it. On the show today, Senate drops e-transmission of election results in the amendment. That is amendment of the Electoral Act that they just concluded. ADC fingers APC in attack on Edo ADC Secretariat. And Tinubu launches 25-year development plan for the Southeast. Well, we've been joined in the studio here in Lagos State. We are broadcasting from Barrister Darlington Agomo. He is a lawyer and a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Agomo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Thank you, Mr. Kuro. My pleasure.
Beautiful. Good to have you, sir. We have also been joined from our Abuja outstation by Abdul Rahim Ali. Mr. Abdul Rahim Ali is a journalist as well as a publisher and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Ali, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens.
Yeah, good evening. The proper name is Abdul Hamid, not Abdul Rahim.
Abdul Hamid. Oh, beautiful. Good. Thanks for that correction.
Thank you.
Abdul Hamid Ali. Thanks for joining us on Political Lens. We will be joined shortly from our Benin outstation or from Benin City by Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere is an activist, he's a political affairs analyst, and a member of the ADC. Gentlemen, thanks for joining me on Political Lens. Now, let's get into it. Nigerians from all walks of life have condemned the rejection of the electronic transmission of votes as a legal component of the electoral law. But the latest condemnation is coming from the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, which has criticized the Senate for rejecting an amendment to the electoral amendment bill that sought to make electronic transmission of election results mandatory. The NBA described the decision as a setback to electoral transparency, democratic accountability, and public confidence in the electoral process. According to the NBA president, Afam Osigwe, senior advocate of Nigeria, the rejected amendment would have compelled INEC to upload polling unit results to the result viewing portal, IREV, immediately after results were signed and stamped. Instead, the Senate retained the existing provision that allows INEC to transmit results in any manner it prescribes, making it discretionary, at the discretion of INEC. Following deliberations at its National Executive Council meeting in Maiduguri, the NBA resolved that the National Assembly should revisit the decision and explicitly mandate electronic transmission of results. The association warned that failure to do so will continue to fuel electoral disputes, litigation, and mistrust in elections. Beyond the electoral reforms, the NBA also raised concerns over the worsening security in Abuja, condemning recent one-chance killings, including the murder of a lawyer and a nurse. The association called on security agencies and the FCT administration to take urgent, coordinated action to dismantle criminal networks and restore public safety. Barrister Darlington, let me come to you straight. Retention of the 2022 electoral provisions, provisions of the Electoral Act, which gives the INEC the discretion to transmit results manually or by electronic means. Are we making progress? Barrister, what do you see? How do you react to this development?
I was not expecting anything different.
Really?
Yes, going by the body language of the administration. It is said that by their fruits you shall know them. If the administration have been doing things in a clear-cut manner, if the administration have been following due process, if the administration is known to be upholding the rule of law, I will just go and sleep and say, yes, something is coming. But this administration, no way. So anybody who is expecting anything otherwise, that person must be living in a food paradise. Because from the beginning, what have they shown to you? What have they, done that will give you that impression that something good is coming? Just one thing they have done. They can say, yes, this administration, I think they are coming. They are doing something nice here. Is it obedient to court order? That one is even the most annoying aspect of it. So the administration decide what they want and what they don't want.
Sir, when you say the administration, the 2022 electoral law as amended was not signed into law by this administration. It was President Muhammad Buhari. So what has that got to do with? If the mistake was made by Buhari, why will you blame this administration?
Look, can you just imagine? So since the Senate president have just said it, that he knows that electronic transmission of results is upmost in the people's mind, that it is also there in his mind, this and that. Then why didn't he do the needful here? You want to tell me that they have not been talking? No, hold on.
No, but Barrister, I'd like for you to come again. What did the Senate president say?
He said that the thing was not even removed, that the social media is awash, this and that. The man was being sophistry. He was playing with sophistry and semantics. That is not removed, it's still there, this and that. He said, we want it to be made compulsory.
Okay.
That is the actual word to be used. Is that not what Nigerians are demanding? Telling us that the thing is there. Yeah, we know it has been there, but what use? It's not helping our electoral system. That's why we said make it compulsory now, because in the last election, we saw what happened at the tribunal, where it is said that it is what? Beavers and RF are discretionary. And we are not saying, okay, no problem. Oh yeah, this time around, we are going to make it legal. So that you can no longer give us excuse. Is that not what we said? So leaving it there does not help the situation, because that's what the Senate president is saying, that the thing is still there as they made it, that nobody should say that they removed it. Okay,
I think the Senate president was basically reacting, to news out there that the Senate rejected it, that they dropped it. So the Senate president came to say, look, Nigerians, we didn't drop anything, you know. The amendment simply said, okay, let us leave it as it is, as it were, according to the 2022 Electoral Act. I think that is basically what the Senate president
he
was saying.
rejected the demands of Nigerians.
Okay.
Yes, that is the word here. The man thinks that he can be very clever. No, he's not clever. Nigerians are demanding that it should be made legal and compulsory. If you can combine the two words so that INEC, it will sink into their head.
Or to put the word shall. And not may.
So when those words were not used, of what use is he telling me now that the sin is still there, they did not remove it? Can you just imagine? You did not remove it.
No, but Barrister, I'm not speaking for the Senate president, but I just told you why he made that statement. Because what we got out there, you know, what was pushed out there was that, look, the Senate just dropped it completely. And he went back to say, look, we didn't remove it, it's still there. Barrister, okay.
It is the demand of Nigeria.
Okay, the demand of Nigeria. That it shall be made.
Yes, everybody sent their own memorandum.
Okay.
Everybody, most Nigerians sent, this is what we want to, this is what we want to, in the amendment.
But the representative said, no, we can't do that.
So that means they dropped.
So do you blame the Senate?
Anyway,
the Senate president?
Anyway, we still have an opportunity for them to do the right thing because they say it is undergoing harmonization.
Okay.
That's what he said, though.
Okay, we'll talk about that opportunity and whether the Senate will come up with something different. Let's run to Abuja.
Let them harmonize well because people are warming up for protest.
Okay, all right. I hope that the protest will be peaceful. Let's run to Abuja where we had Mr. Ali, a journalist and a public affairs analyst who joined us. Good to have you once again, Mr. Ali. Now, how will you react to the situation that, look, Nigerians asked and yearned for? You recall that in 2023, after the elections, you know, some Nigerians went to court and said, well, it was part of the electoral laws, you know, that there should be electronic transmission of results. And when the case got to the Supreme Court said, well, it wasn't a law, it was simply a guideline, rules and regulations, you know, at the discretion of INEC. Between then and now, Nigerians have been saying, well, we want it to be a part of our law, you know, codified into our laws. And the Senate said, oh, unfortunately, we can't do that. How do you react to that? Looking up to the conduct of a free, fair, and credible election beyond 2027?
Well, my reaction is nothing short from what average Nigerians are reacting out there, you know. But like it's rightly said, the Senate also said that it's still being under consideration. So I would want to say that we should just apply dialogue and try to seek, instead of going on protest, let's give the Senate the opportunity to amend, to retrace, to do the yearning of the people. You know, this is what I'm going to say, you know, in this situation. The Constitution is clear. The Supreme Court has made its declaration over this matter, and the Senate knows that this is what, or the National Assembly knows that this is what Nigerians want. And I want to believe that since the Senate president was equally quoted to have said that it's still being under review, so the needful will be done in due time.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Hamid Ali. Now let me stay with you. In all fairness, do you think that Nigeria, that we are ripe for e-transmission of results, considering the level of tech development and internet connectivity we have at the moment? We see situations, we see places where you go to the polling units, the BVAS is not working. There is no internet connection. I recall that in that 2023, I had to provide my personal hotspot, you know, for elections to be transmitted. And it was in the cover of the dark. There was no light at that point. Do you think, in all fairness, that Nigeria is ripe for electronic transmission of results?
In all fairness, I want to believe that Rome was not built in a day. We can't really be talking of perfection, but we would have still given it a try. You know, but on the part of the government, they might be looking at this from the perspective from which you have spoken, that we are not totally ripe for it. Take, for instance, even this live program that we are having, you try to connect from Abuja, Lagos, and Edo, I presume. We cannot have 100% guarantee and assurance that between now and the end of the program, we're going to have free transmission of this program. You understand, without interruption. So not to talk of something as valuable as election. So we're still in the trying stage. In fairness, we are not totally ripe for it. In fairness, we are not totally ripe for it, considering those factors that have not been fully put in place. I remember that there was even a particular election, I think in between the lines there were issues of the issues you raised, where you have to, at your own convenience, or it's even inconvenience because it was not supposed to be your responsibility to provide alternative, to government facilities during election. So we are not fully ripe for it, considering the situation on ground.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. I will come back to you in the course of the program. Let's run to Benin City, where we've been joined by Mr. Chris Ojekere. Mr. Ojekere is a political affairs analyst. He's also a member of the ADC, to be very precise about it. He's also an activist. Now, Mr. Ojekere, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I appreciate your presence.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chukuma.
Okay, good to have you.
I'm happy to be here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your presence. Now, let's run into it. As an activist, how did this news come to your community? Apart from being an activist, you also belong to the opposition ADC that has been saying, well, we need to have e-transmission of results during election. And the Senate yesterday said, sorry, gentlemen, sorry, Nigerians, we can't do that at this moment. Let it be. Let it remain at the discretion of INEC. Where they can, let them transmit electronically. Where they cannot, let them do it manually. How do you react to this development? How did it hit your community, the community of activists in Nigeria?
Well, what I find very disturbing is how people can assume that stagnancy is a way of life. Refusal to make progress is a norm that should be accepted by humanity, by nations, community, family, or whatever. It is a disgraceful act that we have seen coming from the Senate. The Senate has done nothing with respect to that particular clause of the amendment. And to have spent how many years they've been there right now to do nothing about that clause, for many Nigerians and for myself, that defeats the whole purpose of the Senate. Because what brought them there is supposed to be democracy. And democracy is anchored on election integrity. All over the world, remove elections from democracy and what you have is mere theorizing. What gives action to the theories of democracy is that on the day of election, people go out and exercise that franchise. And when you improve the profile of that franchise, you are making progress as a nation. Democracy is being liberalized. People are being invited to participate and their choices respected. And what that clause seeks is to improve the integrity of the electoral process. So we improve the profile of our democracy and prove that our leaders are there by popular choices of the Nigerian people. So I was shocked. Everyone who waited and wanted democracy in Nigeria were shocked that up till today, when did we start talking about electronic transmission or electronic usage in our electoral process? Is it today? Don't we have a partial part of it in the Constitution? All we wanted the Senate to do was to make a pronouncement that will make it wrong for INEC to be the ones that will decide what mode we use for our elections. More so because INEC has been given that opportunity, and the elections they left in their trail have caused so much acrimony, disagreements, anger, court cases in this country, that Nigeria today is totally polarized, arising from election disputes. And we have one little magic wand that will just push, and then will take away at least 70% of the problems that follow election. And that is to give people hope and faith in the electoral process. by aligned technology. We are using our cell phones, GSM, and Android phones. It's working. We are talking to each other now from thousands of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers away. I'm hearing you, are hearing me by the means of technology. Is it rocket science to do electronic transmission?
Chris.
Do we need to import another science that is not in this globe to achieve that?
I want to ask you the question.
Year in, year out.
Okay, Chris, I would like to ask you the question that I asked Mr. Abdul Hamid Ali. In all fairness, do you think that we are ripe, for transmission of results? I ask that in the light of the fact that we might have connections, you and I, because I'm in Lagos City and you are in Benin City. There are mastheads everywhere. Let's do the numbers. We have 774 local government areas in Nigeria. We have how many? 20-something thousand polling booths? Is it possible that in half of those polling units, that there will be connectivity as at the time that we conduct elections and try to transmit it? Let us be very fair to ourselves. We have situations where we have downtime, internet downtime, even in our banking transactions. You make transactions. When you go to, banking halls, the customer care unit is filled with people complaints. I did a transaction. They debited me. They didn't credit the creditor and all of that. So in all of this, in all fairness, do you think that we are ripe for this new transmission of results?
You see, Chukuma, you are isolating a connected matter. That's the point we are making. Were we ripe in Jonathan's second tenure? No. Were we ripe in Buhari's first tenure? No. Were we ripe in Buhari's second tenure? No. Well, are we ripe now in Tinubu's first tenure? No. The fact of the matter is that we have no intention to be ripe. If we wanted to be ripe, and started since Jonathan's days, when these issues of electronic voting and electronic transmission was brought up by the then Senate, and then the going back and forth. So we cannot continue to give excuse for stagnancy. It is our irresponsibility, our fault, our refusal to be ripe. You are not going to have the system ripen itself. It's not mango tree that uses organic process to ripen. Man have to sit down and work out his ripenability, if you will let me borrow or coin that word. So the point I'm making to you is that when a Democrat so-called came into power 3 years ago, he knew there would be election in 4 years' time. All this matter, all are interconnected. So nobody's going to begin to tell me about being ripe or not being ripe when MTN, which is a private company, even if it's owned by maybe South African government, I know it's a South African company, I don't know whether the government has shares in it, manages to be ripe enough, at least to provide services enough to satisfy us. And so it's Globe. And we have a government that is so rich, that is one of the richest economies in Africa, by our share riches, and we say we are not ripe. When are we ever going to be ripe? We're not going to be ripe in 2027. We're not going to be ripe in 2031. So we have refused to be ripe. The system owners and the system beneficiaries have refused to sit down to say, let's ripen, so to speak, this democracy.
Okay.
It's technology. We still have enough money today if we have to invite, if it's not going to be treasonable, if we have to hire companies in the world to come and do our election for us using technological processes and technological instruments and infrastructure. If you start today, within the next 3-4 months, you are going to get people who will run it effortlessly in Nigeria.
All right.
They will bring their equipment there and run it effortlessly in Nigeria.
All right. As far as Mr. Ojekoro is concerned, it's doable. We are ripe for it. And so this is a good time to start. Let's come back to the studio where we still have Mr. Darlington Agomo. Mr. Agomo, I would like to ask you, the issues with our elections and the electoral law amendment, I've asked this question before, so let me ask you this same question. If you go back in the history of Nigeria, right from the Independence Day up until the 2023 elections, one election, it's adjudged to be the best in terms of the credibility, free, fair, transparent, by all standards. Talking about the June 12, 1993 elections. Which electoral law did we use? Is the problem with the operators or is the problem with the electoral laws? I mean, you can have the best laws. Some people also argue that, look, you can have the best laws and you have bad people, twist and, circumvent those laws, to cheat or to have their way. What do you think?
If you have the best law institutionalized,
okay,
the institution will catch you if you want to circumvent that law.
Okay.
That's just the truth. Why didn't we deepen that option A4 by Professor Humphrey Nwosu?
Okay, so apparently the problem is with the operators. If it was good, we should have deepened it.
Of course, because,
okay.
Yes, because if we have deepened it, it would have saved us all this headache. Since that election was adjudged to be the best, the freest, and the fairest, why didn't we use it? At least most African countries would have copied it from us. And that will save everybody.
So Barrister, the right question is, why are we making a fuss of this e-transmission? Did we do e-transmission then? We didn't.
Why don't we use what is working?
Is it working?
You just said it here that election was the best.
Okay.
We use the option that is working.
That is working.
That is it. That thing that is working.
Okay, so basically, your position is that, well, if we have good people running the system, they will find a way to make it work, to make things work, whether electronic transmission or manual transmission. Is that your position?
Even if you are the devil and you have a good system, that devil cannot thwart it. Jelly Rollins said it in Ghana. If you have a very good institution working, nobody can circumvent that institution or compromise it, because the institution will protest on its own. The institution will say, no, I'm not going, on its own. But when you have a bad system with bad people, Mr. Okoro, there's no remedy. There's no remedy. That's where we find ourselves now. You have an institution that is already a cake, out of tune with reality. And you now have people who want to take advantage of that system.
Okay.
What other good are you expecting from
what they call a double jeopardy?
And I'm telling you, okay. In law, yes, it's called double jeopardy.
Yes.
So what are you expecting for such an institution or such a system? And we are saying, look, we need to move forward, please, for God's sake.
We need to move forward. Barrister, Mr. Agomo, I'm happy that you brought in the issue of Ghana. So let me quickly run to Mr. Abdul Hamid Ali. I want us to talk about Ghana, because I studied the Ghana electoral process a bit, and I discovered that it is also a hybrid, like Nigeria, where it is possible, you do electronic transmission. Where it is not, you do manual transmission. And the last Ghana elections, I'm not sure that any of the presidential candidates went to court, and it was peaceful, free, fair, and credible. So what is the problem with Nigeria as a country? After every election, you see people troop to the courts, tribunal, to appeal court, and the Supreme Court, and all of that. Is the problem with our laws, or is the problem with Nigerians as a people? Hello, Mr. Ali, are you there?
Yes, I said I want to believe that the problem is you and I. We are the problem of Nigeria. You and I, Nigerians are the problem of Nigeria.
No, when I can hear you. When you say you and I'm just an anchor, I'm just an anchor. I don't make laws. I don't make laws for the country. I don't even vote. I don't even vote because what I do is to monitor elections.
Thank God, I'm not there.
Yeah, we Nigerians are this transcends just electoral issues now. You see, you said something that none of the candidates went to court in Ghana. But here in Nigeria, even before the election, somebody is already thinking that no matter what, we're going to court. You understand? If it's not me, we will go to court. Why does it have to be that? That's why I said you and I are the problems. We need to change our mindsets. You have stated it clearly now. In Ghana, where it was possible, they used electronic transmission. Where it was not, they used manual. So the same thing would have happened here. We shouldn't have even made issues out of this electronic transfer, either it was accepted or it was not, because the barrister himself said something clearly in the studio that using option A4 as an instance. So it's not an issue of whether we are right or not, but it's an issue of attitude. That's why I said you and I, we need to change our attitude, rebrand ourselves in this country, and try to be more committed,
more patriotic, more intentional in doing what is right.
You should be more patriotic. You should stop thinking about us, about our individual, but think about Nigeria first. So that is the issue.
All right. And
that's why I said you and I.
Okay, I understand. I understand what you said, you and I. Talking about Nigerians collectively. Now, let's run to Edo State, where the Secretariat of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, came under heavy attack and vandalism yesterday, as seen in a video that has gone viral. In the video, the Secretariat was visibly vandalized with glass windows broken, CCTV cameras pulled down, and billboards taken down by yet-to-be-identified persons. As seen in the video, members of the ADC responding to the incident fingered the ruling party in the state, the All Progressives Congress. Well, this is not an isolated incident, as there are many examples where the ADC events have been disrupted. In 2025 in Lagos, the ADC came under heavy assault as vehicles and canopies were destroyed during the former declaration for the party by the former LP candidate, Labour Party governor candidate in Lagos State, Badebo Rose Vivo. And in Kebbi State, the former declaration for the ADC by the former Attorney General Abubakar Malami was also disrupted. Let's take a look at the video. We need to have at the audio so that we can, hear what they said before we turn to our analysts to help us make sense of it.
Yeah, as you can see, we are live at the ADC State Secretariat in Ogberaka, and we see the wanton destruction of these miscreants, nuisance. Agberos and pedestrians have come to do as our national secretariat. So they've destroyed our poles, our flags, our banners. They feel very threatened that the ADC of Edo State is about to kickstart a new era of change. We see they destroyed the vehicles. The CCTV camera that was here was pulled down. We see this other one was too high, so they could not access this other one. They destroyed, look at the stones they're using in breaking our glasses, just because they do not want opposition to thrive, which is practically impossible. Look at the arson, they poured fuel here, they littered it, tried to put the building on fire. They also came from behind, they broke the louvers, they poured fuel into the building, and they lit it, but the building could not. So they disconnected the CCTV camera. Look at the one we have there. It was disconnected before they started destruction. They carted away with some of them. The other one that was there was one on the floor there, this one, by this front. They carted away the CCTV camera. So we want to send a message to the governor of Edo State. He's the chief security officer. Is this the kind of state he wants to donate 2.5 million votes to his father, Tinubu? 3.5. Oh, 3.5 million. Whatever the figure is a bit irritating, it's nauseating, and it's enchanting. That they will resort to this kind of criminality. We know the party, we know their nature before now. Some of them have told us that they are willing to cut their neck and they cut their head and donate their hands. We will give them a long class to do the cutting. Because we will not be threatened, we will not be intimidated. We continue to stand for what is right. Nigeria is a multi-party state, and nobody will cower Edo State into any form of jittery. We will resist every attempt of being subdued and being oppressed. People that want to support the ADC will support the ADC. People that want to gather and identify with the ADC, they will gather and identify as ADC members. We will not allow any form of intimidation or oppression. And none of these things leads to nothing. Today we are also decamping today into the ADC, and the decamping will take place here in the Secretariat. For want of time, the APC and the miscreants who have done this, we know they are the ones who do it, because they are the only ones who have the mind to carry this kind of illegality. They are the only opposition party in this state, and they want to ensure that we do not stand. It won't work, and they will continue to resist them at all levels.
Heard it. All right, then, you've heard it very clear. The ADC says APC, you are the one behind what went down in the ADC Secretariat in Benin City. Chris, you are in Benin. You are a member of the ADC. Let us into what you know that happened to the ADC Secretariat in Edo State.
Last year, the time the governor led in the threat agenda that he has as one of his basic policies, the world was awakened to the threat he passed on to Peter Obi, that if Peter Obi came to Edo State, he won't guarantee his safety. The chairman of APC in Edo State, in responding to that and reinforcing the governor's threat, reinforced the fact that the reason why they are wanting Obi not to come to Edo State is because of the hatred they have for Obi. After he had finished with Obi, in the same video, he turned to ADC and said to us in the ADC that as far as he is concerned, Edo State has no place or room for ADC, and that they will ensure that ADC does not exist in Edo State. They will chase us out. And so he warned everyone and said, anybody who is willing or still insisting in identifying with ADC will leave Edo State for them. They will smoke out ADC from Edo State. So that's the smoke you are seeing and the fire. And I have put up an article about that and pasted the video with the article.
Okay.
So that people will remember that eventually Jared Tenebe, the chairman of APC in Edo State, have attempted to carry out his threat. But what is interesting to us is this, and this is what's happening between the hours of 7:50 and 8:10. What is interesting to us prepared this attack. It was the people of Edo State who were around the neighborhood, who heard unusual noise from our secretariat, that repaired this attack, mobilized, and as they were repairing the attack, they called us. Before we got there, they have been able to withstand these thugs and chase them away. That speaks to the level of acceptability and love that ADC enjoys.
Okay, all right. Chris, have you reported this? Have you reported this case to the police formally? Formal report. Have you made a formal report?
Oh, that same night we brought the DFS, the 10 gallons of PMS that they brought there is with the DSS as we speak. We brought the DSS that same night, the police. That the place is a big activity since that night till now. Press.
Okay. All right. Chris, the network is not very. The network is not very friendly, and so you
security agencies have come to.
Okay, you have reported formally to the police and the DSS. Well, let's see what happens in the coming days. The network is not very friendly, so we'll have to come back to the studio as the tech team tries to fix that. Barrister Darlington, has it become a pattern? Any place the ADC wants to set up, they'll be disrupted. I gave you the instance of what happened to GRV, when he declared for the ADC in Alemosho. PW was built to be there, Arabeshala was built to be there, but vehicles were destroyed, the canopies destroyed, and they said, look, you can't hold here, even when they had authorization, when they had received approval to use that small stadium, they came and chased them away. When they went to another place, the same thing happened. And if you go to Kebbi State, you recall the incident that happened to Malami, when he was still a free man. He tried to declare for the ADC, and they said, why are you passing through the APC offices in Kebbi State and all of that? So has it become a pattern? Does it look like the ADC is a veritable threat, to any political party or even to the ruling government, to be very precise?
No, I have told you here that by their fruits you shall know them. It is a pattern for APC not to tolerate opposition. It is their usual pattern. But every Nigerian knew how PDP pampered them. How PDP nurtured them to come into existence. Now, they don't want to tolerate any opposition. And they are doing it in a very crude manner. Because by the time this thing escalates now, they will tell you that those miscreants, those thugs are not their member, that they are acting on their own. Did you see any prominent APC person there? All those boys, they are acting on their own. We don't know who sent them. It may be a member of the party itself. And you people are calling APC. So, but why can't you, as a party in government, why can't you declare that, look, any nonsense anywhere, police should move in. Police should move in. If arrests have been made and prosecuted, I think it will curb this nonsense. But since you, as a ruling party, all this infamy is going on under your watch, and you have not made a statement, that means you know one or two things that is going on. Okay. You know. You cannot claim that these things that is going on all over the country, including buying of votes and all that, You don't know who is behind it. You don't know who is destroying the electoral system. How can I believe you?
Okay. So apparently your position is that the APC should take responsibility for what is happening.
Exactly. Yeah, because they are in power.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister. Let's go to Abuja. Let's run to Mr. Abdul Hamid Ali and get his opinion on this before we run to the final topic of discussion. Abdul Hamid, it's hard to believe that the ruling party is fingered in all of this. Why would they attack opposition that is, according to Nigerians, not even coordinated? Talking about the ADC. Nigeria, anytime you talk about ADC, people say, no, it's a gathering of disgruntled people and they don't even know where they are going. But in all of this, APC seems to be jittery. Why would they be jittery? Because they also seem to be doing well. I mean, almost all the governors are trooping to the APC. So why does it appear that anytime the ADC, sneezes, they catch cold and all of that? Why?
I want to be more objective, and I want us to be more objective as Nigerians. You see, asking the questions, the why questions, those are the questions every one of us should be.
Go ahead, Mr. Ali. I need for you to unmute your mic so that I can get your audio feed. Mr. Ali, I lost your audio, so I need for you to unmute so that I can get your feed. Well, unfortunately, we seem to be having a tech glitch with our connection with the Abuja studio. So we'll run to the next topic of discussion, and probably when he comes back, he'll be able to, mesh both discussions, so those conversations. Now, let's run into it. The federal government has unveiled a 25-year development blueprint, the Southeast Vision 2050, aimed at unlocking the region's economic potential and positioning it as a key driver of Nigeria's future growth. Vice President Kashim Shettima announced the plan in Enugu, describing it as a shift from short-term governance to a structured long-term development framework. As part of the initiative, President Tinubu has approved the establishment of the Southeast Investment Company Limited to mobilize funds from the diaspora, capital markets and development partners, where the company will work with the Southeast Development Commission, SEDC, to close infrastructure gaps, driving industrial growth, create jobs, and enhance regional competitiveness. Governors of the Southeast states, development partners, and stakeholders unanimously endorsed the vision, calling it a historic step towards regional integration and economic transformation. Where speakers stressed unity, transparent leadership, youth inclusion, and effective implementation as crucial and critical to translating the vision into tangible improvements in livelihoods, security, and prosperity across the region. Barrister Darlington, Southeast Development Initiative 2050, 25-year long-term plan to develop the Southeast, to make it the epicenter of industrial growth in Nigeria. How do you see this development? How do you react to it?
They should take it elsewhere because we don't need it.
Barrister, I'd like for you to take that again.
I said that development plan for the Southeast, the federal government cannot tell me that they are sincere with that project. After all, we have a Southeast Development Commission.
But they say they are going to work in conjunction with them.
Mr. Okoro, let them give us the enabling environment. We can do it ourselves.
Which is what they are trying to create.
This one that
says close infrastructure gaps. That's what they said.
They will not do that. This one is just for vote. It's for election. If we leave all this in, we know better.
Okay.
Have they developed Southeast before?
No, that's what they are trying to do.
Have they done it before? So it is not they want to do it, and it's a Shettima of all people. His region need the development commission more than we.
No, they have. They have not the development commission.
Let him go and work on their own. Let them go and...
Sir, he's the vice president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and he's acting under the instructions of the president.
Charity begins at home. If he loves us so much, there are things we asked them to do for us. They never did it.
Okay, but Barrister, the destruction in the Southeast happened before the destruction of the Northeast. So they want to start with the Southeast.
Mr. Okoro?
Yes, sir.
We have been eating with our fingers before spoon came out.
And they want us to stop eating with our fingers.
I said before spoon came out.
They want us to start eating with golden spoon.
Are they the one that taught the Igbo man how to do business?
Barrister,
is there any region?
Barrister, did you get it? They said to close that it is the epicenter of economic development. Make it the epicenter, the hub of industrial growth in Nigeria.
Yes. Is it today? Osibajo went to Aba and said the same thing. Osibajo. Buhari went to Owerri and said the same thing. That how can people that are holding the economy of this country say they are leaving Nigeria? That is surprised.
Okay, so apparently you think that it's targeted at 2027.
They are mocking themselves and not the Igbo man. If they really love us, I have told Shetima, tell your killer kinsmen to leave the southeast so that our women can go to farm. We can do things as we used to do it before. Is it not your people that are causing security over there? What are they doing there?
Okay, Barrister, I thought this news would be very exciting to Barrister,
what is exactly
to Mr. Agommo, but unfortunately it is not. Let's run to
They
Benin
have
City.
told us things before that never worked.
Barrister,
they have told us.
We're out of time. Let's run to Benin City and get the view of the opinion of Mr. Chris Ojekere. Chris, how do you react to this 25-year development plan for the Southeast, to make it the epicenter, the industrial hub of development in Nigeria? How do you react to this development? Hello? Oh, okay. Unfortunately, I understand that we've lost connection with Mr. Chris Ojekere. I would have loved to get his opinion on this. Now, let's run to Abuja, where we still have Abdul Hamid Ali. Mr. Ali, I would like for you to, if you can, you made your view or that the internet didn't allow you to conclude with this question that I'm asking now. Southeast Development Plan, 25-year, 2050, by the federal government to close infrastructure gaps in the Southeast and make it industrial hub for development in Nigeria. How do you react to that? If you can merge both conversations, and that will be your concluding thought as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually would like to amend it because in the first instance, I said earlier that the problem of this country is we Nigerians. Now, to start with, we said it was reported that ADC Secretariat was attacked and allegations were being made targeted at APC. This should not have been. From the analysis given by the other analysts from Edo, he said he operated for a period of about an hour. And for this period, he only said that they were chased away. Logically, it's cause for questioning. Why would they be chased away? An hour is enough for police to have been mobilized to get to the scene and get people arrested. Why should the people of ADC chase APC people away? So what I'm saying is that even those that chase them away should have apprehended some of them and hand them over to the police. Nigeria has outgrown a situation where people will just wake up and tell us stories that are not. Incidentally, I'm a member of APC. And Mr. President has said when he was talking, he was not talking about making Nigeria a one-party state. No. He said that he's going to defend his party. He's not going to help others in sharing their problems. So we are not supposed to come and start pointing accusing figures at APC.
Okay, all right, no. good. Mr. Ali, so, you are touched on the Southeast Development Plan.
So now, on the issue of Southeast Development, we see this is Nigeria. The Southeast Development is Nigeria affair. The government is saying that they have to develop Southeast. If this development has not been proposed, we same Nigerians will say, oh, other parts of Nigeria is being developed and there is nothing proposed for Southeast. So as long as Nigerians remain Nigeria remain Nigeria, irrespective of who wants it or who doesn't want, government has to do what is supposed to be done.
Okay.
And it's in government's proposal, it's government plan. Our representative at the National Assembly, we have governors over there. What should be done to Southeast has been proposed by the federal government and it has to be done. Whoever doesn't want to be part of it can equally say, okay, when the development comes, he doesn't want to be part of the development.
Okay.
But
all right.
Yeah, so that's my
all right. That's your opinion, and I will take it as a concluding thought because we're out of time. Thank you very much. Yeah, Barrister, I'm coming back to you.
All the while, these things have been happening to the opposition. Has anybody been arrested? Just be sincere to yourself. Each time ADC or any other opposition is holding meeting or whatever, Mr. Okoro, some thugs from nowhere will come and vandalize and disrupt everything in Lagos, everywhere in Nigeria. So, you mean police were not told, and what were they doing? The way he's saying it is as if the opposition don't know what to do. When they will report to you and you just look the other side, what do you want them to do, Mr. Okoro? No, tell me. Are you telling me that this thing has not reported to the police? And who was arrested?
Mr. Jekro said they've reported to the police and the DSS.
Oh, so what happened? What happened? Because the man that spoke like didn't hear when he said it. He didn't hear. He didn't hear that one. That's the problem with us. Instead of how to call a spade, so that we can move forward, we pretend about everything. Why is it always the opposition? But when APC want to hold their own, Mr. Okoro, nobody will harass anybody.
Maybe because the people are satisfied with what they
Yes, exactly.
No, I'm just asking.
It's true. Yeah, let us continue to pretend. You know, I have chosen a position of joining them in telling lies so that Nigeria can move forward. Abi, when you see bad thing, don't talk about it. Let me see how that will move Nigeria forward. Because when you say it, they say you are accusing APC. You are always accusing APC. But are they not supposed to be looking at those things we are pointing at? Every time any opposition want to do something, especially in Lagos here, they will vandalize everywhere, chase everybody away.
And nobody's arrested.
Nobody's arrested. Nobody's arrested. That's if they act with impunity, that nothing will happen. And instead of us to condemn it, we are speaking from both sides of our mouth. Let us continue. And let me see how that will help Nigerian cause.
Barrister, I think I don't share your view. Barrister, if you know what is the truth, you should always tell the truth so that Nigeria can move forward.
You didn't hear Makindabi? Sheyi Makinde said that it is no longer funny to tell truth to power. He said it. Eho Makinde, governor for your state.
Okay.
So instead of them calling you names, because you are pointing out at what they are doing wrong. Why not keep quiet?
Barrister, I'm not sure that Nigeria will make progress with that track.
Mr. Okoro,
I'll take it.
You have started. We must make progress with it because that's what they like.
Okay, that's
what they like. Yes,
but it might not be what will happen.
Barrister,
this will be a good.
It's working for them. It's working for them. That's why Nigeria is moving forward.
On this position, we'll
let them continue to lie to themselves.
Mr. Darlington Agomo, a lawyer and political affairs analyst. We also had Mr. Chris Ojekere, who joined us virtually from Benin City, political affairs analyst and spokesperson for the ADC in Edo State. We also were joined from our Abuja outstation by Mr. Abdul Hamid Ali, a journalist and a public affairs analyst. Gentlemen, I must say a very big thank you to you. I appreciate your presence on my show, Political Lens, and I hope that we can do this some other time. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is issues with Nnena Ndemduto. On top of the hour, 7 o'clock. Please do stay with us. For me, I'll see you tomorrow, Friday, 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. Bye for now, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's about that shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto, and apologies for starting a little bit late. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Donald Trump disclosing that U.S. worked with federal government to launch Christmas airstrike, to Kaduna government receiving 183 rescued worshippers. Also, Ezekwesili and CSOs called for real-time electronic transmission of results. And finally, Turaki-led PDP condemns INEC's recognition of Wike-led PDP. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away.
Where power shapes meets every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Glad to have you back. You're still watching the Issues and Voice of the People television. Let's dive straight into what we have for today. United States President Donald Trump says the U.S. worked closely with Nigeria to launch the Christmas Day airstrikes against ISIS targets, describing the operation as part of broader counterterrorism efforts. In a related development, the Defense Headquarters says the Nigeria-U.S. security partnership is focused on strengthening capacity building, intelligence sharing, and joint counterterrorism operations. According to the DHQ, cooperation with the United States has helped improve operational effectiveness against insurgent and extremist groups operating within and around Nigeria. Meanwhile, the United States has denounced the recent killings in Kwara State, describing the attack as horrific. Washington also endorsed President Bola Tinubu's security response, including the deployment of troops and intensified operations in the affected communities. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by a virtual guest. We have Ayoyinka Oni. He is a former coordinator, Take It Back Movement, Lagos. He is also a human rights activist and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, Ayoyinka.
Thank you so much for having me. Good evening, and I greet all the viewers.
Yeah, good evening. Okay, let's start off with this. Of course, I'm sure you heard the background to what I read, the story I read, and Trump is saying that the strikes that happened on Christmas Day was a partnership with Nigeria and, of course, the federal of the United States. And if you can remember, when the strike happened, Nigeria, the federal government did not announce this first. The announcement, what we heard first, or who we heard it from first, was the United States. And there was a back and forth. People were asking, why is our own federal government not coming out to say anything? And then eventually, the federal government came out to say that it was actually collaboration. And now we've heard from the horse's mouth, that is Trump, that this was actually a collaboration. What do you make of this?
Well, what Nigerians can clearly see that have played out is the fact that the lobby that Nigeria paid heavily for, I can't remember the specific amounts now, but the figure was everywhere at that time, for favors and for a listening ear to the Nigerian government, the United States government, of course, has worked. And that is the taxpayers' money of Nigeria being used to lobby for United States government support or political statement that will favor the Nigerian government. Because we all saw how it played out. After a strike was done and the people in the village started crying in those two states that were affected, it was Donald Trump that made the first tweet. And on the views that representative of Nigerians did, that's the spokesman of Tinubu, Daniel, and different storyline, and they couldn't even give more information. So, of course, the ambassador was just getting updates from his counterpart in the US, and that's basically what they were giving back. It was definitely not a coordinated attack between Nigeria and America. But like I said, the lobbying has worked, and Trump towards the Nigerian government, and basically that's why he's saying all what he's saying. But we know that the US don't accept you or don't cooperate with you just for the sake of cooperation. There's a mutual benefit that both of them have gotten an understanding is. That's unfold. But for me, it's a shame that sovereign government have to depend on the United government statement before they can say, yes, we are doing what is right. It's a shame on the government.
Okay, so you're actually trying to say that you don't believe whatever it is that that Trump is saying. Is that what you're trying to say? That you feel like this is just trying to help Nigeria save face?
Donald Trump is an international tyrant. I don't think anybody needs to need any announcement of that. We know what he's doing in Iran, in Pakistan, in Venezuela recently. You know, this is someone that comes to the media and say, you know, want to get their oil. They need to give us their oil. You know, he wants to take over Greenland. So this is not, Trump is not an example for a good leader or anything. But of course, it's an example for the likes of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his government. You know, every Nigerian government over the years won the support of US, even to get into power, either for the first time and the second time. We remember Buhari's time and Obama and all that. So Trump is basically just saying this statement, like I said, just because whatever Nigerian government lobbied for with about 750 million, if my figures are correct, has worked, and they have currently have a mutual agreement, you know, and Nigeria is just a tool to use to the world to claim that Donald Trump is a Christian. He's not a Christian. He doesn't care about any Christian. He's just playing international politics to favor US. As we all know, we have troops from the United States of America already on the ground in Nigeria collaborating with our military. We don't know how far the collaboration will go. But of course, this is just a lie. From the history of what happened, from the records, we know that the United States of America already fired a missile even before our government in Nigeria and knew. The tweets are there on True Socials, rather. So the evidence are there.
Okay, you know, you mentioned that the U.S. Army already on ground to, of course, we know they're already in Nigeria. And I don't know what you make about this. The DHQ has come out to say that it's collaboration, intelligence sharing, and all of that. What do you make of this, this coming? Some persons would actually applaud it, that yes, there's a need for these troops. We don't even know the number that they are, but that some persons will applaud the fact that they are here. But I don't want to hear your own take. What do you make of this? Do you think it's actually a step in the right direction in tackling insecurity as we have it?
There's no problem in countries of the world that want peace collaborating to end insecurity. I see, and I've said it before, that the United States of America is actually the wrong country to have that collaboration. Not because the United States of America lack intelligence or they lack the firepower or the mechanisms to end insecurity, but because the United States of America handles every insecurity issues in the world with politics. And because of that, they have a game that they are playing, they have where they are going, there's a means to every hand that they are doing. They are not interested in any terrorism. I've said it before that the United States of America have never handed or stopped any terror group in the world. They come for a purpose. So they are basically the wrong people to collaborate with. The question to ask is this. This is Africa. Nigeria is situated in West Africa. The ISIS and the ISWAP walk around the eastern part of Africa. Libya, Cote d'Ivoire, Niger, and the rest. Is there collaboration between the Nigerian military and these bordering countries to hand these people? That, oh, we are in Nigeria, we are pushing them to your place. We expect you to be ready for them as they are coming towards your place. Have there been any collaboration? If there have been, what has been the achievement? What has been done? What has it done? Or where does it do? They need to work in to get better. We don't know anything about that. There's no statistics about that. But of course, United States of America, who have been here before, obviously, during Jonathan's time, and they were not allowed to solve the problem according to the machineries that were interviewed by BBC and the rest. Send them back and allowed them students to leave, and we're expecting a fantastic result. The insecurity issue in Nigeria is not just about weapons. It's economical, it's structural, and of course, is international terrorism also involved? But what have we done about our local terrorists? What have we done about the economic issue? What have we done about our structural problem that is causing this influx of insecurity in our country? Of course, we have not done anything. We're still talking about it. This is my analysis on the presence, physical presence of the United States military in the US. The international terrorists will also equip their boys and their men around our borders with more forces, because the United States of America is like an erection, allow me to use that word, through every terrorism. Any terrorist group that sees United States of America in their domain feels that they are actually working to get US attention, feels that their agenda will get more international recognition, so they will put more fire. And we are not finished saying this. Just this week, me and you have read the news about over 107 people that have died in Kwara State. And there's another one in Benue. That one did not make the news so much because the one in Kwara is more bloody. This is what the presence of US does. But of course, while Ahmed Tinubu have signed a deal with the US that we don't know, and part of the fulfillment of this deal is the presence of the US forces. So I'm not going to clap for this because they have not done the one at home first before getting international presence. And if at all you need international presence or international ideas and intelligence, there are other countries that have good military forces, good intelligence, and are in no way involved in international politics that can help you solve this problem. But no, we have went for the biggest gun, which is the US. The US attracts more calamity.
Okay, if I hear you correctly, you're actually saying that the U.S. being involved in whatever, in the insecurity, trying to help us fight insecurity in Nigeria has done us more harm than good. That is what you're trying to say, or would do more harm than good. I want to be sure that that's what you're saying. And as you respond to that, while you were speaking, you said that the United States has a purpose other than what they make Nigerians feel, which is to help Christians fight, or rather to help ensure that Christians are not being killed as they are being killed. So if you say that there is a different purpose from what is being claimed, what purpose would you say that yes, the United States has, aside from what has been put out there?
Know that Nigerians, we are facing a lot in terms of economic and insecurity issues, and we need a Messiah at this time, which no Messiah anywhere. But Nigerians need to understand a reality. And what's the reality? Donald Trump doesn't care about any Christian anywhere in the world. Christian. He doesn't care. They sent forces to Venezuela. Venezuela is 80% of Christian people. People died in Venezuela, over 70 people, including a old woman. They are Christians. So if anybody is saying, oh, Donald Trump has sent his forces because he wants Christians to stop dying, it's just a joke. This is the trajectory and the history of the United States of America. The United States of America will never get involved in the security situation of any country if they don't have an ulterior motive. We can play around what it may be, but I cannot specifically say what it is. This is one of the issues. Trump wants to continue to have the Christian support all over the world in his international politics. And Nigeria is the most populous black nation in the world. It is a press to the whole world. He has been pushing that idea. He has pushing that narrative. Christians are dying. I'm going there. I'm going to help them. I sent a missile to them. Christmas gift and all that. Even though we are still yet don't have a figure of whoever that missile killed and all that. That's one. Two, know that we are in a border with Niger. And people that understand, we understand that when there was a coup in Niger, the people that took over sent the United States forces out of that place. One of the biggest military bases in Africa was built in Niger. For me, I personally feel the US is taking and doing recon to recover back that place. And the best way that they can recover it is, of course, stage another coup in Niger or set the place, burning. 2 weeks ago, there was a bomb attack in Niger that happened twice. Or set the place burning so that they can come in and recover and take over that place. So what is clear, and where is the border to Nigeria? Of course, in the north. In the north, in the areas that are attacked by Boko Haram. So what is clear is that the US have an ulterior motive. If in the process they also find a way to help you to kill some of Boko Haram members and all that, but we will be joking with ourselves, we will be deceiving ourselves, we will think the presence of United States of America forces is going to hurt the security in Nigeria. The United States of America, I repeat again, have never ended terrorism in any country. Nigeria will not be the first.
Well, some persons will actually argue the statement he just made, because really some persons are actually very happy that the U.S. is coming in. But let's kind of, on into what happened in Kwara State. And after the mass killings of almost 170 persons, the president has actually called or deployed soldiers to Kwara State. And the U.S. has come out to endorse this very quick response of our president. What do you make of this? What does this endorsement of the security response by our president, what does it connote? What do you think it connotes?
I think any Nigeria should be clapping for security redeployment after 170 people died. It has happened over and over again, right from Buhari's regime. Redeployment. I condole with you. We are going to attack them now. And there will be another attack. I don't think any Nigeria should be excited about that. But we should analyze. When few people died in Benue, Trump was shouting. He was hungry. Coming there. All of a sudden, he's congratulating and saying, yes, it's a good one that Tinubu has deployed, to confirm to you that the lobby that millions were paid for has worked. But to state clearly that presently, as we speak, one person, one elderly woman, has been kidnapped in the US. If you watch CNN, BBC, and every major news line, there is hourly updates on the process and all the security forces to secure the safety of that woman. One woman. The mayor is talking about it. The police is talking about it. All of the agencies are collaborating. The presidency is talking about it. The governor is talking about it. And you will see they'll be giving you updates. We have done this, we are doing this. One woman. Imagine if 200 people is killed by terrorists in the United States of America this night. Trump will not sleep. Because in the United States of America, they have states. In the United States of America, even though their president has a problem, there are some people in the government also that you see that they have a problem. They have a system that the people are saying it must work. In Nigeria, we don't have a system. 100 people just die. Till date, me and you, we are still saying 100 people. We cannot mention the name of one of them. The only news that we have is because of you media have been doing your best to go and cover the aftermath of that incident. I've seen about 3 media that have released footages. And even some international media. no serious report from a government. We don't have system. What we are saying is a governor of a whole state going to sit in front of a president and narrating how people died. He's telling the president news line, story time. And the president is holding his cheek on the life of 170 people. We don't have a system that protects. We don't have a system that works. We don't even have an emergency response system. They are doing mass burial for them this evening. We are in a sorry and a pathetic society and a government that don't know what they are doing. And when we human rights and all that start giving the government ideas, sometimes we just feel it's a waste of time because they will never do it. They will not listen because the life of one Nigeria is not important to them. I tell you and I repeat it, that if this issue did not get to the news, the government will cover it and they will move on. Because before this attack, there were intelligence by the people that these people have warned us. They say we should take Sharia. We say we are not accepting. Come to Hawaii. They did not move an inch until 100 people were killed. But in a normal society, this will not happen. Let's now say, unfortunately, it happens. The government will quickly move into action, not just redeploying forces, getting data of all the people that died, confirming for their family that they need to even release their faces so that we know them, immediately going after the miscreant that did this to show other terrorist group that this cannot be accepted in our society. But that will not be done. The army will go there, they will drive around. Do you know why they are there? Let me even tell you. They are there because they don't want people to come out and protest. Yes, you can die, but please, carefully, cry quietly. Not only that, some monarch in Kwara, they just return them back while some of others in that state almost every week. This is the fact that our security architect, it is gone. But your president can sack the entirety of army staff because there's a sound of coup. But the life of Nigerians is not that important. It is a joke of a country, and Nigerians need to wake up and do something about it.
Okay, you talked about security architecture being very, very down, and let me bring you to, of course, what we've talked about earlier. But let me ask a question. That's the U.S. Army on ground in Nigeria. One of the things DHQ had said, aside from collaboration, they mentioned intelligence sharing. But I want to ask you, we've heard so many persons say that our security, there's been internal saboteur in our security outfits or security architecture. And we know that some persons have actually said that internal coordination has remained weak. So how would intelligence sharing, how would it be enough when we have all of these issues? How can these be managed with all of the issues that we have as a nation in our security, and then now they are coming with intelligence sharing? Do you think it will actually change or make any difference?
I love this question, and the reason is this. And you said it all. When your own security architects are doing misinformation, disinformation, you have situations where information from the military is getting to terrorists already. How can you then share information with an higher security forces when you have not put your house in order? Look at the people that say they did coup against Bola Tinubu's government. They released their names because Tinubu staying in power is more important than him than any other thing. The people that have been giving information to terrorists, the people that have been sabotaging our information network, the people that have been affecting coordination, have you ever heard their name? Has their name been published? The people that have been selling weapons to terrorists, have their name been published? There is no real plan to solve the problem of the insecurity in Nigeria. There's no real plan to put the security forces in order. And how do you do that? Corruption cannot exist within the rank and file of Nigerian security forces. It cannot exist. If you have an IGP that you are seeing that is snapping pictures with people that are international criminals, that of course the police cannot catch, somebody has to come from a retired FBI has to come to help us to catch him, not helping us because he actually defrauded someone abroad. When you are seeing your military men having pictures with smugglers, no smugglers. Higher authority military men. How do you expect those people to come out and do security work properly? The entire security process is compromised. And the president himself, who the IGP told you that if not for the president, he will not be here today, it's like a father to him, is also compromised to the IG. How can he do the right thing? Because when we are talking about security, we are very quick to talk about the army. But I can tell you quickly, the majority of the problem we are facing starts from the position of the police. The soldiers should be at our borders. The soldiers should be at towns that have high kidnapping and terrorism rates, protecting it. It is the police that is for crime prevention. How many crimes are they preventing? Are they even properly equipped? We all see police in our community. We all meet them on the highway. Do many of those police force look like people that are serious about identity security? Some people have traveled in this country. They see how the FBI works. They see how the state police work. They see how the SWAT, and all those forces work. RIPD and the rest. There is so much level of seriousness. We are not a serious country. So if we have not solved our internal problem, they want to collaborate with the US. They are just going to frustrate those people. But those people also, like I said, they are here for two issues. One is to find a way to just manage Nigerian problem. The second one is their major issue where they came for. And like I said, as the period continue to go, we will be seeing those things. It will be coming forth. And like I said again, if by now Nigeria has not collaborated with all our neighboring countries that are also facing the issue of insecurity, then we are still joking, because some of the influx of these terrorists come from the border, from Niger, Cote d'Ivoire, Libya. We are not collaborating, but we are quick to collaborate with the US and all that, just for political reasons, just because we want to keep power. Nigerians need to wake up, because I can tell you the terrorists are not in any way threatened by the presence of the US. They are not. The terrorists in this country will be threatened when they see that there's a high political will from the executive and from the police and from the army, the navy, to end them. You will know that they are threatened. Presently now, they are not threatened because they see that all these are still.
The government remains committed to dismantling criminal networks and ensuring the security and safety of every citizen. You know, Ayoyinka, almost 3 weeks after the abduction of these church members, we see the rescue of the abducted members, and nothing is being said about how they were rescued and all. You know, what do you make of this? You know, their rescue or their release is being celebrated, but everything is shrouded in secrecy, sort of. Nobody's saying anything. The state government isn't saying anything. The federal government is not saying anything. And we have seen that. Of course, let me ask you, what do you make of it? Let me not put words into your mouth.
We have a budget for ransom now, both federal and state. I don't think this is a news. Nigerians knows. There's a budget for ransom. The government has to separate it. In fact, there are some communities where they pay the ransom ahead, even before they are kidnapped. Please, our terrorist friends, take this money. Don't kidnap us yet. So, you know, when the government is celebrating and putting it in the news like that, you will know that there are a lot of mishap in all this. But of course, you see, military will come with them, they put them in a vehicle, and all. But ransom has been paid, of course. And the question in the lip of every Nigeria is that how long will we continue to pay ransom to terrorists for the funds that were used to develop society? The people that you are even paying ransom for, they cannot boast of such money. That's ransom from government. People within themselves also are gathering money to pay ransom. Some people still die in the process. For me, I don't think a responsible governor will be celebrating anything. If you get 108 of your residents released, one way or the other, you should be in a sober mood and telling the people you are sorry for them experiencing this, and promise it doesn't happen again. All the things you are going to do to make it don't happen again, and go and work your ass to make sure the people are safe. In Kaduna State, it's either you are kidnapping tomorrow or they are killing the next day. It is one story week after week. So this is not a time for any governor to be trying to use it for political. Oh, you can see that the governor is serious. 108 people were kidnapped, for God's sake. 108 people just picked up like chickens in the community because there's no security. We don't have security anywhere in our state. The half of the police force are protecting VVIP. There was a news 2 weeks ago that the police told the people protecting VVIP to be on standby and on a alert. I don't know whatever information that they had. And the remaining half are collecting bribe, extorting and all that. So all these things are not in place, and you want to be rejoicing that 100 people were released, which most likely ransom was paid. We need these leaders to wake up, because 36 states in our nation presently has been surrounded by terrorism. Kwara already. If Southwest think that they are one special people, now we are special, where even if the security is in Northeast, Northwest, and North Central, we can run to South. Abuja thought they were special. Now terrorists are showing them shaking with kidnapping and the rest. If Southwest think they are special, they are just joking. Oyo State governor the other day said it by himself that Oyo is already surrounded by terrorists. Ogun State have experienced terrorist attack. Ekiti has experienced terrible one. It was even Ekiti that trended. Ondo has experienced. Ogun has experienced. Kwara has experienced. So if we Southwest think they are safe and we don't speak out until we are all, overwhelmed by this issue, we are just joking. And we have nothing to do than to call out this government. The people of Kwara should not be sleeping. The other day, women were protesting in Kwara in government house, and they beat them away from there. I'm sorry to say this. Some of the people that beat them, probably their family might be put those that were killed the other day. Until we see the news, before we see this thing. Today's survivor, tomorrow's victim. Today's government supporter, tomorrow's victim. Everybody's just waiting for his turn. We are not seeing anything important in what the government have done about security. But if Nigerians still want to be clapping for U.S. presence, well, we are going to watch and we wish them success. But I say security is local and international. The local aspect has not been solved. We have gone for international. The international cannot solve your local government. It's impossible.
You talked about ransom, but in the federal government would actually come out to tell you that they don't pay ransom. And they've said it's oftentimes that they don't pay ransom, that they don't give money to these bandits or citizens or Nigerian citizens. But of course, you are saying that you feel ransoms have been paid, and many Nigerians also feel that way. But let's move away from security and let's move to a matter that I'm sure you would be very happy to talk about. The former Minister of Education, Obi Ezekwesili, says Nigerians are demanding real-time electronic upload of election results, cautioning lawmakers against action that could undermine public trust in the electoral process. Civil society organizations have also intensified pressure on the National Assembly, with over 70 CSOs insisting that real-time electronic transmission of votes must be guaranteed ahead of 2027. The groups argued that electronic transmission reduces manipulation and enhances the credibility of election outcomes. Meanwhile, Senator Victor Ume says over 85% of senators supported electronic transmission of results during deliberations on the Electoral Act amendment. There's been a back and forth on this electoral amendment. We get to hear some of the senators say there was electronic transmission was passed. Some said no, it was changed to electronic transfer. Some said that it was done to the discretion of INEC. What do you make of this entire back and forth? And we've seen the CSO, we've seen someone like Ezekwesili come out to say, we want real-time transmission of electronic results. What do you make of all of this back and forth that we're having come up in our country at the moment?
John, is the fact that you have left a loophole in that electoral act to allow the INEC chairman or whoever is in charge to still be able to present results regardless if the real-time electronic transfer was done at real time, as we saw in the last election, even when the transmitted on the beavers, on the rev rather, the INEC chairman still at midnight announced the winner of the election using Excel sheets, you know. And that loophole is intentional, stating that they can do real time, and if it's not possible, also they can send the figure to the national through the state, you know. And it's intentional. And why is it intentional? It's intentional because me and you know the majority of people in that Senate basically rig the election to get to power. Of course, they won't go to the polling unit themselves to buy votes. They have boys that do it. Of course, they won't send people to go and snatch ballot box for themselves. But they will not go and snatch ballot for themselves. But they have boys that do it. You know, they won't be the one that will be sharing money. Of course, they have people that do it. You know, so they want to make sure there are loopholes for everything that they need to do to get into power. But I say this, and I want to say this clearly, that the problem of Nigeria election is not just about the real time or no real time. The problem of Nigeria election is the fact that the president of the country chooses the INEC chairman. And whether directly or indirectly, you are going to listen to your employee. So therefore, you will listen to the president. This man has already conducted one or two elections since he became chairman. Was it in any way different from the elections that we have been having? Was it not vote buying everywhere in Ekiti State now? I can't remember now. Or Anambra? It was vote buying everywhere. Nothing special, no difference, you know. So basically, we still don't have a serious INEC that fear the people enough to conduct election free and fair. Let me tell you something. Even if we don't have electronic transmission and everything is manual, and we have an INEC that is not corrupt, an INEC that are well paid, that will not collect bribe from politicians, and they are saying we're going to do our job, we don't want to know anybody, and they count the thing manually, of course, we will have free and fair election. We will. In a case where they are counting manually, and let's say the ruling party is not winning somewhere and someone came to snatch the ballot box, they will follow the law to make sure that there's a rerun in that place or sanction whoever did the ballot box. Everything is inside their law, you know. But this is not done. So when we don't have an INEC that's for the people, and we still don't have a Senate that wants everything to be transparent, of course, we're not going to get anything special. I was listening to the issue of US election today. The people in charge of election are not the federal. All the states are in charge of their election, and they are independent body. The federal is trying to be in charge, but the state are saying no. We have to make sure that everything is accordingly. So Nigeria's problem is not only the transmission. Also, we don't have an INEC that stands for the people. So we.
Okay. So what you're saying, if I can hear you well, you said what we need at the moment actually is for us to look more into how the INEC chairman comes into play, as in like how we get our INEC chairman that position. And this is where we'll have to wrap it up. You've really done a very fantastic job on your analysis tonight. Thank you very much for being a part of the show, Ayoyinka. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria and, of course, its electoral governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues and Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy, but that's shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but don't dare Fuji. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the News Hour, Voice of the People Television. I'm Chioma Innocent. Before we begin, kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. President Tinubu mourns Kwara border attack. U.S. warns destabilizing Nigeria harms all. INEC tests systems ahead of FCT elections. Lawmakers will not be bullied over Electoral Act update, according to the Senate. FCT Minister claimed Rivers fully secured for presidential re-election bid. Adeleke rejects call for emergency rule. Underworld report, Pentagon ends military ties with Harvard. In business, CAC delists 400,000 companies. In sport, Red Cast costs spores at Old Trafford. And in the world of entertainment, actress vows IVF support for a fan. Now the news in detail. Vice President Kashim Shettima has conveyed President Bola Tinubu's condolences to the people and government of Kwara State. The message follows the deadly attacks on Woro and Nuku communities in Kayama local government area of the state. The Vice President described the incident as tragic and shocking, noting that the victims were peaceful residents going about their lawful businesses. He said violence was completely alien to the community's longer history of tolerance and peaceful coexistence. Shettima assured the people that the federal government had taken action with a battalion of the Nigerian army deployed to restore calm. He added that all necessary steps were being taken to secure lives and property in the affected areas. Responding, Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak thanked the President and Vice President for what he called a swift and reassuring response. He said troops and emergency officials are already on ground, expressing hopes that sustainable effort would improve security nationwide. Meanwhile, lawmaker Riley Moore has warned that attempts to divide Nigeria could empower terrorists and worsen the insecurity nationwide. He said a divided Nigeria would also put Christians, especially in the North and Middle Belt, at greater risk. Moore visited Nigeria to assess alleged persecution of Christians and meet with officials, churches, aid groups, and displaced persons. His findings reinforce the need for coordinated action to protect communities and strengthen security. The US and Nigerian government recently signed a security cooperation agreement to tackle rising threats across the country. Moore described this partnership as a crucial step to reduce violence and protect all Nigerians. He urged unity, noting that separatist agendas only embolden extremists and destabilize society. He concluded by reaffirming his commitment to helping Nigeria tackle insecurity and save lives. Meanwhile, INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amupiton was on the move across Abuja today, personally overseeing mock accreditation ahead of the February 21st area council elections. The exercise was a crucial test for the Commission's field staff and technology to ensure everything is airtight before voters head to the polls. The big star of the day was the BVAS machine, which the chairman described as a total game changer for Nigeria's electoral integrity. During the simulation, the device even flagged a double voter attempt, proving it's nearly impossible for anyone to bypass the system or vote twice. While senior officials managed the strategy from headquarters, Professor Amupiton reminded his field teams that they are the ones who actually determine the election success. He urged poll workers to resist any form of compromise, noting that the nation is hungry for a stable and credible voting process. Despite concerns about voter apathy, the Commission is ramping up its awareness campaign to get people out of their houses on Election Day. INEC has also set up backup protocols for rural areas, ensuring that results will upload automatically once devices reach an area with a strong internet signal. Now, Senate President Godswill Akpabio has assured Nigerians that the Senate will not be intimidated over the Electoral Act amendments. He made the remarks during the public presentation of the book, The Burden of Legislators in Nigeria, at the NAF Center in Abuja. Akpabio explained that the controversy over Section 360, subsection 3 of the Act is premature, as the amendment process is still ongoing. He stressed that no votes have been passed yet and senators still have the right to propose changes. He further highlighted that removing the term real time from the law allows INEC to decide how results are transmitted. According to him, making real-time transmission mandatory could disrupt elections in areas with no network or electricity. Akpabio also reflected on the heavy responsibilities of legislators, including representation, oversight, and budget control. Former Senate President David Mark had added public expectations sometimes confuse legislative and executive roles, urging the Senate to do right by Nigerians. Now, the Movement for Credible Elections, or MCE, has condemned the Senate's decision to reject mandatory election transmission of election results. The group says this move undermines transparency and opens the door for electoral manipulation. MCE leaders, including Pat Utomi, Obi Ezekwesili, and Femi Falana, insist that electronic transmission is a minimum safeguard against ballot tampering and post-election fraud. They argue that blocking it favors corruption over credible elections. The coalition is calling on the National Assembly to immediately reinstate and pass the clause. It also demands that lawmakers who oppose the measure publicly account for their decisions to Nigerians. MCE has announced a mass civic protest dubbed Occupy NAS, scheduled for February 9, 2026. The group urges Nigerians from all walks of life to join peacefully and defend the credibility of the 2027 elections. In another development, Minister Nyesom Wike is making it clear that he does not need a governor's help to deliver Rivers State in 2027. During a building launch in Port Harcourt today, he declared the state a no-go area for anyone but President Tinubu. The minister praised the local coordinators for building a massive grassroots network that reaches every single ward. He insists that with their own radio station and situation room, the movement is already battle-ready for the next campaign. Wiko also challenged his political rivals to come and see the level of organization they've built on the ground. He says their commitment isn't just for the newspapers, but backed up by real infrastructure and local support. While the political rift in the state continues, Wike says his team of lawmakers and council chairs are enough to handle the heavy lifting. He told the crowds that their decision to support the presidency in 2023 was just the beginning. Still on politics, it's been over 7 months since Lagos Electorate Council chairman was sworn in, but the state government and Lagos APC are yet to inaugurate key local government appointees. Party sources say the delay is fueling frustration and raising legal concerns. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu had allowed chairmen to appoint only their chiefs of staff, with other positions like secretaries and supervisors awaiting approval. Meanwhile, nomination fees for unsuccessful aspirants were meant to be refunded, but most are yet to see their money. The APC state chairman reportedly held a closed-door meeting directing some aspirants to return refunded fees to remain on the shortlist. This move contradicts President Tinubu's earlier directives and has stirred discontent within the party. Observers warn that the absence of these appointees hampers proper oversight in councils, leaving some chairmen operating almost like sole administrators. Efforts to get comments from the Lagos State House of Assembly Committee on Local Government were unsuccessful. In Osun State, a coalition of civil society organizations has called on President Bola Tinubu to declare a state of emergency in the state. The group cited ongoing political disputes over local government control as a threat to governance and the rule of law. Governor Ademola Adeleke, however, rejected the call, accusing the CSOs of having ulterior motives and claiming the request is part of a political plot by the APC to seize power. He described the appeal for emergency rule as unnecessary and dangerous. Adeleke urged security agencies to monitor any activities that might provoke unrest in the state. He also called on the Inspector General of Police to ensure peace and prevent attempts to destabilize Osun. Local government administrations in Osun have long been plagued by clashes between the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the APC. The governor warned that attempts to forcefully control councils would only create conflict and stressed the importance of following constitutional procedures. Meanwhile, the Nigerian Air Force is launching a major cleanup of its arsenal by recalling all service firearms from retired personnel. Air Marshal Sunday Anike says this isn't about punishing veterans, but making sure government property is properly accounted for under the law. This move aims to stop service weapons from being lost, stolen, or misused once an officer transitions to civilian life. Leadership is worried about the risks of improper storage and wants to align the force with international safety standards. But it's not all about taking things away. The Air Force is actually looking into a new system that will let eligible retirees own approved personal protection weapons legally. They're working on a regulated framework to make sure this is done transparently and by the book. To help veterans with the big shift to civilian life, the Air Force is also opening well-being centers across the country. These hubs will offer everything from healthcare coordination to help with digital documentation and general welfare support. Lagos State has partnered with the Nigerian Air Force to deploy drones for 24/7 security monitoring across the metropolis. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu says the drones are equipped with cameras that can cover large areas in minutes, faster than traditional ground patrols. The drones will transmit live video feeds to a central control room. allowing security agencies to detect hidden threats and hard-to-reach locations. Key areas, including the international airport and coastal zones, will receive special focus to ensure safety. Governor Sanwo-Olu explained that the technology will strengthen early threat detection and complement existing security measures. The move is part of the state government's broader efforts to maintain law and order without relying solely on road patrols. Security officials say the drones will improve response times and provide real-time intelligence to officers on the ground. Residents are encouraged to cooperate with the authorities as technology integrates with existing public safety operations. Well, you are still watching the News Hour and Voice of the People television. We'll now head into the news analysis segment where we will have joining us for the analysis today, Mr. Okpeoluwa Taiwo. He's the Executive Director of the Africa Bridge Initiative. A very huge welcome to you, sir. Thank you for joining us on the News Hour today.
Good evening. Thank you for having me today.
Great. Let's begin with the last story. The Lagos State government deploying drones to monitor traffic and other commercial activities in the state. They say they don't just want security patrols. Now, this might be a welcome development for some Nigerians, especially those who are harassed by the police and told to hold them there, park there when they are moving. We see them on Airport Road. We see them, sometimes you are going somewhere and you just see it's mostly young men who are driving that are being stopped by the police. And now they say we will have a reduction in security patrols and have these drones. It's two questions, actually. Would this reduce the incidences of police extorting people? And secondly, how can we identify which one is the government drones and maybe if there are people who want to cause mischief and also fly their own drones like that to cause problems for Lagosians?
All right, you've asked some, salient questions that will already be on the mind of average Nigerians, especially Lagosians. When we talk about security, security is something that is very technical. It's not something that is you just easily analyze based on what you know or what you have seen. But beyond that, we can see that we are talking about more than 20 million Lagosians. Residents in Lagos. We have the Igbos, the Yorubas, the Hausas. We have the foreigners in Lagos because Lagos is the mini Nigeria. Okay, so when we are talking about the physical patrol, talking about the police and some other security agents and also, harassing the youth, we discovered that the harassment as a result of what the fight we had in the Earth Science, those harassment has reduced drastically. So let me put that record straight. So, but beyond that, when we talk about drone, we are looking at a regulated drone by the security agent, and that also has a backup from the end point whereby you can, the security agent can have the real-time alerts on red flags, especially, talking about the Terminal Bridge, talking about the international airport and the rest. But if we are talking about individual drones, now there are different layers and different levels to drones. If you're having individual drones, for instance, if you are in a particular environment, you know that, for instance, you are in an estate, you cannot easily fly a drone in an estate because it's already a secured environment and you need permission to do so. So that shows that it is only the security agent drone that can fly without any restriction. And the fear is there that how do I know which one is security? I'm sure as time goes on, there will be some form of identity for you to understand that, for instance, in the last 2 years, 3 years, what we see mostly is like helicopter. We see chauffeur here and they're moving, especially the Nigerian police. We see them patrolling through the helicopter. But now that is no more sustainable because of the security threat and the cost implications. So we are now moving down to the drone. So I believe the Lagosians should be more rest of mind this time around to see that there's nothing that is as scary as having unregulated drone. But since the government is on top of the game now, the drone from individual has its own limits. And you must also get permission. So I'm sure that fear should be taken away as time goes on.
While we're looking at the technological advancement that this brings, we also have to look at some other technological advancement that we've seen before, like these traffic CCTVs, right? That will tell you, oh, when you've run the red lights, when there are accidents and all, and they can see that from the control room. But one would say that there are other things we need in Lagos before we start talking about drones. We have environmental issues like indiscriminate dumping of refuse. We have the issue of flooding. When the rains begin, some places in Lagos will literally be no-go areas, right? We have the issue of streetlights. Not every street, not every major roads in Lagos can boast of streetlights. Not every major roads in Lagos can boast of CCTVs, right? That can actually monitor the movement of people to curb incidences of issues like one-chance, kidnappings, and others. One would think that we should actually be looking at all of that before we graduate to drones. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would say you have a point. But in real time, when we look at the environment called Lagos, we're talking about a dynamic environment, a multicultural environment, and a multifaceted environment. We're talking about different ethnic groups. Now, in Lagos, we talk about environment challenges here and there. We talk about the drainages. We talk about water system, security system, the health system. And we also have some other subsectoral challenges in Lagos. Now, when we talk about the environment belongs to me. The environment does not belong to the government. So, individual must also understand that before I push the responsibility to the government, what am I doing in my own space? That, ownership by the citizen is also very crucial. Citizen ownership is very pivotal to some of us. Because if I'm talking about drainage system now, before anything could happen, before the commissioner or the governor could have any red alert, maybe a child might have been taken away through the water. So what does that mean? I must take ownership of my environment. The environment belongs to all of us. The environment does not belong to the governor. The environment does not belong to the president. The environment belongs to every one of us. And if you're now also looking at the angle of security also, in the security aspect, you say what? You see something, you say something. But that's not ending now. We are saying that when you see something, you say something, you also do something about it. So how do I do something about it? Talking about the security, how do I do something about it? For every street, there are vigilantes and there are also security gates. So if from particular time, maybe let's say from 10 p.m., you have some unscrupulous element walking around your areas, it is the responsibility of the citizen to alert the police immediately.
One would say that's where the CCTV comes in as well. If it wasn't for private businesses and individual that their homes have CCTV cameras, there are many issues that we will not be able to solve up till now. We're talking about government-installed CCTVs before we start talking about drones. Yes, maybe it's good enough, but what big cities in the world use drones to monitor traffic, right? If we have CCTVs on the road, will we have to use drones? Aren't they more capital incentive? Aren't they more expensive? Aren't they more financially tasking? If we have CCTVs, say, on Third Mainland Bridge now, wouldn't that make it easier? So it seems that the traffic cameras that we have is just for catching offenders. Before we start talking about drones, they were also looking at, by the time, we are literally close to the airports, to the Murtala Mohammed international and local airports right now. How do we know that these drones will not collide with a plane one day and cause air accidents? This is what we're talking about. This is what Lagosians are asking. So before you climb onto the highest rung of the ladder, you have to put your foot on the first few steps. So have Lagos taken those first few steps before we say we are graduating to drones?
Absolutely, you have a point. I am speaking as a citizen of Nigeria, and I'm also speaking as an enlightened citizen. I'm not speaking for the government. But I can tell you vividly that moving around the international airport, I discovered that, in fact, from moving from the Lagos-Apapa Expressway, you discover that every day we are having new CCTV on the highway that is very easy for anyone to identify. Also, like you said, on the Third Mainland Bridge, apart from the Third Mainland Bridge, I've seen some CCTV camera in some areas in Lagos, and that is part of the ownership I was talking about earlier. How many of us are conversant with our environment? For me, whenever I move from one particular area of Lagos to another end, the first thing I check is the security of that environment. And that's why I'll be able to discover that every day there are a lot of CCTV that is being mounted on different streets. You'll be shocked to know that recently I went to some areas in Lagos and I discovered that they are not putting some solar-enabled CCTV in those areas. But ask the citizens in that area, they will tell you they are not aware. But I took it upon myself to be sure that I'm safe in that environment. That is why I went ahead to check. And I discovered that the CCTV are working and it's solar enabled. So that means the NEPA or whatever, or PSN is not affecting those CCTV. But beyond that as well, I understand the budgetary aspect, talking about the financial implication of the drone. Talking about, now when we talk about the financial implication, which one is more expensive? The drone and the CCTV? Which one is easy to maintain? The CCTV or the drone? Don't forget that one drone can cover larger area. But CCTV, that means you have to have more CCTV in a street than a drone. So we also look at, even though I'm not a military officer or neither am I a security agent, I should be able to also juxtapose which one is more expensive. But in as much as we're also looking at the budgetary provisions and budgetary procedures on all of this, we should also look at the fact that our environment must be safe, real time. And one of the reasons, I'm sure one of the reasons why the government is also looking at that area is talking about the issue of data. Because if you're having a CCTV, for instance, in Egbeda, and that CCTV cannot get to Yanokwaja. So whenever there's a risk at Yanokwaja, the person at Egbeda cannot get alert immediately. So the drone will be able to do what? To have more coverage, wider coverage. So that means having that red flags will be easily detected by the security agent from the back end. So that is how I've been able to look at it. But like I said earlier on, my job is not to defend the government. The government must do the work of the government.
All right, then while we're talking about the job that the government needs to do, President Tinubu was yesterday at the wedding ceremony of seven children of the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale. He was criticized by Nigerians for appearing at that wedding, but not bothering to appear in Kwara State, where in Nuku communities of Kayama local government area, where a very tragic massacre of over 170 people took place. Today, he sent the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, to Kwara State. And of course, he also directed the deployment of a battalion. Since we're talking about drones for traffic and security purposes, would you say that these areas that have been ravaged by banditry would also benefit from the deployment of drones and not just security personnel?
All right, this is a call for the Mr. President also to understand that he has said it, that we should not pity him, that he applied for the job. So this time around, we have discovered also that in having technology capacity development for every state in Nigeria is not to be negotiated. Mr. President must rise up to his responsibility. It's not just about putting up all the battalion to go to Kwara State. After the battalion, who will give them the red flags? Who will give them that alert? So we need that technology innovation beyond the drones. For instance, I discovered that if we have some of these CCTV in some strategic areas in Nigeria, especially from the city side of the states, we can be able to get alert directly. For instance, now, if you are in Abuja, for instance, if you are in Abuja, and you have some strategic areas in Abuja that is being covered by real-time CCTV. You know, there are different types of CCTV, which is also very important for us to know, so that the government also will not be deceiving us. There are different levels of CCTV. Some are real-time, while some are not real-time, while some are just meant to do coverage. Their job is just to record. There are some that also do online real-time transmission. So that's another area we must also look at, so that we will not be deceived by just having CCTV. Having CCTV is very fantastic, but are we getting the result at the back end? and who are the people at the back end. That is when, mostly on my own part, I look more on the intelligence gathering. That intelligence gathering, physical intelligence gathering, must collaborate with that technology intelligence gathering. Because if the CCTV is working and they're getting the information at the back end, who are the people analyzing the information? That is another thing. So the manpower, the human resources that are analyzing all of these parts of security report is also important. Because if I'm getting a red alert, there are different levels of red alerts. So who are the people that also analyzing at the back end the red alerts? That's also determined that we must have regular training, updated technology training for our security officials, for them to understand that it's beyond CCTV, it's beyond the drones. How do we ensure that analyzing the red flags can get solution for the Nigerian citizens?
We're talking about deploying drones to insecurity-prone areas, from Benue to Plateau to Zamfara to parts of the southeast to parts of the middle belt. Is it sustainable? And why is no one thinking of that if you think that it is sustainable?
You know, when we talk about drone and the sustainability, number one, on one side, we're looking at the cost. On another side, we'll be looking at the human infusion, the maintenance from the security agents themselves. If you have budgeted billions of naira for the drones in different parts of Nigeria, it is still human being that will maintain it, that will run it. So even for us, for me looking at the sustainability, I'm not looking at the sustainability from the aspect of the technology itself. I'm looking at it from the human that will run the technology itself. Take, for instance, all of us now, we are talking about the artificial intelligence. But artificial intelligence is just an enabler. What you put determine what you get. AI will not analyze what will happen to Borno State in the next 24 hours if you refuse to impute it. So we must understand that the manpower resources of the Nigerian Intelligence Agency must be well innovated with real-time training. I'm not talking about just gathering people for training. I'm talking about having those ability on how to utilize those resources, which is very important. Because if you have billions of naira for a particular technology gadgets and the manpower do not understand how to run it, then those billions is a mirage. And maybe that is why we see having a lot of security challenge in Nigeria. Some will tell you that this particular gadget, they do not understand how to run it, but the government has went ahead to purchase those gadgets. So it's not sustainable. So even before we purchase any gadget in the security architect of Nigeria, let's first and foremost do what? Empower the knowledge capacity of the security agent. Then we can be talking about sustainability.
All right, while we're talking about technology and others, let's look at the 2027 elections. INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amopitan was on ground today. He was on the move across Abuja to personally oversee mock accreditation ahead of the February 21 area council elections. You know, he was looking at what's going on, and also they tested the BVAS machine. They described it as a total game changer for Nigeria's electoral integrity. The device even flagged a double voter attempt, and this seemed to excite the INEC chairman, who looked at it as, oh, if we move into the FCT area council's election like this and ultimately into the 2027 general elections, we might be seeing an election that is devoid of a lot of malfeasance, which we have seen that encompasses our electoral process in the years before now. But while we're talking about this, there's been an ongoing conversation on the Electoral Act amendment and the Senate's alleged refusal to make electronic transmission of results mandatory. What are your thoughts on this?
All right, for Professor, the INEC chairman, some of us can never be swayed by the attempt to see that the BVAS is working and there's no need for double voting. Yeah, that is a good one. Well, I will still look at that as a preliminary. But if you're looking at really in-depth into the electoral process, the INEC has positioned itself to be credible. But how credible it is, or it was, will be determined by the enhancement of the Electoral Act going forward. Even though we have seen that the Senate is planning to play with the intelligence of Nigerian citizens, the Nigerian Senate must understand that you cannot eat your cake and have it in this 21st century anymore. The media is there, the technology is there. When you are ready for business, Nigerians will be ready for business. Talking about 2027 election, we're even looking forward into electronic voting. Now, the Senate are still fighting on just electronic transmission. And the battle is now between electronic transmission and electronic transfer. So the Senate is telling us whether they're going to the left or they're going to the right. But I will be very quick to say that the 2027 election will be determined by what the people are looking for, not what the Senate is talking about. Because if the public hearing and all of the amendment has been done, yet the Senate is planning to change Nigerians, then the Senate will either have to choose whether they want to remain at the Senate or they have to be recalled back home. Because it's getting to that point. What we are looking for this time around is even electronic voting, not just transmission alone. We are tired of having thousands and millions of papers being budgeted for, because we discovered that the next contention and the next 3 months now will be the budget of INEC. We'll be looking at maybe $1 trillion this time around. As our last election, we were talking about billions of naira and dollars. I'm sure by the next budget that INEC will be presenting, who knows, that might be going to another $1 trillion. So, but before we get to the budget of INEC, in terms of whether it can fly or not, let us look at how we can enhance the performance of INEC from the Electoral Acts.
All right. The Senate President Godswill Akpabio says the Senate will not be intimidated or bullied over the Electoral Act amendment. He says, look, that this is something that is still ongoing. The controversy over Section 60, subsection 3 of the Act, he says it's premature. The amendment process is still ongoing. He says no vote has been passed. Senators still have the right to propose changes. Now, ADC youth stormed the National Assembly complex to protest against what they saw as you called it, the shortchanging of Nigerians. Is it that the information that comes from Nigerian leadership sometimes is too complex for Nigerians to understand, or they are the ones who are confusing Nigerians? That Nigerians now take action and then it looked like those actions were premature?
All right, when we talk about the Senate is a very complex house. We have the House of Rep, we have the Senate, and, Nigerians are highly impatient when it comes to Senate, because Senate is the red chamber. And anything that has to do with discussion, with debate, with arguments, with whatever, is stopped at the decks of the Senate. So that's why Nigeria is highly impatient with the Senate. So what do we expect from the Senate president? What do we expect from an average senator in Nigeria? What Nigerians are asking is that what is the direction of the amendment of the Electoral Acts? Give us direction as to you are ready to amend A, B, C, and D. No ambiguity. That is what Nigerians are talking about. Nobody is preempting the Senate. Nobody is trying to be impatient with the Senate. What we are saying is that give us direction to what part of the amendment you are about to take. And where is the deadline? Because we must also understand that, because we're already talking about election timetable for 2027. And if all of these discussions do not have a deadline and timeline, that means there will be nothing at the end of the day. We'll still come back to what we did in 2023 election. So that is why the Nigerians are not ready to be patient anymore with the Senate. Let there be clear direction as to which of the section are you ready to amend, and how do you intend to carry out the action of the amendment immediately. Because don't forget, it is one thing to amend. It's another thing to affect or to effect on the activities of INEC. If not, INEC will come back and tell you that it's too late for them.
All right, while we're talking about the activities of INEC, let's quickly look at the activities of political actors. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, who literally built a radio station for President Tinubu in Rivers State and says Rivers is a no-go area for anyone but President Tinubu in 2027. He says does not need the help or the support of any governor in order to win the state for the president. I'd like you to respond to this in a few minutes because of our time.
Yeah, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike is a regular noisemaker. And for him to have come back to tell us that he doesn't need the state governor to win an election for Mr. President, well, he has only said that at his own peril, because for every state, you must work with your governor. The governor is the chief security officer of the state. Even though whether you have put a good man or a bad man at the ends of affairs, that's not the business of anybody. The FCT minister should face his assignment at the FCT, while the governor of Rivers State should face his own assignment as the governor. And whoever wants to win election for Mr. President knows that in any state of Nigeria, you can't do that without the support of the governor, no matter how powerful you think you are. So, well, I would say that Nyesom Wike should continue to have his way. When the governor is ready, everyone will meet at a particular dead end.
All right, then. Thank you so much for your submissions on the news this evening. We really appreciate you for joining us. We have actually been speaking with Mr. Okpeoluwa Taiwo, the Executive Director of Africa Bridge Initiative. Thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
Then we'll take a very short break and return with more stories right here on the News Hour. To stay tuned. Welcome back. The Nigerian Immigration Service has denied claims that passport issuance in the Southeast has been suspended. The service says the report is false and a misrepresentation of ongoing reforms. NIS explained that it is rolling out a phased migration of passport offices to a centralized production system. This process is meant to improve efficiency and security and not to exclude any region. The service said the Southeast states, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu and Imo are scheduled for onboarding in the first quarter of 2026. NIS assures the public that the transition would not disrupt passport issuance. Deputy Comptroller of Immigration Akinshola Akinlabi urged citizens to ignore misleading reports, emphasizing that the service remains committed to equitable service delivery and operational excellence. The Lagos State government says the Eco Learner Support Program is already delivering results 1 year after its launch. Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Jamiu Tolani Ali Balogun, says students academic performance in public secondary schools has improved. The program was introduced to support candidates preparing for WAEC and NECO examinations. It delivers structured curriculum-based lessons through television broadcasts and digital platforms to improve learning outcomes. According to the commissioner, the initiative covers 10 subjects, including core areas like mathematics, English, and the sciences. He says the program was designed to close learning gaps and give every Lagos learner an equal chance to succeed. Still in Lagos, the state task force has stepped up operations against illegal street trading as part of its Zero Tolerance Lagos campaign. Markets at Ojota, Iyanokpaja, and Egbeda were cleared after traders encroached on highways and blocked traffic. 15 offenders were arrested and their goods seized during the operations. The Commissioner for Environment, Tokumbo Wahab, said all suspects will be arraigned and the seized items forfeited to the state. Now, authorities in Yobe State are on the hunt for an 18-year-old woman who allegedly stabbed her husband during a domestic dispute. The incident reportedly happened early Friday in Potiskum local government area, leaving the 25-year-old man seriously injured. The victim was rushed to the state specialist hospital and later referred to the Federal Medical Center in Azare, Bauchi State for further treatment. Police confirmed that the suspect is currently at large. The Yobe Police Commissioner, Emmanuel Ado, reminded couples that marriage should be based on respect and patience, warning that domestic violence has serious consequences. He urged spouses to seek counseling and involve trusted mediators when conflict arises. Now we'll take you straight into the World Report, where the Pentagon has announced it will cut all academic ties with Harvard University, ending military education programs, fellowships, and certificates. The decision is part of the Trump administration's efforts to challenge what he calls woke ideology in Ivy League schools. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said officers returning from Harvard were often influenced by globalist and radical ideas, which he believes do not benefit the military. The severance will begin in the 2026-2027 academic year, allowing current students to complete their studies. The move is also part of a wider review of military partnerships with Ivy League institutions. Hegseth said the department will assess whether these schools provide cost-effective education compared to public universities and military graduate programs. Still in the U.S., Trump is turning up the heat on the world stage, signing an executive order that could slap massive tariffs on any country doing business with Iran. The order, which took effect this morning, suggests a 25% levy on imports from trade partners like China, Russia, and Germany if they do not cut ties with Tehran. This move comes right after a high-stakes round of indirect nuclear talks in Oman, which Trump described as very good despite the new threat. While the U.S. is pushing for a total block on Iran's nuclear program, Tehran is insisting that the discussions stay focused strictly on civilian energy and not their missile defense. Now we'll take you straight into the world of business, where Nigeria and China are doubling down on their strategic partnerships as they celebrate 55 years of diplomatic ties. At a colorful temple fair in Abuja today, officials from both nations vowed to push their cooperation beyond just handshakes and into major infrastructure. One of the biggest takeaways is a massive $1 billion poultry project inspired by Chinese food security models. The pilot phase is set to kick off in Kaduna, Oyo, and Enugu with the goal of producing 6 million eggs every single day. Still in business, the Corporate Affairs Commission has officially delisted over 400,000 companies in a massive sweep to clean up the National Register. Registrar General Hussaini Magaji says the move targets inactive and non-compliant entities to ensure the integrity of Nigeria's business database. The Commission is also celebrating a major shift to a fully digital system, allowing entrepreneurs to register businesses from their own homes. Magaji noted that the agency now offers 24-hour